it back. Legal will need to do their review, which they have, said they will turn around quickly. We'll have to come back to you. And then it will have to go back to DC and 4 to 6 weeks for them to execute and turn back around to us. So it is not news that I'm excited to share with you. I'm not excited for that news for our homeowners. That means we're still likely 2 to 3 months before providing any funding to support them in their recovery. Doyle and David and our lobbyist have diligently been sharing our numbers weekly with our elected officials to let them know how many people really need recovery assistance. And so, we are in the place we're in. We will continue to work the problem, but I thought it was important that we open with that information so that you know how long it may be before homeowners receive assistance.
Yeah, we'll ask some questions
Yeah,
now. I've got some too.
One quick one. Do we know if any of our county partners who have also been given money, are they in the same position that we're in?
We were told they will not be in the same position.
So it is only the city of St. Petersburg, because if I recall, we're the only city, in our region at least,
Yes.
that,
I think Fort Lauderdale
Yeah.
has funding as well.
yeah,
But they indicated that the county would not likely receive an amended agreement.
that's interesting. Do we know if there are discernible differences between our two agreements that would maybe be in question?
Not that I'm aware of, except, the major difference between the county's program and ours is that we're not approved for Hurricane Milton.
True. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask quickly, well, I guess you mentioned that there is one other city. Did you say Fort Myers?
Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale, I'm sorry, yeah. Do you know anything about their agreement?
No, but we can look into that if you'd like, Councilmember.
Yeah, I just wondered if theirs was amended, if it was maybe a city thing or it was just a St. Pete thing.
I think anybody who didn't have an executed agreement is getting the amendments, right? And so I don't know who else is in that situation that post-shutdown they've decided to make some changes.
Okay, so it just depended on where we were in the process. Okay, all right. And then I just want to confirm, you have no idea what amendments are coming?
We do not.
Yeah, okay.
The other thing I would mention, again, if you're doing your own advocacy, but I know our team is on top of it, that I just think is really important, and you'll see this in Aubrey's presentation. You'll remember when we came to you to talk about, which programs got how much money and kind of where we thought people were in their recovery process. I'll tell you that the thing that I think we've all been shocked by is we thought the majority of people would be looking for reimbursement for repairs they already completed, and that is not the case. We actually have more than double applications in the reconstruction category, and so I think there's a powerful case for support to talk about where our people are in their recovery phase and how much this assistance is needed. And so you'll see that in the data later, but I just really wanted to underscore how many people we have that are hurting, that this assistance coming urgently is important.
Thank you for that context, and I have other questions, but I think they might be answered by the presentation, so we'll jump into it.
So in today's update, we're going to give you an update on intake for our programs that are open for application now, as well as some updates on programs that are in development. So as we came to you previously to share with you what the program guidelines for the programs that are open now look like, you'll get that same kind of preview for upcoming programs. So this is data as of January 7th. I do have in front of me updated data through yesterday, January 14th. So for reconstruction, we've received 466 applications through January 14th. For context, in our action plan, we were anticipating we'd serve about 98 households. Now we are expecting that some of that applications received, that there's probably some duplicates in there, that there's folks who will drop out, who will not be eligible. So that you know, as Administrator Foster indicated, we are seeing strong interest, particularly in rehabilitation and reconstruction applications. For reimbursement for repairs, as of yesterday, we had 184 applications received. In our action plan, we were anticipating we'd be able to serve about 288 households. And then for disaster relief reimbursement payments, that is those up to $15,000 for up to 6 months of consecutive payments for things like rent, mortgage, utilities that folks have already incurred. We've received 992 applications as of yesterday. And in our action plan, we were anticipating serving about 784 households. So what we're monitoring is not just how many applications have come in, but also based on those budget projections, what that might look like in terms of, we know that, for instance, a reconstruction is going to cost a lot more than a $15,000 disaster relief payment. So we're making sure we're monitoring that. Here you can see a heat map of where those applications, this is for the rehabilitation, reconstruction, and elevation, both reimbursement for repairs and repairs still to be completed. As of January 3rd, you can see where those are located throughout the city. I did want to note, you'll see some dots that are outside of the city limits. Obviously, those will be reviewed through the eligibility process and referred back to the county's programs. Here you can see for disaster relief payments, our applications throughout the city as of January 3rd as well. So not surprising, that kind of maps up with where we saw the impacts from these storms.
Aubrey, can you talk a little bit about, I just know that council members are sensitive to oversubscription based on people's experience with Elevate Florida and kind of the formula that Horn and others have suggested to make sure that we have the right number of applications. So we're not artificially taking applications that we know we're never going to approve, but we need a certain pool.
Yes, so based on Horn now doing business as BDO, based on their past experience in other jurisdictions, they've seen anywhere from half to 2/3 of applications that are received drop out before they get to a grant agreement. So we're using that kind of range to project out, okay, if we know we can serve this many people and we were anticipating each unit served would cost this much, what does that look like based on the applications that we're receiving and those half to 2/3 dropout rates. So that's all informing our projections. We're also monitoring intake over time. So as you might expect, we saw a big surge the week that we opened. Since then, it's been trickling down, particularly lately. We've seen a lot of appointment cancellations from folks going out with the flu and other illnesses. So we're monitoring that over time to keep tabs on what that intake is looking like. And then here you can see a breakdown in our 2 service centers. So our main service center, which has more capacity, is up off of 4th Street. We also have a satellite offices down at Enoch Community Center. We've got a total of 209. This is as of January 13th, so it's updated data from what you see on the screen. I'll walk through what we're seeing. So intake appointments that are scheduled, we've had 139 through January 13th at the 4th Street Center, 70 at Enoch, for a total of 209 intake appointments that have been scheduled and held. For walk-in intake appointments, we've had 47 at 4th Street, 127 at Enoch. So we've had a lot of walk-in interest at Enoch for a total of 174 walk-in intake appointments. We also, applicants, after they submit their application, either working with a case manager to do so in person or online, they can drop by a service center to drop off documents for their application. So we've had 73 document drop-offs at the 4th Street Center and 88 at Enoch, for a total of 161 document drop-offs. And then, of course, information only. We've only had 3 information only visits at the 4th Street site. We've had 22 at Enoch. So again, as you might expect, with that being a community center, lots of other activities going on there. A lot more just of people being at the center for other events and seeing the banners and information. And so a total of 25 information only visits. So those service centers and having the 2 locations we've seen be really successful. I'll remind everybody, people are able to make appointments online. They can also walk into either of those locations, but capacity at Enoch is limited. We've just got a couple of offices, so making an appointment there is really helpful to make sure that we're able to serve folks and they're not sitting around waiting. So next up, we're going to transition into upcoming programs. So these are programs that we've begun work on developing the program guidelines based on what's been outlined in the action plan. So we'll talk about 3 programs today that are upcoming, and we're anticipating will launch in spring of this year. The Homebuyer Assistance Program, Affordable Multifamily Housing, and Voluntary Buyouts and Acquisitions. All the content on these slides is repeated in successive slides, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through it here. This is just an overview. So for our Homebuyer Assistance Program, as a recap from what we've already outlined and you all approved in June in the action plan, is that this is for applicants who lived in St. Pete at the time of the storms and are purchasing a home in St. Pete. The applicants cannot own any other residential property, and it's primarily for those earning 80% or below the area median income, but there is limited funding for up to 120%. That is currently, we're anticipating that would be capped at 20% of the overall funding. The program, similar to our residential recovery programs, prioritizes applicants with lower incomes, age-dependent and disabled family members, and those with essential service personnel. Based on the $5 million budget, we're anticipating that this program would serve about 70 households, and it provides up to $80,000 for down payment assistance, subsidized interest rates, or closing costs. Right now, per the action plan, it does have a 5-year occupancy period. So we looked to compare because Pinellas County with their CDBG-DR program also has a homebuyer assistance program, so we wanted to give you that comparison of how these 2 programs relate to one another. So I'll just highlight some of the differences here. For Pinellas County's program, theirs prioritizes applicants with demonstrable hardship from the qualifying storms. That could be impacts to their primary residence, job impacts, etc. Our program proposed guidelines here instead prioritize households, as I mentioned, with lower incomes, those with age-dependent or disabled members, and essential service personnel. For eligibility, the county program, applicants have to have lived in Pinellas County, excluding St. Pete at the time of the storms. Whereas for our program, they have to have lived in the city of St. Petersburg. That's something we've worked with the county on a number of programs to try to make sure that there's not folks who are kind of falling through the gaps across our programs. Pinellas County requires that they be a disaster-impacted renter in Pinellas at the time of application, excluding St. Pete. We did not require that individual disaster impact as part of our eligibility requirements. Instead, our tieback to these qualifying disasters is based on the affordability challenges and limited housing stock post-storm. That allows us to not have to try to figure out, was someone impacted by a Dahlia, Milton, Helene, all of them. It's really about how those storms, the qualifying disasters, impacted our housing stock and affordability. And then the county's program restricts the home purchase to within Pinellas County, including St. Pete. So a person who receives funding through the county program could purchase a home in St. Pete, but does not allow that home purchase to be in the special flood hazard area. Our program, our draft program guidelines are for a home being purchased in St. Pete city limits. One question we wanted to bring up with council, and you'll see this come up again when we talk about multifamily housing, is whether we allow purchases in the special flood hazard area if they are compliant with current building codes. And part of why there's that distinction is if you look at special flood hazard areas as a percentage of the city's geography, it's a much bigger portion of our geography than if you're looking at it countywide. So that's for consideration. With your blessing, I'll keep going through the presentation and then we'll come back for comments after we present the programs. And then finally, on uses of the funds, Pinellas County allows for reasonable closing costs. It doesn't define a specific cap, and home inspection costs are covered by the buyer and not able to be reimbursed. The program, as we've drafted it, would provide up to $10,000 cap for closing costs, and then home inspection or other related costs may be reimbursed on a case-by-case basis for home buyers who are at that 80% or below AMI threshold. Moving on to affordable multifamily housing, and again, this is recapping from the content that was in the approved action plan from June. This program would be available to both for-profit and nonprofit developers, as well as public housing authorities and owners of HUD-assisted properties, and as well as current owners of existing properties that contain 10 or more units. Post receiving assistance, at least 51% of the units have to be occupied by households with incomes up to 80% AMI. This program, per the action plan, prioritizes more deeply affordable units and those with longer affordability periods. Based on budgets for this program, we're estimating that it would provide about 582 affordable units. That may be more depending on the actual proposals that come through. It provides up to, we have to put a cap on the maximum assistance in our action plan, so that is up to $125,000 per assisted unit. Again, developers who are able to offer better, more benefits for the dollars will be prioritized. And then it includes both new construction as well as rehabilitation of properties with at least 10 units. The affordability per the action plan has a minimum of 30 years with, again, priority for those that offer longer affordability periods. And the overall budget for this in the action plan is $48 million. A couple of key points that we wanted to bring to your attention on the affordable multifamily housing program is the universal notice, as we mentioned, with the homebuyer assistance does not prohibit development in the special flood hazard area. Our recommendation here, similar to the homebuyer assistance, is to allow development in the special flood hazard area only if it's compliant with current building codes, and to score proposals with bonus points if the property is not in the special flood hazard area, or if the proposal has an appropriate mitigation plan. So we still want to be conscious of not putting people in harm's way, but we feel like there are ways to develop in the special flood hazard areas that are compliant with our building codes and mitigate that risk. And then secondly, we are recommending establishing a per project cap in addition to the per unit assistance cap of $15 million per project. That allows us to serve more projects and make sure that this is stacked with other available funding sources, and that the benefit is able to stretch to serve the community as broadly as possible. And then last but not least is our voluntary buyouts and acquisitions. So per our action plan, and in our action plan, we really tried to paint with broad strokes to give us flexibility as we had a better understanding of what the needs were. So for voluntary buyouts and acquisitions, both residential and commercial property owners within city limits can qualify. It would be for property that must have sustained damage in Hurricanes Idalia and or Helene. The property must be located in a floodway, floodplain, or a designated disaster risk reduction area. I'll speak in just a moment about those in more detail. And then 80% of the expenditures for voluntary buyouts are intended to benefit LMI households. So unlike some of the other programs that we've shared with you where the beneficiary is the person receiving the grant funding directly, voluntary buyouts is one where we've structured that program in the action plan so it can be an area benefit. So those buyouts would be benefiting an area that has a high percentage of low to moderate income individuals. This program has a budget of $5 million based on our estimates at the time of the action plan. We're estimating we'd serve about 14 households to actually do buyouts. We're anticipating, though, as I was just mentioning, that the benefit of this program would really go to serve those households in the surrounding properties as it provides more flood mitigation benefits in those areas. In the action plan, we limited the benefit to up to $400,000 to purchase the storm damaged property at post-storm fair market value, including safe housing incentives to move to a lower risk, non-special flood hazard area. So on the left here, you can see the goals that are in the action plan for this program, and we really looked back to those goals to drive developing the detail and the meat of this program. So really it was focused around strategic buyouts to be able to convert areas to open space, recreational use, or flood mitigation, reduce future disaster impacts to communities, and to relocate residents from those highest risk areas to lower risk areas. So based on that, we're recommending that this initial rollout of the program focus on voluntary buyouts. A quick little HUD definition primer here is that HUD defines buyouts as buyouts have to be maintained as open space, whereas acquisitions can be resold or repurposed to another use. Given the goals that council had outlined for this program, we really felt like buyouts were a better fit there. This would not preclude us from down the road revisiting and expanding this program to include acquisitions, but right now what you see reflected is prioritizing buyouts in alignment with those goals that have been outlined. And so it would focus on voluntary buyouts, maintaining those parcels as open space, stormwater management, or flood mitigation. We're recommending that we base awards on post-disaster fair market value combined with those safe housing incentives. And our reasoning here is to really minimize oversubscription as well as to manage our activity delivery costs. So when we were thinking through this, we really realized that in order to provide pre-market value for buyouts, that would require for each property being considered for us to do a duplication of benefits assessment for those homeowners. And so that really increases the administrative complexity of the program and would mean more funding is going to delivering the benefits versus actually providing the benefits, to, giving those benefits to homeowners. We're also recommending that we focus and limit the program to defined designated disaster risk reduction areas. You'll see on the next slide a map where those are shown, but it's limited to those block groups that have greater than 50% low to moderate income households, those in the FEMA flood hazard areas, and areas that were flooded by hurricanes Idalia and or Helene. And then within those disaster risk reduction areas, the actual buyouts and properties that are selected would prioritize contiguous parcels that are adjacent to city-owned land or that fill a park service area gap that's currently exists. Prioritize areas that were flooded during Idalia and Helene that's baked into the disaster risk reduction areas, and then would prioritize households that experience repetitive loss or severe repetitive loss properties. Here you can see a map of what those proposed disaster risk reduction areas look like. Again, those are block groups that are greater than 50% LMI households, are in the FEMA flood hazard area, and were areas that were flooded by hurricanes Idalia and Helene. So we tried to shape these criteria to really speak to that low mod area benefit, as well as what we heard in terms of the goals of this program to help reduce risk for areas that were impacted. And then that $400,000 cap per household would cover both that post-disaster fair market value as well as safe housing incentives for relocating those households to outside of the special flood hazard area. So there are 3 types of incentives that we're proposing. I'm actually going to start at the bottom of the slide and work my way up. So the risk reduction incentive would be available to all households regardless of income. It would be a maximum incentive amount of $15,000, and it would allow that household to use that $15 to incentivize them to move to any area with less risk of flooding. This incentive is available as a standalone or in addition to one of the other incentives for permanent housing that we'll talk about next. So those other two incentives are permanent rental assistance, that's up to $50,000. That's limited to those households earning up to 80% of the area median income. It allows them to move somewhere with affordable rent in Florida for up to 12 months. And the program will then require that we have primary residence documentation to be submitted, example, a 1-year executed lease, and that's per HUD requirements for these kinds of incentives.
Let me just give you an example of where this may be handy. So somebody who's older, who flooded, and who doesn't want to go through this again, they're ready to move into a smaller unit, not have to take care of a home, or maybe they've decided to move to somewhere else in Florida to be with their children or something like that. That's kind of the category that this permanent rental would, be interesting to someone for.
And then there's also the home purchase incentive. So this is an either or, either you're getting the home purchase incentive or the permanent rental assistance. But the home purchase incentive is up to $50,000. That would be allowable for those earning up to 120% of the area median income. It allows them to move to a home in an area with reduced flood risk within Florida. It's for purchase of a primary residence, and it provides the lesser of $50,000 or the actual amount of paying down the mortgage, and it's paid directly to the escrow agent or lender as we're currently conceiving it.
So you get 2 of the 3 on here. You can't get all 3, but you could get 2 of the 3 incentives.
And that wraps us up on an overview of all 3 programs. We'd like to hear from you on any feedback you have on what you've seen today.
We'll start with Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. Can we do a time check real quick? What time are we?
We have till 9:45.
We have till 9:45. Oh, that's great. That's
We're
good
doing
news.
pretty well.
I like it.
Because it's only us here, I think, is okay.
I know. Yes.
Yeah.
And
So,
the
perfect.
other agenda items should be pretty good.
Yes.
Yes, okay, good. Because I have a lot of questions, so I'm going to try to maybe take them in priority of, what kind of spoke to me. So I'm going to start with the slide, and unfortunately the slides are not numbered, so it's the comparison with Pinellas County, I think, is the first mention of this. You mentioned the allowing special flood hazard area if compliant with current building codes. So I want to talk about that because I think you kind of both looked at me when you said this, so I think you know where I'm going with this. Certainly want to have very robust conversations around our abilities to compliantly and safely remain in our coastal communities. This is a huge priority for me, recognizing that the district I represent is 95% within the coastal high hazard. So in my district, we talk often about we're not giving up. We want to adapt. We want to be able to maintain our neighborhoods. We don't want to really look at a city where it's 46% of our city, right? And it will continue to grow. And so when we talk about climate gentrification being a real challenge for coastal communities, for us to not consider allowing individuals to use these funds to stay in 46% of our city, 95% of my district, as long as they are safe, they are up out of harm's way, they are in a more hardened structure, I would like to see us move forward with this. This is very, very important to, I think, our overall viability as a city in the long term. So I am completely in favor of us looking at that, having those parameters, but certainly agree that they need to be compliant with current building codes. Now, I think where we're probably not going to see a ton of this happen is because those elevated structures, those newer structures, are much more expensive. And a lot of people at 80% AMI are not going to be able to afford them anyway. So I don't think we're going to see huge numbers of homes in the special high hazard that are compliant being able to utilize these funds, but where that is appropriate, I want us to be open-minded to that. So just wanted to share that feedback with you because I think that is very important to our overall vision of being a resilient city. The other thing that I wanted to kind of talk about a little bit is the multifamily housing. Couple of things on the multifamily. The first piece of it that I have a question about, and I've had this question for a little while, I've just been kind of holding on to it, waiting to see how things are going to pan out. I have had a couple of developers say to me, and I take it with a grain of salt because I know how things are said and the reasons why people say the things they say. Yeah, we're going to get that affordable housing dollars from the CDBG for X project. What's the competitive process going to be for this $48 million?
So there will be an RFP process. I'll let Mark speak to the specifics
Okay.
of how that will work.
Okay.
I think there's actually some really good news on that front that I can share. So yes, it is designed as a competitive RFP process,
Okay.
and we are absolutely prioritizing, deeper affordability, higher percentages of affordable units, and length of affordability. And currently, we have 14 project funding applications in our queue, people who have asked the city for funding assistance that we have not yet brought to council for approval. Those 14 projects total just under $90 million in funding support. And we haven't even put out an RFP yet, so we're going to definitely get more projects. The good news in that is it's going to make our competitive process work very well. It's not just a handful of people who are going to be looking for this money. We've already got 90 million in requests against what will be about 42 million we can actually put out directly to support projects from DR. And in this year's current budget for the multifamily team, we have about 9 million to work with. So, we're going to have a lot more requests for the funding than we're going to have funding to provide, which means we will be able to focus on those. And the other piece of good news in all of this is of those 14 projects, let me give you the exact correct number that I had put down, but 84% of the units in those 14 projects are 80 and below, with a pretty good percentage of that being well below 80% AMI.
Okay.
So we're not getting tons of, 120 or market rate in these projects. So I think that all speaks well to, this competitive process that we're going to run.
Yeah.
It is required in our action plan for it to be a competitive process.
And I assumed that, and that's kind of the answer that I give back is, I don't think that we've done an RFP yet on that, but I'll check. Not that, some of these projects that we as council members are being told about aren't very worthwhile projects, could do a lot of great good for our community. But I think when we're seeing how high the competition is going to be in the single family and the residential pieces of the program, I don't want our developer community to be looking at these dollars as though they're a given or a handout. If our residents are fighting this hard to get this money, our developers should be as well.
And I'm definitely
And-
communicating
yeah.
that they
Yeah.
need to, it's going to be very competitive.
Yeah.
I've had a couple of developers, a couple of the project applications for funding aren't particularly inspiring. And they've, kind of pinged me to say, hey, what's going on with my application? And I'm telling them, right now, you're going to have to wait for this DR RFP to come out. We don't have funding available for your project right now. But I'm telling you, you will not be competitive based on what I'm seeing, and you need to sharpen your pencil and figure out how to make this more inspiring to be competitive in that process. So I'm definitely communicating that, and yeah, we're going to have a lot of options to choose from.
That's great news. Definitely looking forward to it because I think that when we get dollars like this, much like when we had ARPA funding, every dollar counts and every dollar has to be put to the best use. So thank you for that. Speaking of, special high hazard, multifamily, you talk about, making sure or looking at scoring proposals with bonus points if the property is not in the special flood hazard area.
Or if they have a
Or if there's a mitigation plan. And the mitigation plan's where I was going with this, because in 2020, we did all of our groundbreaking work around the coastal high hazard area zoning changes. Unfortunately, the county has yet to pick up the shelter mitigation fee piece of that we need to make sure that that is a robust program. And that will, I believe, most likely be what people will need to use to build multifamily and increase density potentially. Because they're going to have to increase density on these sites in order to make it pencil. So, you know, I really would like to see the city doing more to work with the county on the shelter mitigation fee. Myself and Allison Barlow from the Innovation District have continued to work on this. We're partnering together on this at this point. She is making a very big push for this because of the work that's being done with the Innovation District Master Plan. We have the District 2 Master Plan coming up. This will be very important to how the district redevelops. We need the city to support this initiative and work with city staff to get this done, or with the county staff. The county has to be the one to implement this because they handle all of the emergency management and the sheltering. So we've also been working with Forward Pinellas. This is on Forward Pinellas's radar now. And so it's my hopes, we have 4 of our council that sit on Forward Pinellas now. This is an incredibly important issue to the future of the city of St. Petersburg and how we redevelop. So I'm really asking administration to make this a priority. We have good friends at the county. We need to work with them to get them to understand why the city of St. Petersburg needs this. We understand they have different priorities for the special high hazard area in the county. We have different priorities here in the city, and we solidified that in 2020 when we made those changes. So it's time to get this moving forward. I don't think that it's going to, you know, really achieve our goals if we don't have that as a tool in the toolbox. So I will get off my soapbox about that, but just cannot stress enough the work that we need to do around that space. Let's talk about voluntary buyouts. So buyouts and retreat is my least favorite option when it comes to mitigation of damaged properties, but I realize that unfortunately, it's a necessary evil for some properties. You talk a little bit about these areas of disaster risk reduction. How were these areas determined?
So looking back at the goals that were outlined in the action plan, we started layering in what do we have in terms of data that we can use to drive the definition of these disaster risk reduction areas. So the first one being those block groups that are have more than 50% low to moderate income households, gets us to that low mod area benefit national objective for this program. And then the flood hazard areas. And once we actually map this out, the flood hazard areas are really subsumed by the areas that flooded in Hurricanes Idalia and Helene. And that's going back to that action plan requirement that these properties were impacted by a qualifying disaster. So that is the thought process that drove what data we were using to shape those areas.
Okay, so 2 questions. The very top, that pink right up there at the very top. So I zoomed in on that on my online backup. That is multifamily. So I'm that was kind of why the question of how did we get there? This is my district, like north, right? So a lot of that pink, the north, is my district. The pink that's a little further south from that, completely appropriate. I understand the demographics of those areas. Certainly there is a lot of need within that area and some opportunities. But that one north of there, it's primarily multifamily. And I understand a lot of those older condos and rentals there on the ground floor did flood, but it's multifamily. So how does that work with saying that we're going to be able to acquire 14 properties?
So the estimate of 14 households that we would serve was using some data and assumptions based on single family households. Our action plan does allow us to purchase commercial households. The disaster risk reduction areas that you see reflected on this map, to your point, have not tried to filter out which properties are commercial, which properties are single family. It is literally just looking at those criteria of were they flooded in the storms, are they in the FEMA flood hazard areas, and are they LMI?
Are we going to do a deeper dive on this before we kind of get, because I'm feeling like we're getting to a place where, I mean, we're looking at, making sure they're contiguous parcels, that, we can use them potentially for park space, stormwater mitigation, things like that. So are we going to really kind of hone in a little bit on areas where we're going to do some marketing around this? Like, what is the plan for actually executing this?
So we would reach out to basically only properties that are in those areas shown in pink would be eligible to even apply, and then it would be a competitive process where those prioritization criteria come in. We will be, currently we are looking at bringing back to council a resolution that you would see more detail about the details of the prioritization and selection process that would be in lieu of having to bring every single acquisition back to council individually. So that resolution will provide a kind of more granular into the details of the selection process. Erin, I don't know if there's more you want to add about the selection and prioritization process.
No, but not necessarily to that point, but there is certainly going to be a little fluid, I would say, because the objective would be to get groups of properties together. But since this is a voluntary program, we would have to have all of those people voluntarily want to participate, but there also could be some issues with property title that might impact the ability to get clear title on properties. So we would have to identify the areas, identify the blocks of properties, and that would certainly be number one based on everybody volunteering to participate, but then we would have to look at each of those properties individually and determine if there's anything that would preclude, from a title perspective, the city from being able to obtain those. So
I guess the thing I'd say right now, Councilmember Gabbard, is we're going to get to what you're looking for. That's not the stage we're at right now.
Okay,
right?
thank you.
So we are trying to finalize our policies and procedures that are required to be posted on our website. That is not the granular thing you are looking for, that then based on these high-level decisions we're asking you to make today will determine implementation and other details that Aubrey is talking about will be memorialized in a resolution for you to consider. So the part that we're at right now is some high-level decisions. We could certainly make them. We knew they were important to you, that you asked to give feedback. We have a couple of those decision points that the decision points we're bringing you today are places where we have flexibility. There are places where we do not have flexibility based on how our action plan was written. And so I think after we make these high-level decisions, we could come back and have another discussion about the granular details about implementation, if that's your interest.
Yes, I certainly would like to revisit this piece of it specifically. And I mean, you talk about like maybe there being a high-level resolution that we approve that then doesn't require you to come back to us with these 14 properties individually. I'm not looking for them individually, but I do believe that if there is an exercise of which we go through where we find, say, 7 in one area, 7 in another, 14 ideally in one area, whatever that looks like, I do think council should be part of that conversation. I do think we should know what those properties are, and I think we could ideally approve that as a package, but I think it's very important to understand. I mean, look how, council led the way on the acquisition of the, property at Perrier Park. We were involved in that, and we were able to work on that together. We are the conduit to our neighborhoods, and so I think it's really important that you bring city council members who represent the areas that are affected here and have those conversations about what that could look like. Because it may be very challenging to get that many contiguous properties, but if you are having conversations together, I think it's going to be a lot more easy to achieve.
Absolutely.
So that would be my preference. So I will leave that there, and I think actually I'll leave it all there and see what everybody else has to say, and then I'll come back around if I have any other questions.
Great. Councilmember Harden?
Thank you, Chair. Are we awesome? Turns out it's really hard to give away money. The level of complexity, I mean, you built a business from the ground up. It's really pretty amazing. I really, I appreciate the discussion, and you are thorough as usual. My only question relates back to the voluntary buyouts. At the end of the day, we have this property, and there's mitigation that needs to be done. Is this factored into the budget, or how do we handle that?
So the budget can include the cost for demolition of what's on the property. That is what we've mainly considered to this point, not necessarily additional projects until we get to, we know it's this property in this area. That's hard to conceptualize, but the budget can cover the cost of those projects. I should say it's an allowable cost. Whether that makes sense and it's how we want to use the funds will be a decision at that point, but we would, as we acquire properties, demolish any structures that are on that property to allow it to serve that floodplain benefit and that open space benefit.
Yeah, and I would encourage us to do so. We don't need to do great things and then incur additional costs on the back end of that. That's really all I have. Thank you very much. Chair?
Great. I do have just a couple of things that I want to make sure I understand, get some clarity on. So I guess to go back to where we started on applications, construction versus reimbursement, I'm not sure how explicit it was or if it was clear. Are we planning on pivoting a little bit on this? Because we've basically, it seems like what we've anticipated is, swapped in these two categories?
Excellent question, and thank you so much for bringing us back here. So as I mentioned, we've been monitoring our intake across the 3 programs. We can, per our action plan, we can shift funds between the programs up to a certain threshold without triggering that substantial amendment process that we've spoken to council about before. That would mean public hearings and things. So that is the path that we would likely consider. Again, we want to get through assessing the applications we have. Right now, we just know that this number of households have said, I'm interested. We still need to do eligibility review. We need to review for duplication of benefits. We need to do damage assessment. Is it just they need a water heater replaced, or do they need a complete tear down and rebuild with an elevation? And so all of that is going to drive cost. Because of that and what we're seeing on subscription levels, we are looking at today or later this week announcing a pause in application intake. So when we initially briefed council, we thought we were going to leave it open for up to 90 days with the opportunity to pause earlier if we see high subscription. Based on what we're seeing and the fact that we're seeing higher subscription, particularly in the most costly program of those repairs and reconstructions and elevations, we're recommending that we announce a pause today that would go into effect February 15th. That's pausing new applications coming in. Applicants will continue to work with their case managers on the applications that they've submitted through February 15th. And that'll allow us to get our hands wrapped around, okay, how many of those applications that we've received are eligible? What kind of need do they have? And are there funds remaining that we can reopen so that we don't end up in a position where we've got lots of folks who have gone through the effort to apply only to find out that there's not funds to serve them. So that's where we've prepared that communication to go out to folks. We are trying to be very conscious and mindful in how we're framing that to everyone, in that we don't want people to panic to think, oh, well, I haven't submitted my income documentation yet and I got to get that in. If they've got a case ID and they've already submitted their application, they're good to go. They can continue to collect their documents, work with their case manager past the pause date. So we're trying to make sure that's very clear to customers, and our case management team is ready to field those calls because we know that there will be folks who will be concerned about that messaging and what that means for their particular case.
So Councilmember, back to your initial question about the, moving funds around. I think we absolutely will have conversations and move things around that do not require a substantial amendment. I know you wouldn't be surprised to hear that I'm a little gun shy about doing anything that requires us going back to HUD at this point.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I understand where you're coming from there, and I think because we have these regular updates, we can stay in touch about it. But I just wanted to make sure it was explicit that we're considering everything we can here. Okay. I just want to ask a quick question about the special flood hazard area and, allowing people to be there if the property's up to current codes. I just wonder, is there any data that says, like, our flooding in this area at properties that were up to code, so I guess that means built 9 feet up, in my limited understanding of the current codes, what their outcomes looked like during these storms. So that way we just have an idea that, like, oh yeah, if you were 9 feet up, you probably okay. I just wondered if there was data around that, or
I don't have that at hand, but it's something we can follow up with the building permitting team to see if they have that data. That's something that we can do as a follow-up. I'm not sure whether it exists, but let me make sure
Okay.
that I understand the ask is,
Yeah.
if a property was compliant with our current building code, did they see less impact from these storms?
yeah, yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I just want to, be double checking that we're not putting people in hazardous area.
Was way in the back. Hi, if they were compliant, they did not experience flooding. If they had their first floor was below the DFE and it was a garage, they may have experienced minor flooding, but not to living spaces, so they could continue to live in the home.
Okay.
Because all of their mechanical and all of that was elevated. So as long as they had power, they had AC, and their living spaces were safe.
Okay, thank you for that. And that was what I anticipated because of the level of surge that we saw and what the codes are written to. I just wanted to get clarity, so thank you for that. Yeah, anything we can do when it comes to, making sure that people are out of harm's way. I think the code's, like I said, 9 foot. We had surge projected higher than that for Milton. Had things been slightly different, so I like that we use building code because that's a hard number, but anything else we can to mitigate, I would be interested in as well. And then 2 more things. One, I don't want to go on too much, but it's about the buyouts. I think what I heard was for buyouts, it meant that we were making things we were buying you out of the property and then the property remains green space.
Correct.
Okay. And then I saw the amounts listed, voluntary buyouts, proposed safe housing incentives. And I'm just confused about how this actually works. Like, say you're going to purchase a different home. Your incentive is up to $50,000 here. Does that mean that I'm going to show my ignorance. Does that mean that we're giving people $50,000 and saying, like, now go somewhere else? What about the value of their property?
They're going to get the value of their property
Okay.
plus the incentive.
Okay. That's what that's what I thought was happening, but I wanted to be sure because I was confused when I saw this slide.
And so, Councilmember, we had a lot of conversation about this post-flood, post-storm value.
Yeah.
And so why would they go with our program versus selling it on the market?
Yeah.
And it's these additional incentives that incentivizes them to go into our program because in addition to the value, we can provide these other incentives to get them out of harm's way.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. I just wanted to make sure I understood, so thank you for that. And then the last thing that I have here is a question just about what the communication's been to people who have applied right now. Because I'm sure they're thinking, applications have opened, I've applied, I'm going to hear back soon, but we are in a holding pattern because of HUD and the federal government. So what's just communication been like to people?
So unfortunately, you touched on exactly the main question that we don't have an answer
Yeah.
to for folks, which is when am I going to be able to get assistance? That being said, we are making sure that we're staying in communication with applicants. So we have a KPI for our case managers that every 7 days, applicants should be getting a contact from their case manager, getting updates. They're working actively with their case manager on getting all of the documentation submitted. As that documentation reviews, if that triggers more questions, working with them. So there is ongoing communication, but we don't have an answer. We would love one too.
We do have some language in the draft update that is to go out this week to people who signed up for Sunrise updates, we certainly could ask that BDO send that out. I do need to spend a minute. I praised Aubrey and Jess earlier, but I really need to praise BDO as well. They have lifted up vulnerable clients that when they've done in-home inspections had concerns about. Jess and I and, folks from Joe's team and others have gone into those homes, sat down with homeowners, had conversations. And so I just can't say enough good things about not only are they going in and looking at the home and figuring out what they need in their program that they can assist them with. When there's concerns that they need legal aid, they're getting them legal aid. When they have concerns they need mental health help, they're connecting them with our hub. So I really want you to know that your vulnerable residents have this one-on-one support from the case managers that I never anticipated would be as good as it is.
Great, thank you for that. I think what I'm hearing is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, we're still working through processes with people in the hopes that I'm imagining when we do get, our grant agreement executed, we'll be relatively quick in getting it out as well.
Absolutely. That was our intent when we opened applications on December
Okay.
15th, ahead of having a grant agreement, is we want to be able to accept those applications, start the eligibility review process, so when we do get our HUD grant agreement, we're not then saying, okay, now you can apply for assistance, that we hopefully have a pool of applicants who we're ready to roll and issue them grant agreements.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you for that. I just hope we can get the agreement as soon as possible. Yeah, quickly. Yeah.
Very quickly. Just two more thoughts on the buyouts. One, Erin, this might be a question for you. How are we going to determine value? I know it says, I think I read it somewhere that it said post-storm. Are we going to be doing appraisals on these properties? Like, how is value going to work?
There will be an appraisal done by an independent appraiser for each.
Okay, for each property. Okay, all right. And are we going to do an RFP for that appraiser, or do we have somebody already that we work with?
We have appraisers that we work with already.
Okay, because I'm just looking at some value of scale for appraisals, because they're getting quite pricey, and I don't want to see us I would almost consider it like an administrative fee, right? That I don't want to see get eaten up too much from this pool.
Sure.
Now, my last question or comment, there's a lot of talk here about moving anywhere within Florida. I don't know that I love that. I think the devil's in the details on that. I'd like to talk about that more when we bring this back again. But dollars that are being spent here in the city of St. Petersburg to help St. Petersburg residents, I would like, if at all possible, for us to find ways to keep them as St. Petersburg residents. That is part of the challenge with coastal communities, is that individuals are being forced out. Goes back to the climate gentrification argument. So I'm not today saying I'm absolutely against it. I have a lot of red flags and a lot of questions about it. How we can keep people sustainable in the city of St. Petersburg, I think, should be our top priority. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for the update, and I look forward to it. We'll have it on the referral list, and I can't wait to see when things start going out.
Thank you. If I could take one more moment, I just wanted to share some of the praise, because you've heard from a lot of folks across the city today. You heard the thank yous for BDO and the amazing work that they're doing. This has really been a whole city administration effort, and with community partners. So legal, we did some contractor forums earlier this week with Economic and Workforce Development and the Office of Supplier Development. Had over 100 attendees between two forums. They're doing additional outreach to make sure that contractors are aware of not only this, but other contracting opportunities. Real estate, housing, this has really been building. It's really been a cross-administration effort. And so thank you, Council, for your support of this, because I think that's really helped to set the tone that this is a priority.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to items D and E. Can we move all of these resolutions at once? It's fine.
It would be better if we took them one at a time.
Yeah, that's fine. We don't have to. So we have three resolutions. to appoint and reappoint members to the St. Petersburg Housing Authority. The first one we have here is, forgive me if I mispronounce the name, Christina Luciana. That's good. All right, perfect. And this is a new appointment. We have the resolution in our backup. Any comments? A motion for approval?
Move approval.
All right. Councilmember Gabbard?
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead, yes,
I don't want to single anyone out, but typically, I mean, we have in the past, when we have a new appointment,
Okay.
offered opportunity for that individual to
Oh, yeah,
come
absolutely,
and
yeah.
kind of speak to why they want to be part of. Obviously, our next two resolutions in front of us, we're very familiar.
yes,
We've
we
had
are,
those
yeah.
individuals
Yeah.
before us before. But anytime we have someone new,
No, I
always
agree.
like to hear from them, so
I agree.
if
I
that's
think
appropriate.
That's very worthwhile, yes.
Hey.
Hello.
Well, thanks for having me. I will be honest, I was caught off guard. I got a call yesterday from Tracy, and she was like, you got, picked by the mayor. So I was kind of thrown off. I was like, oh my gosh, I have to be here today. I'm actually a local realtor. I've been in St. Pete since 2012, October 2012. One of the big things for me is affordability. That's why I got into real estate. One of my passions about life is helping others. And I find real estate really kind of does that, and I feel like working with affordable housing, that's always been my long-term goal, is to eventually get into redevelopment and find ways to make things affordable and kind of work with the demographics that maybe don't have as much opportunities. I come from South Jersey originally, low-income family. I kind of feel like I'm part of the, I kind of represent a little bit of St. Pete in that aspect. I met many different people from many different backgrounds, and I feel that I bring a lot to the table when it comes to that. Different ideas, even just talking about different redevelopment stuff at home. I was, listening back and forth. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a little caught off guard because I wasn't expecting to say anything. So my heart's going.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for being willing to come forward. Sorry to put you on the spot, but thank you for your willingness to serve.
Yeah.
I don't know if administration wants to say anything. I mean, you provided us a memo. There were 3 candidates. If there's anything you would like to say as to why the selection was made?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much. Mr. Derek Keys, a very long-term
Yes.
serving member of the St. Petersburg Housing Authority, unfortunately had to resign very suddenly due to personal reasons. And so that's what created this vacancy. So what we did was we did, of course, the usual application out to the community and looking for that commissioner that could serve. We had 7 resumes.
Very good.
So what we did was reviewed them based on experience, community engagement, housing and governance, and public service. Then we did our top 3 for the mayor with our recommendations. And Christina rose to the top. Christina has had extensive experience, not just in real estate, but in sales, digital marketing, relationships. That was my key that stood out in her application and her resume. She has certification in case management, and her whole career has been about building relationships, and we knew that was key for St. Petersburg.
Very good. Well, thank you, and thank you for your willingness to serve.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you, and, your passion for this work shines through, so I think you'll learn a lot on the Housing Authority Board and bring that with you as you move forward in your career and in your time doing service like this, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Welcome to the team.
Yes.
We'll move on. We have 2 resolutions. The first one we'll take up is a resolution for the reappointment of James Dates to the St. Petersburg Housing
So
Authority.
moved.
All right.
May I just interject? Mr. Dates here.
Yes, he's
Yes,
behind you.
very good. I just wanted to make sure so that we don't have to change our resolution. So please go on.
All right, all those in favor?
Yes.
Aye. All right. And then our next resolution is for Miss Terry Lipsey Scott, who is also here.
Yes.
Reappointment as well, so do I have a motion for approval? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you very much for your service on the Housing Authority, and I look forward to it continuing. All right, we do have a few minutes to go over the referral list. I've already looked at my items that are on there, so I will go ahead and tell you. I have the two that we did today, one which will be coming off, another one which will be either cleared up and brought back or come off as well. Item 4 is mine too. It's community eviction standards. It's been a long time. The conversation has changed a lot. I'm not ready to remove it today. I'm just going to sit down with legal and administration one time before I remove it and see if there's anything left there. Things have changed a lot since we first brought that forward. So look for me to either give a solid update or remove it next month. And then my other item is the neighborhood traffic calming, which we've discussed once, and we're going to bring back for more information. And then any items that anyone else wants to discuss, we'll go ahead. We'll start with Councilmember Gabbard and then go to Chair Hanowitz. Yeah.
Hello. Hi, Sherry. So I'll just give you a quick update. Well, first let's talk about number 11. I believe that was no longer to be on the referral list
Okay.
because that had been moved to a conversation in Cal. And we had some resolution, but not full
Yeah.
resolution. So I feel like it's now living on Cal. It is not supposed to live here anymore. So do I need to make a motion to remove that from this, or that was action that I thought had been taken when it got moved to Cal by full city council? So I think this is just a Scribner's error, basically.
I would have to look into that, but if you would
Okay.
like to make a motion, that could be a belt and suspenders. You could do that as well.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to remove number 11 from the referral list.
All right. Seeing no request to speak, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Okay. And then I can give you a quick update on ULI Tampa Bay. So I have convened a group of stakeholders to learn more about ULI Tampa Bay, the opportunities that exist for utilizing that planning to kind of run parallel alongside any sort of developer that may be selected for the historic gas plant. I have another meeting with that stakeholder group slated for the end of this month. I imagine that through that conversation, I will be ready to bring something forward to this committee, probably sometime in March, maybe. So just wanted to kind of let you know I've continued to work on that, have a very robust community engagement group around that, and a lot of interest in that moving forward. So I'll be very happy to bring that to you very soon. Just wanted to give you an update there. And then on number 14, I have not even begun that work with staff yet. Certainly the community stakeholders who brought that forward to me, I have done some work with, but still need to work with administration and staff on that. So that is nowhere near ready.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Hanowitz.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So I have 2 items here, 6 and 7. It's not going to come as a surprise to you all. The reason that's still sitting there is SB 180 because we cannot propose or adopt more restrictive or burdensome regulations. So depending on how that moves, I've had conversations on both with staff and legal, and obviously. Number 6 is something that is a conversation in terms of what city council wants to do. We can have the discussions of how that would look. So that's pretty straightforward if we want to do anything in terms of regulation and make sure that we have something in the books just in case this issue happens. And number 7, again, another thing that I've had conversations with staff and something that we can do, and I know 2 people on council and on both here in the committee have expressed interest, which is Councilmember Floyd, Vice Chair Floyd, and Councilmember Gabbard on this issue. I will tell you that I met with, it was at least 5 or 6 staff members, and everyone's like, this is something we can work on.
Yeah.
The issue is the preemption.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Just so you're aware.
hopefully we get legislative relief. Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah. So that's all I have, I think, on the.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding, you have anything?
Nope, I am good.
Okay, cool. Well, look at that. It's 1 minute past.
Oh, you're good. Good job, Chair.
Yes. Thank you very much all for a great meeting today. We'll call today's HLUT manager.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Great job.
TV, we
Hey guys, Ken Welch here again on our Sunrunner tour. Today I'm with Catherine Woods, who was the artist that did so much of the work that you'll see at the stops. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
Oh, my pleasure.
Tell us a little bit about what the art means.
Absolutely. Since St. Pete is such a mural city, if you took all the glasses out of all the shelters and put them together, it kind of looks like a mural, a continuous mural. If you take the glasses and where they are at all the 16 stops, they all relate to the neighborhood. It's like the welcoming front porch to the community in the neighborhood that it's in.
What's the message you want to convey to folks who might be from out of town that see that?
I just want them to feel the joy of St. Petersburg. The colors are joyful, the way the sun comes through it's a very happy thing, and I just want them to feel that.
And what drew you to this project in the first place? How'd you become
Oh my gosh,
involved?
how could you say no to that big canvas? There's 2 glasses per station, and each one is 5 foot by 7 foot, 16 stations, so that's a lot of glass, and that's a lot of chance to get a message across and do a lot of beautiful color.
Well, thank you. It's beautiful art.
My pleasure.
And it tells the story of St. Petersburg.
It does.
Thank you, Catherine.
My pleasure.
I'm the youngest of 7 girls, and so I had lots of female role models. One in particular is most definitely my mother.
My mother has always been my strongest influence. I distinctly remember growing up in South America, there were not very many opportunities for women in leadership, and my mom really made her own place.
One of my grandmothers had ovarian cancer, and my other grandmother had 4 cancers. In the late 60s, went in for a lumpectomy. They did a double radical mastectomy. She woke up being taken down to her breastplate. For her, that was incredibly humbling because her whole identity was being in the community, and she felt embarrassed, and to some extent that her womanhood was gone. And so watching her overcome that and thrive was really, that was inspiring as well.
Growing up, I really admired one of my high school teachers in particular. She was this incredibly brilliant woman who was tough, who was smart, and who also would give everything to help her students.
I think it's critical to have a mentor. I found mentors that taught me self-acceptance, self-love. They help you find a way. They help you find an opportunity to a path to your full expression.
Well, I think mentorship is extremely important to the pathway to success.
Having someone there who is really going to be the shining example, who is going to be your guide through life, is really what's so important and what so many of us need.
Every life, you should have somebody that is your champion and somebody you can champion. And I think that's really important as we think about elevating others.
Oh, St. Petersburg Leadership for Women is outstanding. I think we are positioned perfectly.
I feel so very fortunate to live and work in a city like St. Pete that's inclusive, that's progressive.
I believe that we are a future that will be kind and generous.
There's great support amongst the women leaders to collaborate, to make a difference, to solve complicated problems, and they're brilliant, brilliant women.
This community has not just great women leaders, but a platform where they're elevated and able to do things that are meaningful and that really impact our community. And that's part of the reason it's such a phenomenal community.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
This is our first City Hall on tour for 2024. We're here at Pinellas Technical College, and it's an opportunity for the community to talk to any of our departments, from sanitation to codes to law enforcement, police, or fire, about our community, about their recommendations, their concerns, and get feedback on the spot.
Community folks who are where you're at. The City Hall on Tour is designed to put you in spaces where people live in real time.
It's also a focus on education and career paths, and that's why we're here at Pinellas Technical College. They're a great partner with us. You heard about the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, where we have 12 young people who are going through on-the-job training in various city departments like sanitation and public works.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of like going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. So you kind of get a win-win in each opportunity. So it's kind of a lot through each department. You get to learn a lot.
We look at the city of St. Petersburg, from the historic gas plant to all of the housing developments that are going on, corridor development. Most of those are driven by the trades. Plumbers, electricians, craftsmen of all kinds.
It's also a focus this year on careers and getting folks connected to career paths. We try to have these around the city. We had 4 last year. This year we'll have 3 and another one dedicated to youth. That's how we all move forward together. We're here for the ribbon cutting for the reopening of our Florida Holocaust Museum. It's been a long-awaited upgrade, and the exhibits really speak to the atrocities that happened during World War II and that actually are happening now after October 7th. It's great to have that shining light of truth right here in St. Pete. I really was touched by the Thor exhibit, which was a Danish boat that was used to move folks into safety, and the whole story behind that. That is something that really sticks in my mind about in the midst of a war when millions of folks were losing their lives, individuals made a choice to do what they could do.
Today, we thank the courageous people of Denmark who saved our parents' lives and the lives of over 7,200 Jews by ferrying them to safety in Sweden. This history and having Thor in our midst reminds us that doing the right thing begins with ordinary people like you and me, one person at a time.
What we really hope this experience lends for all the people who come visit us is to learn the lessons of the Holocaust and to realize that forms of bigotry and hatred are very terrible for all of us in our society, no matter who they're directed toward.
When I was a 5th grader, I came to this museum as we were reading Anne Frank, and I think about that experience and how important it was to understand that my life was relatively sheltered, but you get to see outside of it. You experience the history of not only the good things, but the bad. And it really forms who you're gonna be early, what kind of person you wanna be. Places like the Florida Holocaust Museum, I think, help form the person I am today. I hope it does it for generations on. That's what history does.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, come skate, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, you know. It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since the skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids like on their sidewalk, like practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. Since I've lived here, like a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, you know, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Like, skateboarding is one of those things that's just like, it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. Like, if you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, like, you're part of the crew, you know, like you can shred. Everybody's welcome.
The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
Hi, I'm Sarah De La Torre. I'm a firefighter paramedic with St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, and I'm here to talk to you today about being wise with your lithium-ion batteries before, during, and after the storm. So first of all, you want to make sure before the storm that your batteries are fully charged just in case we lose power. You want to make sure that you have good quality batteries, and you want to make sure that they're not damaged, that they're not swollen, leaking, or cracked. You want to make sure that anything with a lithium-ion battery, such as e-bikes, cars, even your power tools, that they're moved up and to higher ground, and preferably that they're out of your home and away from your property. A lot of times when the salt water mixes with these batteries, that's how fires begin, even up to 2 weeks after exposure to the water. Well, during a storm, this could result in a structure fire, and the fire department may not be able to get to you to put that fire out. So it's important to always get that to higher ground and away from your property. Have a plan for your electric operated devices or vehicles. In the event of a battery fire, water will not help, so don't use water. Make sure that you use either a Class B extinguisher or an ABC dry cam extinguisher. As a pro tip, make sure to follow @StPFL for all your up-to-date information before, during, and after a storm.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there. So they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not gonna look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, you know, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office. So we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to go into the introductory remarks, but just as a precursor, we were expecting a full house today. The flu is going through the city, I guess, so we had multiple commissioners call out just this morning. So we are going to move forward with 6. And how many conflicts do we have? Either of you have any conflicts today? You have one. So we have what item is that?
2.
Item 2 would mean that we would only have 5 members, and then you have conflict on items 3 and 7. We have conflict. So we are going to have 6 or 5 for your items. The way that our procedures work, you still have to get the same number of votes. So it still takes 4 yes votes for your item to move forward. We do allow applicants to defer if they would like a full panel so that they can have the greatest opportunity to have 4 votes. If that is what you would like to do, please try and find your city staff member that you've been working with to talk to them about it. All right, so now moving in, and I'll ask when you come up, I'll just confirm that you're wanting to move forward. All right, so my introductory remarks here. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Reale. I'm the chairman of the Development Review Commission, and I'll preside over the hearing today. Welcome. The Development Review Commission is a voluntary group of citizens appointed by the mayor, confirmed by City Council. The commission is responsible for considering requests including special exceptions, site plan approvals, variances, reinstatements, redevelopments, and street vacations. Copies of today's agenda are available at the podium to my right, your left. Certain proceedings on today's agenda are quasi-judicial, meaning that all parties will have a chance to present evidence and testimony to assist the commission in making its decision. If you have questions regarding the quasi-judicial procedures, there is a guide available from the clerk at the center console. All persons who plan to provide testimony today will be required to take an oath prior to speaking. Anyone speaking before the commission on a quasi-judicial item must fill out a blue card and will be sworn in by the clerk. A representative for a group or organization may be designated, but the representative will be allowed only 3 minutes. You cannot pool time. For each quasi-judicial case on today's agenda, a presentation will be made to the commission by a representative of the city administration. Staff, the applicant, and any registered opponent will each have 10 minutes to present. Following presentations, all persons in attendance who have filled out a blue card located at the podium will be given 3 minutes to speak. If you have filled out a card, you will be called by name and asked to approach the podium. All statements, questions, or testimony must be stated in front of a microphone located at either podium on each side of the room to ensure all audio is recorded for the record. When addressing the commission, please begin with your name and address and state whether you've been sworn. Once the members of the public have had a chance to speak, cross-examination will begin. During cross-examination, city administration, the registered opposition, if any, and the applicant will each have 5 minutes to ask questions of witnesses. Questions should be directed to me as chair, and I will in turn redirect the questions to the appropriate person for a response. Following cross-examination, rebuttal and closing statements will begin. During this phase of the proceedings, city administration, the registered opposition, if any, and the applicant will each have 5 minutes to provide a rebuttal and closing statements. If there is no registered opponent, any person who wishes to be a registered opponent may register as a registered opponent with the DRC clerk prior to the beginning of the initial presentation of the case and may participate in the limited purposes of cross-examination and rebuttal closing. If more than one person wishes to utilize the time for the opponent, the opposition must select one representative to present their case. After rebuttal and closing statements, the public hearing will be closed and the commission will go into executive session. The commission may ask questions of the applicant or the public at any time during the proceedings. All motions of the commission are made in an affirmative manner with a quorum of 5 or more commission members. It takes 4 concurring votes for the commission for any motion to pass. Once the commission has voted on your item, we ask that you continue any conversations outside. This will allow us to move forward with your fellow St. Petersburg citizen matters. Thank you for your cooperation. Please turn off all cell phones and similar devices, and please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. We have a number of citizens in the audience, so I want to go through the agenda items. So if anyone's not going to move forward, we're not forcing citizens to sit here all afternoon to find out we're not going to move forward. So starting with the request for rehearing, item number 1, is there a representative here? Yes. Are you going to move forward with? No? Okay. Do we need to do a motion, or do we just need to note on the record that he's wishing to not move forward? Sorry.
I believe it was just so noted.
Okay, so noted. Item number 1 that will be deferred to next month, to February 4th. February 4th, the record. So contact the staff member you've been working with to re-coordinate that.
Would you want to read the case number off?
Yeah, that's a good idea. So that's case number 2554000099. 7218 will be Park Street North will be deferred to February 4th. Item number 2, case number 2554000091. Is there a representative here? Yes. Are you wishing to move forward or defer? No, defer. Okay, so noting for the record, case 2554000091 will be deferred to February 4th, 2026. Next item is number 3, case 2532000007. Is there a representative here? Yes. Do you wish to move forward? Okay. So that one will move forward. Case number 4, case 2554000097. Is there a representative here? Yes. Okay. Number 4 will move forward. Case number, item 5, case number 2554000101. Is there a representative here? Yes. Going to move forward? Okay. Number 6 is case number 2554000107. Is there a representative here? I'm not seeing one. What's that? Okay. So that will stay on the agenda, and we will allow him to make that decision later. Him or her. And then case number 7, case number 2531000007. You have a representative? Proceeding. Okay, so items 1 and 2 are deferring, and we'll move forward with the agenda, starting with item 3, case number 253200. Oh, I'm sorry.
Roll call in minutes.
No, yep, I got right into it and didn't go over on my agenda. So we need to swear in the witnesses, so if you're going to testify today, please stand up and take the oath.
If you'll be speaking at all, filled out a blue card. Stand, raise your right hand. Do you swear that the evidence you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, thank you. And roll call. Kiernan?
Here.
Reale?
Here.
Flint?
Here.
Clemens?
Here.
Blatt? Conroy?
Here.
Gonzalez? Griner? Battleau?
Here.
Hugglestone. We do have a quorum.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes from December 3rd or for corrections, if any.
Second.
I get it.
Motion.
Yeah.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. Kiernan?
Yes.
Reale?
Yes.
Flint?
Yes.
Clemens?
Yes.
Conroy?
Yes.
Battleau?
Yes.
Minutes pass unanimously.
Okay. Do we have any non-agenda item public comment? I'll read into the record. We have deferred case number 2531000012 is deferred to March 4th, 2026. So if you got notice and are here for that item, that will be heard in March. Just because we're going. What's that?
You mean the first one?
The first one. The first one. Yeah. I think I'm on track now. But to go in order and make clear for the record, items 1 and 2, case number 2554000099 and case number 2554000091 are both deferred to February 4th, 2026. And we will begin our agenda with item 3, case number 2532000007, 831st Street South. Staff, please.
One moment, please.
Oh, and noting that Commissioner Clemens is recusing for a conflict.
If it'll load.
Could I point out a Scribner's error, though?
Yes. Please do.
On a deferred case here. I'm noticing the case, item number 1, case number 2554000099 for 7218 Park Street North. That's actually Park Street South.
I did note that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Thank you. All right.
Pulled it up on it. Doesn't look right.
It's not getting big. There we go. Ready.
Shervon Chambliss of the Zoning Division. The subject property is located on 31st Street South between 7th Avenue South and 10th Avenue South in the Palmetto Park neighborhood. The site is zoned industrial traditional. This application seeks the approval of a special exception to allow a 4 COP alcoholic beverage license within 400 feet of a protected land use. 4 COP alcoholic beverage licenses allow for the sale of beer, wine, and liquor for on-site consumption and retail sales. Section 16.40.010.4 of the Land Development Regulations requires a minimum separation of 400 feet from establishments serving primarily alcoholic beverages from protected land uses such as public schools and houses of worship. The subject property, as a bit of background, was previously a recycling center and has since operated as a distillery since about 2014, according to building permit records. The property is approximately 173,800 square feet and consists of approximately 38,852 square feet of indoor operational space and outdoor storage space. The property also includes in the footprint retail space, office space, and tasting room areas and as the accessory uses. The applicant proposes to license an outdoor patio located on the north end of the building, partitioned by cargo containers and repurposed stacked barrels. If approved, the 4 COP license will allow for the sale of beer, wine, and liquor for on-site consumption and retail sales in the outdoor patio area outlined in red. The subject protected land use is located directly across the street to the west of 31st Street South. It is the Jonathan C. Gibbs High School. The outdoor patio area is approximately 160 feet from the edge or the perimeter of the containers to the boundary line of the public school across the street. Hence the request for the special exception. The distillery's current craft distillery beverage license, in addition to permitting manufacturing distilled spirits, currently allows for face-to-face retail sales and tastings in the tasting room. Pursuant to the special exception review criteria for alcoholic beverages, in review of the criteria, it was determined that approval of the applicant's request would not result in 2 or more establishments having an alcoholic beverage license of a Series 2 COP or 4 COP within 400 feet of the high school. The license is being added to the site as the present license is needed to maintain the principal manufacturing distillery use. And the proposal does not table the addition of an accessory restaurant use. The property does not include any structures which are listed in the National Registry or have been designated by the city as historic sites. In recognition of the sensitivity and proximity to the high school, the applicant is proposing use of the patio area in conjunction with the alcoholic beverage license so that the hours of operation for the outdoor space do not coincide with school hours. According to the Pinellas County School Board's website, the Gibbs High School operation hours occur from 7:25 in the morning until 1:55 for dismissal. During the weekdays, the applicant is proposing use to begin for the space to occur on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday beginning at 6 p.m. The existing use of the property for a distillery is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The subject property's IT zoning allow for both the distillery use and the outdoor accessory space. Ingress and egress from the property occurs from 31st Street South via 2 driveway aprons, and the patio area used for on-site consumption has been recessed behind the parking lot to provide a 99-foot front yard setback to provide greater visual separation from the school. Service vehicles can continue to navigate the grounds as they currently do in a circular motion by using a pathway that connects from one apron to the other along the rear of the site. Additional signage is not included. The orientation of the proposed outdoor patio and building do comply with the standards for review for the 4th COP alcoholic beverage license. The comprehensive plan states that the land use plan shall provide compatible land use transitions through the orderly land use arrangement, proper buffering, and the use of physical and natural separators, which are being addressed by the provision of green yards, the Pinellas Trail to the north of the site, the increased setbacks for the cargo enclosures, and the internal installation of the proposed outdoor space. The subject property has not been found to be within a hurricane vulnerability site. Both sides of 31st Street have dedicated bicycle lanes for cyclists, and to the north of the property is a traffic light controlled crosswalk facilitating access to both sides of the street and both bicycle lanes. In addition, as previously mentioned, direct north of the property is the Pinellas Trail. Cyclists may access the property in conjunction with traffic, and pedestrians and cyclists may also access the grounds via a 7.5-foot public sidewalk and a new walkway that will be proposed by the applicant connecting from the sidewalk to the outdoor space. Staff does not express concern for the potential detrimental impact to the neighboring high school by allowing the alcoholic beverage license at the distillery. The application is proposing hours of operation that do not coincide with the school schedule as set by the Pinellas County School Board to mitigate exposure to minors of alcoholic beverages, traffic impacts, and potential noise pollution. There being no other uses on the premise for consumption of alcohol in the immediate area except for what's being requested. In consideration for public comments, so again, the property is located in the Palmetto Park neighborhood. The neighborhood association and all property owners within 300 feet were notified of the request, and an ad was placed in the newspaper announcing today's hearing by the applicant. The applicant was able to obtain letters of support, which include a letter from the Pinellas County School Superintendent in support of the request. There was one call that was received in response to the notice, but the caller did not indicate support or opposition. In reviewing the specific criteria for alcoholic beverage licenses within 400 feet of protected land uses and in conjunction with the more general special exception review criteria, approval of the requested special exception by the St. Petersburg Distillery is considered appropriate, and staff is recommending approval with conditions including the hours of operation as proposed by the applicant. And with that, I remain available for questions.
Questions for staff?
Yes. Mr. Chambliss, on this property, the tasting room, they dispense alcohol that they make there. Is that of any concern at all?
No, because it's only for like limited tastings. So it's not for like overall purchase as compared to the outside space, which is what you would be able to like purchase by the bottle, purchase by the glass, or purchase for retail.
Is this triggered by a code violation or something?
So the applicant is currently working with the fire department to resolve an entry that was made, and it's currently being maintained by codes enforcement, but there's a condition of approval that covers the work that they're going through with the fire department currently.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking is been there multiple times and they've been serving responsibly, it appears, for years. So I was curious what's brought this about. It's been going on for a while. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions for staff? Thank you. Applicant representative.
Good afternoon, Alex Steady, 6642 Dartmouth Avenue North, AICP planner with Kimley Horn, representing St. Petersburg Distillery today.
And please confirm you've been sworn.
And I have been sworn. I want to appreciate staff's detailed staff report showing the facts of this case. I just want to run through some of the highlights, some additional information that will provide a picture of what this application is part of today, and I will learn how to use this. Okay, so we looked at it, we saw the site. It is on 31st Street South. It is in the Palmetto Park neighborhood, and the request is approval of a special exception application to allow the alcoholic beverage license within 400 feet of the protected uses. We've heard that before, but this next slide shows where those protected uses are. In the map, the subject site is in green, the protected land uses are in red, and the blue circles are 400 feet buffers from those land uses. As you can see, to the west, Gibbs, where the site is located in that in that buffer, and to the north, the churches has a slight area on the north side of the property. To focus in more and to answer maybe a question from earlier is, why is this being triggered? Because the distillery is evolving with the market. They want to provide additional services, an outdoor area for rent and for purchase and use. They are expanding into that area to 5,100 square feet. And that's what's triggered this buffer special exception application. Now, working with staff, why 5,100 square feet? Why not more? Why not less? We're restricted by the code that says that the 25% of an accessory use can only be 25% of the principal use. And so the 5,100 square feet does abide by this regulation. And also, working with staff throughout the process, you know, we in our application, as provided in our application, we included mitigation for impact for this new outdoor area, as well as an understanding of what the distillery is about and what they've been able to host over the last decade plus of operation. And we'll talk about the compatibility and some impact mitigation. But first, to kind of understand where the distillery has been, it's been operating, like staff said, for more than a decade. It has hosted, it's been a community pillar. It has hosted events. It's hosted nonprofits. It's supported a lot of local initiatives. Most notably, they're part of the Gibbs High School mural program. There's a mural on the side of the building that looks great right now. The distillery itself has created more than 50 jobs and invested more than $10 million in the site, so into the community. And they've always taken a community-first approach, and that's kind of how they took this, how we took this application. We wanted to make sure that the community members are involved, and especially the protected land uses. Not only do that's how the approach they take, but from the inception of the distillery, there was decisions made, even from how the property is as it is now, to be sensitive to the location next to the school across the street. And this includes a 15-foot buffer that's there today. It has trees and vegetation that acts as for a visual and noise barrier, knowing that this would help address the sensitivity of the nearby land uses. In addition, the access point, as you can see in this this image, is placed purposefully as north as possible on the site to separate the access from the distillery and the land uses near the school nearby. In addition to that, the front door used to be opening onto 31st, but it was a decision to purposely put it on the north side of the building, so it opens north towards the Pinellas Trail, towards the access that it has, so it is not open towards the school across the street as well. In addition to that, the distillery ensures They use industry best practices to be a good neighbor. They follow the best practices in deliveries, trucks, to minimize impact in the surrounding community. All of the employees that are working with alcohol are TIPS certified, which is specific training to make sure certification to avoid underage drinking. And as staff mentioned, as part of this process, we specifically, by condition, created hours that were not overlapping with regular school hours over at Gibbs High School. The next two slides are to reiterate on the record what staff has already said about this will not be allowing 2 or more alcoholic beverage establishments within 400 feet. This is an upgrade of an existing license. This is not going to be a restaurant, and it does not contain any historic structures. Additionally, through the process, we wanted to address transportation impact, which we talked with the city and was deemed to be a minimal impact, so that no additional analysis was required and is not a part of this application. It aligns with the comprehensive plan and current zoning approvals. There's no changes to drainage or impervious surfaces, and the parking is sufficient as is and will stay so. In addition to that, no signage is part of this application as well. All the signs that are there are already approved by the city. An integral part of this I wanted to make sure to convey is that we reached out to these protected land uses, and we were able to meet with and talk with Gibbs High School and get a letter of recommendation from the superintendent. And in addition to, we were also able to provide in the application a letter of support from the Neighborhood Association, the Sunline Organization, neighboring property owners, and Senator Darrell Roussan. So we were able to add a lot of community support to show that there is support for this application. Now, in terms, I did want to mention that we did reach out to the church to the north via phone call, email, certified mail, with no response to date. All of those attempts are in the application, and we want to make sure that that was transparent and clear. As a part of the process, when we submitted the application back in November, outdoor space there's always a noise ordinance component to it, and in that application we committed to, as you can see, kind of forming a barrier with the shipping containers on the outside to help mitigate noise from getting out into outside of that area. We committed to aiming the speakers inwards so they're not aiming towards the residential uses, and complying with the noise ordinance, and committing that there would be no permanent stages. And since we submitted the application, we have completed a noise mitigation study. In December, it was submitted to the city. There just wasn't enough time to get that in the staff report, but we wanted to make sure that that was on the record, that that has been completed. And I have copies of that study if that's pertinent or if that's appropriate, but we can also continue. That study concluded that there'd be minimal impact by this area that's being proposed outside, and it did include a few minor improvements that recommended, which the distillery is going to be implementing, which is a noise monitoring device, a slight adjustment to the location of a speaker to make it a little bit to contain the noise a little bit better, as well as a limiter to the noise being able to even go to a certain decibel. With that being said, like the staff report said, the application has met and complied with the procedural requirements, and we respectfully request approval of the special exception. And lastly, I just want to thank staff for helping us through the process and being a great resource. I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Questions to the applicant?
Could you put the overhead again showing the overlapping 400-foot barrier across that property?
Absolutely. One moment. Sorry, it was like the second slide. We're close. There it is.
There we go. And I don't know if you're the correct person to ask, maybe city staff, but when you look at the green outline, the eastern portion where it has you know, the eastern property line is a radius, and then the southern is east-west property line. If you had some kind of a alcohol sales consumption in that area, would it be an issue in this case because it lays outside of that blue line, or is it because a portion of that parcel lies within 400? Okay, so any place they go on that property, because a portion is in it. Because I know some municipalities do it based upon from the front door of the unit to the front door of that protected property. Okay.
Usually it gets into that when it's like multi-tenant. So this is an individual tenant on this property.
Okay.
I've seen the same thing. Makes it more restrictive. Other questions for staff? Or staff, the applicant? Okay, thank you. Do we have any blue cards?
Not for this one, no.
No. And staff, do you have any cross-examination questions?
Staff waives.
Sir, do you have any questions you want to ask of staff? No? Indicating they waive. Staff, do you have any closing remarks?
Staff waives.
Staff waives. Do you have any closing remarks? No. Applicant is waiving the closing remarks. We go into executive session. Comments from the commission?
I can understand why they have some of these buffers on certain things, especially schools. I mean, you could have a bar next door to a school with activity at noon. Believe me, there are those around that you wouldn't want right next to a school. In this case, they have a significant buffer from the roadway. I've been there multiple times when they've had the cargo container area. They were dispensing at that point. I think they've been acting, you know, very responsibly at this location. They have a good buffer. The buffer is there, I think, to just trigger, let's make sure it's not going to create an issue. And I think this applicant has, you know, created a situation where they do create a buffer, and even with their times that they've agreed to, no harm, no foul against the protected properties.
I would agree. For the record, Commissioner Flynn, I ride by there on my bike, but I've never stopped there. Just there.
You got to stop somewhere.
Clear. No, I mean, clearly, I can't remember the last time we had a case where the superintendent of schools says I'm in favor of putting a bar next to my school, right? So it's clear they've been a good neighbor and very cooperative. They've followed, no problems with this at all.
Same. Yeah, I would actually point out that what swayed me was part of the letter from superintendent talking more about the target audience, right? These are expensive spirits. I thought that was actually more impactful for my review of this case than even the hours of operation. But anyway, seeing some agreement here, I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'll move approval of a special exception to allow a 4-COP alcoholic beverage license within 400 feet of a protected land use subject to the conditions of approval.
Second.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Reale?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Conroy?
Yes.
Battle.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so we move to our next item, which is number 4, case 2554000097, which is for 2001 28th Street North. Staff, please.
I need to swear him in real quick.
If anyone else arrived late, and if you're going to speak and have not been sworn, please stand and be sworn in.
Yeah, if you're going to speak with the blue card.
If you're going to speak on any item that's happening today and you weren't sworn in earlier, please stand now.
Thank you.
Anything.
Oh, you two were already sworn, so they don't need to be. Those two were already sworn in.
Yeah, you guys were already sworn in. Yeah, you're okay. Okay. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give today will be the truth?
Oh, the delay is really long. Oh, sitting there. Yeah. We almost forgot about Commissioner Clemens.
Welcome back.
We'll note his return for the record, and staff, please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Larimore, Planner 2 for the Zoning Division, presenting case number 2554000097, and I have been sworn. The subject property of this case is located at 2001 28th Street North. a large industrial property located south of 22nd Avenue North and east of 28th Street North. The property is one large platted lot, specifically platted in 1976 to serve as the city's sanitation complex, containing the administration offices of the city sanitation department. The property is located in the North Kenwood neighborhood, is zoned industrial traditional, and is approximately 7.73 acres in size. The application today seeks approval of a sign variance to the maximum allowable sign area to allow for the installation of 2 wall signs. The 2 signs requested are for the newly renovated sanitation complex and are proposed on the east and west facing facades of the building, 1 on each side. The proposed non-illuminated signs will be identical in size and graphics, including the City Pelican logo on the left and the sanitation text on the right. And here is a graphic of the proposed signs. The circular Pelican logo proposed is roughly 12 feet in diameter, and the sanitation text is roughly 17 feet in width. Regarding public comment on this application, no inquiries or comments from the North Kenwood Neighborhood Association nor the Citywide Council of Neighborhood Associations were received. The applicant did provide 8 signatures of no objection from nearby property owners to the south and west of the subject property. In analyzing the request for variance review, staff found the request generally meets the guiding criteria of the code. This analysis is expounded upon further in the published staff report provided. And based on the stringent standards of approval contained within the city code, the zoning division staff recommends approval of the variance request subject to conditions outlined in the published staff report. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to help.
Commissioner Flint.
What are the hardships in this case?
So it was mostly found that the size of the property and the scale of the property being over 7.5 acres and being set back about 400 feet from the west and 100 feet from the south, that was what triggered the staff approval recommendation.
Don't they have a monument sign on 28th Street, which is the main point of entry? At least
Yep.
their main public facade.
Yes, that was recently approved earlier in 2025.
Several months ago, a year ago, we had, what's the steakhouse there? Longhorn Steakhouse, whatever, at Tyrone Mall. Wanted to put a additional sign on the back side of the building. I know we denied that one because there was no hardship. I'm just not hearing a real hardship at this point, so I'm just looking for clarification. Monument sign at the road, they chose to put the building far back on the property. Could you put on the overhead again where those signs are going to be?
So the highlighted aerial, it's an older aerial, so it's been redone since then, and I couldn't find a good aerial to provide, but I did roughly outline it in that teal box inside that yellow area. So it's set back, again, it's about 400 feet set back from the 28th Street side, and the signs themselves will be about 110 feet. Using the GIS measurement tool, about 110 feet from the 20th Avenue side on the south.
This seems somewhat similar to Sir Apartments down on South 34th Street. They sat way back and they were looking for a variance. I don't remember giving them a variance for. I don't
think we did either. Well, they were able to have a building identification sign up to 300 square feet in size because of their zoning district. In this district, they're limited because the minimum, the standard lot size in this is only 60 feet wide in industrial traditional, which is, you know, what most of the industrial properties on the south side of 20th Avenue North are.
If they were to paint the St. Pete logo on the building, but then have the sign plate where it says sanitation, would that fall within code at that point?
No, it'd still be considered a wall sign.
Along those lines, is this paint when you say not illuminated?
No, it's aluminum.
It's an aluminum plate.
Yeah.
So the logo itself, because it's related to the user of, specifically related to the user of the facility, is considered part of the sign.
Correct.
It's not considered artwork or, right.
Correct.
And did you get the, did I hear it backwards or did you say it backwards? When I go to your graphic, it seems to me that the setback is more like 100 feet from 28th Street and 400 feet from 20th.
No, it's actually, it's most of the west side of that teal box. It's between the, you know, west side of that teal box and the west side of that red box there in the highlighted portion. That's primarily surface parking now. So it is about 400 feet from that 28th Street north side on the west.
Oh, you're saying, okay, and then it's 100 feet from 20th Avenue.
Yeah, not
okay,
yes.
not 22nd. I mean, because that's, it's like hundreds of feet.
Yeah, 22nd Avenue is on the north side of that aerial. Yeah, pretty far.
Not 22nd Avenue, the East Street, the east end of the parking lot.
Oh, yeah, the east of the.
1,000 feet from.
Yeah, I had to take out about half, the eastern half of the subject property in that aerial to make it make sense.
So it's still 400 feet from 28th Street.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I kept seeing it backwards and thinking that there was a.
Yeah, it's a pretty large property. It was kind of hard to
Next street
fit
is
there.
The next street that cuts through is 25th Street. Well, I don't even know if it cuts through.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
So there is no east, the interstate ramp is the,
No, you hit Home Depot.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or Home Depot, right. Right.
And just to expand upon Commissioner Flint's question, the building was positioned where it was from far back from 28th Street because they kept the existing building along 20th Street open and operating. And there was also an existing building located east of the new building, so those are coming down. And then, of course, trying to keep parking. So it's a partial redevelopment as well, so there's some consistency issues. We've done a couple sign variances, like for the Walmart, where we've allowed them to consolidate because they're pushed back really far. It's commercial zone property. Kind of a similar intent here is that we're eliminating additional wall signage. We're granting this because we don't want to exceed, because each building allows so much wall signage. So we're trying to eliminate future wall signage. And are there any buildings or on the site that are visible to the public?
So in the commercial zoning districts, the amount of sign for most buildings, there's a formula based on the linear footage of frontage that the property has, correct?
Correct.
Maybe up to a maximum in certain zoning districts, but still, it's proportional to the size of the property. In the IT, it's not. It's 48 feet, and there's no proportionality to it.
Correct, and again, there's no building identification allowances in IT because again, most of the buildings are smaller.
And then especially in the traditional industrial, most of them are smaller, not all, but most. So, okay, so, I mean, that may be arguably is kind of a shortcoming in the code in that it doesn't allow or accommodate any differentiation between somebody on 1/4 of an acre or somebody on 7 acres in this case, right?
Right, and that's what staff mostly decided.
But other zoning districts, that's what I'm trying to make, I guess, comparison to. In other zoning districts, our commercial zoning districts, like the one on US 19, 34th Street South, that's like the 1.75 feet per linear, square feet per linear foot of frontage, right?
Correct. And those are typically, most of the commercial districts are 150 square foot per building.
With the max, right.
Yeah. And then additionally, this property does have 2 frontages, so it is allowed a certain amount more than the standard 48, but again, this request exceeds that. Yeah.
I have a question. So you've mentioned in the report that it's the scale of the property that's triggering this request. However, is the intent to provide better wayfinding, or is it an aesthetic intent on the facade?
I'll let the applicant more address that. I believe it's more so for wayfinding, but again, I'll defer to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, thank you.
Quick, not certain here, but is there a public entrance side to the west side of the new building or to the east side? Where does the public enter?
Both.
I believe the west side of the building.
West side,
The-
which
the-
faces 28th Street.
Correct. The east side, I believe, is still kind of more back of house operations. Yeah.
Until you get down, I guess, to the brush area?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Applicant?
Good afternoon. I'm Antoine Jackson, Administrative Services Manager for the Sanitation Department, 2001 28th Street North. So that's our newly constructed sanitation building. Yes, sir?
And just please confirm you've been sworn.
Yes, sir. I've been sworn. I do apologize. That's our newly constructed sanitation complex there. And there is the sign, as Mr. Michael alluded to, that we are requesting to put on the side of the facility. I have the original plans from that was approved in 2022 of the sanitation complex. This is the facility here. The sign that you had alluded to that's out on the 28th Street, that sign is there, but during the course of the day when cars are parked out there, that sign can't be seen by people passing down 28th Street. Our old facility used to sit right on 28th Street. I do apologize. Our older facility used to sit right on 28th Street. And there was no parking in front of that building. So if you rode by 28th Street, you could see the actual sanitation complex. Now you can't see the a lot of people that visit our facility don't know that the building is still there because it sits so far off the street side now. And the signs that are there, we would have had to go through the same process to request a variance for that sign on the side of the street. Again, the approved sign that's out there now was the approved sign that was approved by the architectural firm that constructed the facility, this facility. That is the original sign that was going to go on the side of the building. As you guys can see, it's a little bigger than the sign that we're requesting. This sign also was approved in 2022 when it went through the review process and before construction started on our facility. But as we were going through construction and we got to the ending parts of construction, the contracting company, the construction company, the city engineering company, and the city sanitation department all decided that this sign that was going to go on the side of the building, first, it wasn't fiscally responsible and it would not give us any longevity. That sign was an adhesive sign that would have went up on the side of that facility that would have probably had to be replaced in 5 years or so because as we know, the state of Florida, the heat, the different weather conditions would have started peeling that sign off of the facility. With that facility being constructed at about $12 million, we didn't want to put that on there and ruin the facility. That facility isn't only for our customers, but it's for the employees to be able to enjoy that facility also. The original facility, as you guys know, was, as Mike alluded to, was built in 1974. So we spent about 50 years plus in the old facility. Now that we have a new facility, the building isn't just for us to enjoy, but for our customers to be able to enjoy and come into a clean facility also. Again, these are the original specs of that building and the signage that was supposed to go on both the east and the west side of the facility. Same here, again, the original specs from 2022 that was approved by the city department for that sign to go on the side of the facility. Again, this is the current sign that we're requesting to go on the side of the facility with the new company that was chosen to put that sign on the side of the facility. This process kind of ended up in the hands of the sanitation department because the architecture firm couldn't find anybody to do it. So we had to work with our procurement department to kind of solicit someone to come and put this sign up on the side of our building. Once our procurement department solicited a company to come and put this sign up on the side of the building. After they went through the permitting process, we ended up here because we were told that the sign was too big for the zoning area after being approved before in 2022. So this is why we're here again to request approval. Oh. Go back. There we are. And again, these are the specs that Mike showed you guys before from the engineering company or the design company that's going to do the sign on both the east and the west side of the facility. Again, this sign on the side of the building from the west side, it'll illuminate out to the street side. So if people passing down 28th Street will be able to see the sanitation complex sign from the off-road, vice versa, the sign being blocked from the street. If you go by there now, you will see all of our employees that's working. You won't see that sign from the street. So this gives customers a little bit of advantage to know that we are still in the same location, just off street side. This is the newly renovated sanitation complex. This is the entire complex here from both the east and the west side. Again, out there on the 28th Street side, you see that sign out there. And as you can see, there's 2 parking spots right in front of those signs. Same thing here. I know there was a question that you guys had about the west side, the east side of the facility. The east side of the facility, we do have businesses off on the east side. However, that east side of the yard is for our employees also to be able to enjoy and have some sense of ownership that through the last 50 years or so of being in the older facilities, that this building wasn't only just built for the public, but built for their usage also. So it gives our employees a little sense of ownership when they come into the facility and they're able to see that sign on the side of the building also. And again, from the back side further east is our brush site. We have about 4 or 5 other businesses that's adjacent to that 20th Avenue that runs down there. Also Agora to the right of us, along with a few storage units, and of course Home Depot directly to the east of us. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Questions for the applicant? So I have a question, and it may be a
Yes, sir.
question, but the sign approved in 22, was that a variance, or because the type of, you said it was adhesive, because it was a different type of I'm gonna call it display, because maybe it's not a sign, did it not require a variance?
That I'm not sure of. I don't know if it was missed throughout the process, but it was in the original plans that was approved for the facility. So I'll defer to Corey. Maybe he can answer, or maybe.
I've been doing sign review since COVID started, and it never crossed my desk, to be honest with you.
So so during the plan review, it just wasn't noted.
Yeah, most of the time when a large project like this comes through, we don't look at the graphics or the signage on the property. We wait till later on, so it may have just been a placeholder at the time of construction approval.
But even though that sign type is different, it would still require a variance. It's still considered a sign.
Correct. It would still be treated as a wall sign.
And just to clarify, the size of the original approval was 20 feet, and we're now at 12 for the modified? Okay.
I'll go ahead and ask my question again. So I think from your presentation, I heard perhaps that the west sign is more for wayfinding off of 28th Street, whereas would it be fair to say that the east sign is more of an aesthetic choice? Or is it also for wayfinding?
The east sign could also be used for wayfinding because, again, you can see the back of our facility at the brush site when customers visit the brush site. Again, there's businesses, and as you guys may be aware of, there's a neighborhood back in there also, and a few industrial businesses there also that will be able to see that sign also coming off of those back streets. But again, it is also a part of the aesthetics. Again, a sense of ownership for our employees that, you know, because we have some employees that's been down there for 30 years. So the older building that was just torn down was there for about 52 years. They spent the vast majority of their career in that older facility. So it gives them a sense of ownership as well to say, hey, you guys had a voice in this new construction that was approved by the city. So yes, it kind of does both, to answer your question.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions? Thank you. Blue cards? No blue cards. Staff, do you have any cross-examination questions?
No, sir.
Or do you have any questions for staff?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Class, do you have any closing remarks?
No, sir.
Do you have any closing remarks? None? Okay. We'll go into executive session.
I've driven this a lot. For some reason lately, I've been back in that area a lot. It's hard not to note Mr. Jackson's pride in the new building, which he should have. That's, we talk about taxpayers' money being, well, from my standpoint, it's a wonderful building. Looks great. I'm glad the guys have a good place to work. I'm a big believer in that. And I'm generally supportive of it. I guess, since maybe what Commissioner Flynn was alluding to, my only concern, candidly, is are we setting a precedent that the city gets a break and these other guys didn't, right? That's the obvious question. I remember Woody's on the south side, the car wash. I remember the apartment situation, that steakhouse case. I find some safe refuge in this case, so because it is such an industrial area, I mean, that's all this really is, right, in my mind. There's a neighborhood nearby, but it's off a ways. I can support it, but I am worried about, I have to say, I'm worried about the precedent. I really am. That's the only concern I've got with it.
I think that's a legitimate point. My counter to that is the difference in the way that the industrial zoning signage regulations are written and the commercial zoning signage regulations are written, in that before we were talking about a sign that was starting at 300 square feet and they wanted to go even larger.
Right.
So I just think in this
those are good
case, because, and again, maybe it's, we're, obviously our job is always to respect the zoning code as written. Our job is not to write the zoning code. But I think the staff has made a legitimate argument that in this case, the industrial traditional zoning district signage regulations were written with the intent to apply towards small industrial parcels that were the standard in the IT district. They're mostly older legacy industrial uses, and this is a newer, larger, that's in a way more like what you'd see in the industrial suburban districts. But so that to me is the justification that I can support.
I'll just go down the line. So I guess, I don't want to say happy, I don't know what the right word would be, but I had concerns in preparing for today's meeting, and I just didn't know if anyone would share them, but I share the concern about, is this going to be something that looks like a fair break? If it's granted, I share the concern on the hardship, and I share the concern on what's the need. And I was really happy to hear the applicant talk about fiscal responsibility, because the first thing you would think if the government's asking for something in excess, does that need to be looked at? And not having reviewed the budget for the building, those things, I wouldn't want to dive into that. But the fact that that was noted as actually a reason for making a change, what I see here in looking at the variance criteria is a hardship that's basically based on wayfinding. But I think that's a legitimate hardship here. I've gone to that facility before, and you can drive right by it. So I think that's fair. But that's on the lower end of hardship, right? But then that gets balanced with the other factors, including the impact to the neighborhood and the community, and I think that's basically zero, right? And so, I came in with a very open mind, not knowing where I would land on this one, but it's not illuminated. I don't think there's a lot of grandeur in it. I do think the wayfinding, particularly off of 28th Street, is important. And so I do find myself being more swayed than I expected, because typically I'm with Commissioner Flint, and I really struggle if I don't see a big hardship.
Yeah, I struggle with this one because I want to make sure that private citizens are given fair shake here, that the government does not get to ignore its own rules. But with that being said, when you look at the property, and I've been into the old building, it was dysfunctional. I would enter in through the back door that I thought was the first floor, walking into the break room. It was a very dysfunctional building, but it was pretty obvious because it's set up at the roadway. This building serves all of St. Petersburg, and it may be just one time in your life that a citizen of St. Pete has to go to the sanitation department, and it should be somewhat relatively easy to find. And with that building sitting back so far, I think I could justify it just because it does sit back so far. It's not like you could tear down the original building and do without for a year while the new one was being built. It's an essential service that the city has to provide.
That's another hardship, you're right, yeah.
So it's, you know, I would have concern of McDonald's wanting to throw up a big logo on the side of the building, whether it's vinyl on a metal backer, just similar to this. Yeah, it's a logo. I find it a little bit different in this case, being it's the city identifier for wayfinding for essential city services. It's not for a financial gain of that business. It's going to be a financial gain provided to one private business as compared to another. You know, I'm open to it because it looks appropriate on this building, and it is an essential service. It's not an emergency room where we get a lot more flexible when we're talking signage for an emergency room, you know, to get there. But this is a one time in life where somebody might have to get this building, and it is appropriate for the building considering its extreme setback compared to other IT zone buildings.
No further comments from me. Anything to add?
Yeah, no, I agree with everything that was said. I also think that it's worth noting the geometry of the site being as long of a rectangular shape as it is would actually also support the argument for the size of the signs on either
Interesting, we did identify a fair amount of hardship going down the line.
I don't know if this is coincidence, but I just did a little math here. The actual word sanitation is 47 square feet. And so it actually falls under the it's the logo that actually puts them over, and you know, I'm a little bit happy with that because I like the logo.
I want to put a bow on it, just on your comment about precedent. It's fair to have that concern. I think that people use precedent when they come before us all the time. But frankly, this application could have been for a bar on the other side of Gibbs High School, and we could have said no to that one, right?
Exactly right.
So I'm not exactly. I understand the concern, but I don't think that the law requires us to see things with precedent.
I agree. I'd also note that some of the navigation, I came off of 16th Street to drive this property. It brought me in the back way.
Yeah.
So I would need the east elevation to find it.
And it's a little bit different from the Longhorn Steak at Tyrone. Yeah. That is a business to try to draw in customers, so it would put it at an advantage over other private businesses would we have allowed it. Yep. This is not.
I wasn't on the board then. Was that like BT Bones 20 years ago?
That's the old BT Bones, yeah.
Motion, it sounds like, please, yes.
Yep. Move approval of a sign variance to maximum sign area to allow for 2 wall signs subject to the conditions of approval.
Second.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Reale?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Clemens?
Yes.
Conroy?
Yes.
Badalette?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we'll move to our next case. It's item 5, case number 2554000101, address of 1835 Bayou Grand Boulevard Northeast. Staff, please.
Good afternoon. For the record, Scott Board with the Zoning Division, and I have been sworn in. Oh, I'm sorry, I guess I do have the wrong address up there. Yes, subject property is located at 1835 Bayou Grand Boulevard Northeast. The request before you is for an approval of an after-the-fact variance to allow for a 7.5-foot interior side yard setback for a new single-family residence that's currently under construction, when a 10-foot side yard setback is required. This is for both sides of the residence. The variance magnitude of this request is 25%. The property is located within the NS1 Suburban Single Family Zoning District. In 2023, the DRC approved a variance to minimum lot width to create 2 buildable lots on a site that contained 1 home with 2 platted lots. This slide shows the site plans included with the DRC application with the red dotted line around the subject property for this request. There were no setback variances included with the request that was approved by the DRC in 2023. The building permit to construct the new home was approved in March of last year in compliance with code requirements for building height and setbacks. Here's a photo of the home currently under construction. During construction, it was realized that the new home was being built taller than what was approved in the building permit. The applicant reached out to staff to initiate the variance application request in October of last year, and at that time, staff did notify the applicant that if they proceeded forward with construction, that would be at their own risk. At that time, I did visit the site and took photos of the construction progress, and the only change to the site from October until now that was observed is that windows were installed within existing openings. Here's the last photo of the new home under construction. Currently, plans have not been...
I just want to make sure I understood that.
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt, but normally do that.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're saying it has not changed much, just the windows?
Correct. I've seen no progress on this home since October other than adding the windows, and the openings were already there. Okay, so yeah.
Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome. Here's the last photo of the new home under construction. Currently, plans have not been submitted to develop the abutting vacant lot at 1837 Bayou Grand that was previously tied to the subject site. Here's the site plan submitted with the variance request showing the 7.5-foot side setbacks. A variance to the front and waterfront yard setbacks are not needed as the portion of the home that exceeds the maximum 24-foot building height to beginning of roof line meets the increased front and waterfront yard setbacks of 30 feet and 20 feet respectively. This is the ground floor plan submitted with the request. Here's the first floor plan and the second floor plan. Here are the elevation drawings that were presented to the DRC for case number 2254000070. And in this elevation drawing, the design flood elevation is incorrectly listed at 13 feet NAVD when it is actually supposed to be 11 feet NAVD, as this property is located within an AE9 flood zone. For properties located in an AE9 flood zone, the building flood elevation, or BFE, is 9 feet NAVD, and the design flood elevation, or DFE, is 11 feet NAVD, as the city code requires an additional 2 feet of freeboard above the BFE. The drawing shows the first habitable floor starting at approximately 11 feet above grade, and the second habitable floor starting at 23 feet above grade, with the beginning of roof line at 32 feet above grade. The measurement for the beginning of roof line starts at the DFE, which in this drawing is 8 feet above the existing grade, resulting in a proposed building height from DFE to beginning of roof line of 24 feet. When building height is 24 feet or less, a 7.5-foot side setback is required. When it's more than 24 feet up to 28 feet, then a 10-foot side setback is required. Here are the elevation drawings that were approved under building permit 23-08001611. In this elevation drawing, the design flood elevation is correctly listed as 11 feet NAVD. The drawing shows the first habitable floor starting at 10 feet, 8 3/4 inches above grade. The second habitable floor starting at 21 feet, 3/4 inches above grade, with the beginning of roof line approximately 30 feet above grade. The building height from DFE to beginning of roof line shown on this elevation drawing is just under the 24-foot threshold, and the plans were approved with 7.5-foot side setbacks. And these are the elevation drawings submitted for this request. In this elevation drawing, the design flood elevation is correctly listed at 11 feet NAVD. The drawing shows first habitable floor starting at 11 feet, 4 3/4 inches above grade, second starting at 23 feet above grade, with the beginning of roof line at 32 feet, 4 inches above grade. These are the same building heights when measured from grade as proposed on the elevation drawings submitted for DRC case 22-54000070. However, this elevation drawing correctly shows the DFE at 11 feet NAVD instead of 13 feet, which adds 2 feet of measured building height to the proposed home. The building height from DFE to beginning of roof line shown on this elevation drawing is 26 feet 4 inches, which is 2 feet 4 inches above the 24-foot threshold for requiring 7.5-foot side setbacks, resulting in 10 feet side setbacks being required. Essentially, the variance to side setbacks that is requested is due to the additional 2 feet 4 inches of building height above the 24-foot threshold. The proposed building height from DFE to peak of roof is just over 33 feet and does not exceed the maximum that is allowed, which is 36 feet. Staff analyzed the request for consistency with code requirements and found the following. In March of 2023, the DRC approved a variance to minimum lot width to create 2 buildable lots from 2 platted lots under common ownership and at that time, the plan submitted with the request showed compliance with building height and setback requirements. The subject lot is 55 feet in width and is substandard in terms of lot width by a magnitude of 26.7%, as NS1 zone properties are required to have a maximum lot width of 75 feet. For reference, the magnitude of the variance being requested today is 25%. The property is located within a special flood hazard area with a flood zone designation of AE9, which requires a design flood elevation of 11 feet NAVD. All the properties on the block face are also within the AE9 flood zone and consist of both elevated and non-elevated homes that are 1 and 2 stories. Of the 25 homes analyzed, 12 are elevated, 11 are non-elevated, and there are 2 homes approved for construction which are required to be elevated. There are no variance to side setbacks on file for any of the new homes constructed within the block face. Staff's analysis of the request found that the variance to side setbacks would not be detrimental to the public welfare, as the new home will meet required front and waterfront yard setbacks. This request would have a minimal impact on abutting properties, resulting from the additional 2 feet and 4 inches of building height above the 24-foot threshold for 7.5-foot side setbacks, and may be injurious to the neighboring properties. However, the applicant has provided signatures of support from the most affected neighbors. The subject property is located within the boundaries of the Shore Acres Civic Association, which was notified of the request, along with all property owners within 300 feet. The applicant did provide signatures of support from 4 property owners on the subject block, including the most affected. Staff has not received any other public comments in support of or in opposition to the request. Based on staff's analysis, including the report and the presentation, staff is recommending denial of this after-the-fact variance request. This does conclude staff's presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Commissioner Kiernan.
Perhaps I'm stating the obvious, Scott, but I want to make sure I've got my facts straight. At some point in time, the owner, builder, whoever it is, comes to you guys in zoning and says, this is the issue, and you say, hold off, or you keep going at your own risk, right?
Yeah, they identified the issue.
They identified the issue. We have a problem. And the issue, the problem that's arisen, if I'm hearing this right, is that a building is being built that is not what the plans call for that were permitted by the building department. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do we have and I'm sure we're going to ask the applicant this, but what happened between permitting and we're building this and now we've built this? What is your understanding, if you have one, as to what happened?
I'll have to defer to the applicant.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't want to try and answer for them.
No, I fully understand that. Thanks.
Other questions for staff?
Yeah, Scott, can you go back to the image that shows the section with the floor heights? The last, the very, was submitted at the time of the variance application.
Sorry, I was going to try to find it for you.
Yeah, I'll get it. I'll get to there if you want.
One that had the correct design flood elevation.
Okay, well, so this one has the incorrect design flood elevation. This is what went to DRC. The one that went for the building permit is this one at 11.
Okay, so the first floor is 0, the second floor is 10 foot 8 3/4. Am I reading that correctly?
On this one, so the first floor is starting at.
This one's still showing 24 foot. It's the next one. It's that.
This one?
This one, yes, that one. So that's showing 0 for the first floor, 11 foot 4 3/4 for the second floor, and then 23.0, and then 32.4. I just didn't get those numbers written down. Yeah, I mean, I have a sense of what we're going to hear here, but I do want to hear from the applicant. Thank you. I just wanted to get those numbers.
Okay, can you stay here? My question will come off this. So when I was reviewing, it seemed to me that this was a straight 2 foot, but your presentation, did I have my review wrong? It's 2 foot 4 inches.
Right, I'm not sure how that extra 4 inches is.
Because that's not a 1-to-1 on,
4 inches.
on
I know.
the DFE change.
I've got the same question, but I'm going to wait till
I mean, and based on my review, it seems that it was the plan submitted in 2022 with DRC included that extra 4 inches, and I don't know whether it was just an oversight or some other interpretation, but based on my review, the plans from 2022 are exactly the same as the plans before you today. Okay. In terms of building height.
Other questions? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions
Oh, no, sorry.
from any other members?
We can hear from the applicant. Thank you.
Are we moving on to the applicant?
Are we going to the applicant? Chair?
Yeah, I said, is my mic not
Oh,
working?
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chris Thompson, 1735 Bayou Grand Boulevard Northeast. Any questions for me?
Do you have a presentation to give?
No, I do not. The only thing I have here is original DFE on the approved plans was wrong. It was labeled by the architect 13 foot, but elevated DFE is only 11 foot, making the height of the overall structure 4 inches on the base floor, not 26 4.
All right, then I'll start. You heard my questions of staff. Forgive me, math isn't my strong suit. But what I'm being told by staff is that you're the contractor on the job, you submitted the plans to the building department?
I didn't personally.
Well, but your company did. You're the GC on this
Yes,
job,
sir.
your company. What you guys submitted to permitting was one thing, what you built is another. Is that a fair statement?
By 4 inches in our opinion.
Well, whatever the inches are, it's
Still,
different.
yes, I agree, yes.
And I commend you, apparently you all noticed the problem and you came to zoning, which I commend you for that, but.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to me what happened?
The plans were actually labeled incorrectly by the architect. And we went off the plans on site, and that's when I noticed it.
So that explains the 24 inches, or that's at least an explanation for the 24 inches.
Mhm.
Do you have an explanation for the additional 4 inches?
I do not.
Was it, I read in the narrative, is it correct that the architect you fired already?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Not to be, yeah.
Yep.
Can I, clarification here. At what, you've got the first floor is non-habitable masonry construction, then you have 2 floors of habitable framed
Yes.
floors. If we are just looking at the 2 framed floors with truss system, does the height of that match
Yes, sir.
the plans? Okay. So is the issue with the first floor masonry?
Yes.
Okay. It was built too tall
Yes.
by 2 feet,
Yes.
but the actual living spaces have not changed.
Correct.
Okay. No further right now.
I mean, if it had been caught earlier, I'm not sure that they would have been able to take all 2 feet out of that first floor. That would be a 9'4" minus your truss depth. No, I don't know what your truss depths are, 20 inches, 24 inches.
Something along those lines.
Yeah, so you'd be down to 7 foot 8 inches or something. I mean, if it had been caught in time, I might have taken 16 inches out of the first floor and 8 inches out of the second floor, or 8 inches out of the
Typically.
of the top floor, 4 inches each or something. I would have probably had to take a little bit to try to solve the problem. I've still got the missing 4 inches. So we heard that the adjacent property owners have submitted letters of support. So that includes the vacant lot.
Yes.
Is there an owner for that vacant lot, or you?
Yes.
Check this.
There is a separate owner.
And so they've not built their house yet.
Correct.
I don't know if this really matters, but are you involved in the?
I know them personally, yes.
Okay. Do they know that the?
They do.
Flood elevation's 11, not 13?
Yes.
And then also the existing house in the other side, they've,
Yes.
you've talked to them, or
Absolutely.
the owner has talked to them,
Yeah.
and they've signed a letter of,
Absolutely.
okay.
The houses on either side, from my driving and looking at it now, they're all still single-story houses, right?
On the left, yes. On the right, no.
But the majority of the houses on that street, as I recall, are still, a lot of them are single-story,
Most of them will be across the street or on the actual water side.
both sides.
On
Because here's
the-
where I'm coming from. Guess what's going to happen to us?
Okay.
We're going to hear this again, because you know what? You let them have it. Yeah, it's a mistake, but you let them have it. And
For the buildable lot to the
I
right?
don't mean to get an executive session, but I foresee a problem with that. But again, I appreciate your candor very much.
I have a question, related to this. When you look at the aerial here, didn't we have a case approximately 3 houses to the west just 2 months ago? Where the next door neighbor complained about flooding
Yes.
from the new home?
I believe it's 2 lots over.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, in the photo that
They're raising up a house.
Reale has, it has the pre-existing home that's been torn down. It's a lot split also. So we're seeing a lot of this, and we've been approving lot splits, just like in this case here. Just like people are elevating homes, lifting them, homes can be lowered. I get really nervous when we keep seeing this where people are really screwing up, and do we give a free out? That's what errors and omissions insurance is for, when people screw up. Who's at fault here? I don't know, but I get nervous when we are solving their problems between themselves.
Executive session.
Yeah.
When it's an errors and omissions issue.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. But I do want to get us back on track for questions right now. We'll come back to executive session. Please, I don't want to cut you off with your comment, but you have a question?
I have a question.
Okay, please.
Okay, because I'm not clear on whether the permit plans had a design flood elevation of 11 feet or 13 feet, because we've
13.
seen that it was 13 on the permitted plans.
Correct, on the permitted plans, and then it's now 11. So that's a discrepancy on the actual build.
Okay, so because the presentation indicated that the DRC documents had both 11 and 13 feet.
They did.
Okay.
That's what we're going off of, yes, those plans.
So the city reviewed the drawings,
Correct.
and the permitted plans had a 13-foot design flood elevation?
Correct. Yes.
So that would be 13 feet above grade would be the first habitable floor you could do.
Yeah.
Which would give us the 2 foot.
And they should have been at 11 above grade.
Because I thought staff had said that the permit plans that were submitted had 11 feet.
Let's confirm, staff.
So just for clarification, the building permit did show the NAVD or the DFE at 11 feet NAVD. But they're not, so the 11-foot NAVD is not 11 feet above grade. I was trying to figure it out on all the plans provided. I believe it's around 5 or 5.5 feet NAVD is where the actual grade occurs. So you've got about 5.5 feet from grade to the design flood elevation, where the building height measurement starts.
To go back through the 3 exhibits that had the section at DRC, the section at the original permit, and the variance. We don't need to do that right now because we have. I agree. But when we get into executive session, I'd like to go back through the 3 iterations of the sections.
Other specific questions for the applicant? No? Okay, do we have any blue cards?
We do not.
No blue cards. Staff, do you have any cross-examination questions?
No, I do not.
Sir, do you have any questions for staff?
I do not.
Do you have any closing remarks?
The only closing remark I would like to make is that, again, I want to reiterate that the existing nonconformity of the lot width is around 26%, and the variance being requested is 25% in terms of magnitude. If this wasn't a property that ever went before the DRC, they didn't need a variance to lot width. It was just a rebuild, and they were coming for us beforehand instead of after the fact, and they had the support of both neighbors. I think we likely would support it because
administratively.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, possibly.
No, I don't know. Are you saying?
Yeah, it's possible we would streamline it. I can't say for certain because it's ultimately not my decision, but it's something we would definitely consider because the lot is
streamline.
Because the lot is substandard in width, and the magnitude that's being requested for the height is less than the magnitude of the lot width.
So run back through that again.
Standard. So again, the lot width is 55 feet, 75 feet is required. So the deficiency magnitude in terms of lot width is 26%. The variance magnitude being requested is 25%. So it's less in magnitude than the existing substandard nonconformity of the existing platted lot.
So in that, So in a condition where you have a substandard lot, that's a legal lot, that gives you the flexibility to,
Yeah.
staff, the flexibility.
Right, because, the substandard lot width is a hardship. We see that as a hardship.
Got it.
And the magnitude of that hardship is greater than the variance being requested. So therefore, in that light, we would partially be inclined to support it, especially with signatures of support of the neighbors.
Before DRC or?
Before DRC. I mean, if it was streamlined and appealed, then it wouldn't come to you. If it went straight to DRC, I think we would.
So, but the
recommend
reason
approval. We're
recommending denial today is what's different about the fact that you're here before us than it could come to you before.
Yeah, because you already granted variances to
Got it.
lot width, and if they were going to need variances to side setbacks, they should have come forward with that at that time.
Got it, okay.
And then this is also a follow-up question on that. And the other thing to confirm, or for me to confirm, it may be obvious to everyone else, the setback is 7.5 feet. It's just that they've triggered an additional 2.5 feet because of the height.
Correct.
Okay.
Which, I mean, there's an intent, there's a good intent in that in the code. The taller the buildings go, the more.
Right.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
No.
Sir, do you have any closing remarks? No. Okay. We'll go into executive session. We've already been sort of dipping our toe in.
Could we look at the three
So
sections again?
let's let Professor Clemens take us through.
Well, while he's bringing that up, there is a technical hardship here while this is being brought up, the lot width, because I think the lot width was stated at, actually I'll ask you again, how many feet? But it's not uniform. It's even more narrow in the back.
Yeah, you take the midpoint on a.
Yeah, it's the midpoint.
Yeah, lot width's measured at the midpoints of the side lot line.
Property appraiser says 65 in the front, 45 in the back. Staff can confirm there.
Almost like you add those together and then divide it by 2.
Yeah.
That's going to give you your lot width.
So I think there is a technical hardship here, but I share the concern that I was hearing before. It's the worst. It is in my opinion, the worst part of sitting on this board is trying to decide if you bail someone out from a mistake. Yeah. And in drawing these plans, those elevations are critical. I mean, you can tell that's the starting point. And I also don't think this is as simple as an extra 2 feet, because what we're talking about is the difference on whether or not you'd be able to put a car below this building, I think, and whether or not you might design the building completely differently and use fill and walk up rather than. And I don't know, I'm speculating, but my point is it's a big difference.
Yeah, well, that's why I wanted to see.
A lot to say, but
that's why I wanted to.
All right.
So what they're not showing here is the relationship of grade. They're not showing a dimension from grade to the.
I think this is the dimension from grade. The 11 feet 4 3/4 inches is the elevation from grade to the beginning of the first habitable floor.
Elevation from grade to the design flood elevation. That's what's missing on this drawing.
Mm-hmm.
And so that makes it hard to lock this in.
Which is why it's 11 feet is above a 13-foot mark, right? Because
Well,
the 11 foot is 11.
So you can see how the base flood elevation, the NAVD 000, the very bottom dash line.
Yes.
It's below the ground. And
Yes.
I was just saying, but basically sea level is below the ground here.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no dimension from either that to the ground or from the ground to the design flood elevation. So there's no way to really know how tall this building is relative to other than, and in every one of the other second floor and third floor, they just say NAVD 32.4 and 23. So it's,
Yeah, it was very difficult.
because there's no dimension between the base flood elevation and the finished floor slab, we can't lock down the 24 feet with this dimension. We took, at DRC, we're not a permitting department. They said they will comply with the 24 feet. We took them at their word.
Mm-hmm.
So now go to the second one. So that's the flaw in this one. There's two flaws in that drawing. It had 13 instead of 11, but it also didn't lock down the location of the building. Now we zoom in, and now you see a dimension. Okay, so zoom in, if you can zoom in on those numbers. So the finished floor slab, now we see a 3.33. Is that what that says, or is that?
I believe it's 5.33.
5.33. So now that's helping us, because now they're saying, okay. So now the first floor is at 10'8" above grade instead of 11'4", which is what's shown on the permit drawings. The second floor, but we don't have a second floor height. Oh, no, 9 foot,
But just,
plus the trusses.
just to make sure you're clear, these are the building permit drawings. These are the building permit drawings.
So, in this case, that's showing 10'8" from the first floor to the ground. The drawing we're going to see in a minute is showing 11'4" 3/4", so there's an 8-inch difference. This is showing 9 foot plus the truss depth, but the truss depth isn't called out.
I believe it's 16 inches. It didn't measure a full 2 feet when I compared it to the other measurements.
So it's 10'4" or 10'8", and it's 11'8" as actually built. So there's another foot that's different, and then it's 8'10" from the second floor to the eave, and the next one's going to be 9'4". So there's another 6 inches. So every floor got taller between this drawing and what's actually been built. So now if you go to the next one, now it's 11'4" to the first floor instead of 10'8". It's 11'8" between the first floor and the second floor. If you subtract the 11'4" from the 23.0, that's 11'8". Whereas the permit drawing showed 9 foot plus the truss, so that's about a foot difference. And then this is 9'4" from 23.0 to 32.4 is 9'4", where the permit drawings showed 8'6" or 8'8". So again, so it was not built according to the permit drawings. Every floor is 8 to 12 inches taller than the permit drawings.
So it's not a flaw in the design documents that is being presented here.
Doesn't appear to me. I understand the original 13, but by the time now this shows NAVD at 5.00 instead of 5.33. So they actually built the house ultimately 4 inches lower than, or the first floor slab is 4 inches lower than the permit drawings, which is to their
And we're 100% sure this is the as-built condition, though? Is that?
This is a permit.
We asked the applicant.
Okay, right.
So this is an as-built drawing? Yes. These dimensions are as-built drawings? Okay. Okay. That's huge to me. That's a big difference.
You probably can tell where I'm coming from this, but I start out with the not being a builder, but sitting on this commission. I don't know what's more important than height when you're building this building. For God's sakes, you start there, it seems to me. And we talk about precedent. We had a case, I think, 2 meetings ago, guys, where we had an overhang that was 2 inches over. They built it. I think the designer was from Tampa. This gentleman's been candid. I appreciate that. I've said it 2 or 3 times. I don't know what those guys were thinking, but we told them tough luck. Take it off. I alluded to this earlier. Every single story house on that street, I predict within the next 10 to 15 years is going to be elevated, one way or another. And how are they? And they're going to say, I signed off on this one. I'm okay with 7 feet. How can we tell them no? This is a horrible mistake. I don't make these comments not appreciating the impact to the builder, to the potential owner, whoever that is. But I can't support this because of the precedent it's going to set. And I appreciate Scott. Scott's trying to find a way to yes, which I think staff normally does. I can't find a way to yes on this one. I just can't.
I get concerned when the comment was made that, all right, we have allowed a lot split, therefore we've created a hardship.
Yeah.
I don't think when we do our lot splits, we have created any hardship whatsoever.
We didn't intend to.
Yes, we did not intend to create any hardship.
Certainly don't anticipate, but we'll...
That you have represented as the person doing the lot split, that this is buildable and will meet code. And to potentially give variances on something that we've already given the minimum, decrease the lot width to meet the others in the neighborhood. I just think these are errors that are settled amongst the property owner, contractor, whoever. I've been in this situation myself. I've had a surveyor screw up on a 32,000 square foot building. We end up digging out 2 foot, 3 foot of fill dirt. Then my site contractor says, why'd you design it this way? Then we realized the surveyor shot it too low. I had to pay to put 3 foot of fill back, redo the plumbing, everything. And then it became a lawsuit. And we settled based upon errors and omissions. But we ended up building the product to what the permit said at that point. We have had cases here where people have bought a house, gone to closing, contractor's long gone, there's some minor setback issues, and there are some issues where we have approved these things, but we don't have a finished home and they're already screwed up. I hate giving variances for it because I agree. Others are going to point to the same thing and say, well, if you just do this, they're going to approve it as a streamline or go before the board.
So I have some conflicting thoughts on this. One is, we've talked before in these waterfront neighborhoods how they are going to change in character over the next generation. And it's happening pretty quickly, actually, perhaps even quicker than I thought, but I think Milton and Helene put a fire, well, they actually initially put water on everybody's house. Now they're lighting a fire. And
motivated.
Yeah, people are motivated, and for good reason. And so, but it's important that we do this carefully, because it's going to be controversial. It is controversial, and because changing the character of neighborhoods is always controversial. So I'm really inclined that when we do this, that we do it thoughtfully. So I don't want to, I'm not so worried about the precedent of somebody who's in a conforming lot who wants to take down their one-story house and either elevate it or build a new one. I'm more concerned about the actions of the DRC in doing lot splits under the criteria that the city has, which I support, for allowing these lot splits. Then it's even more important that we basically follow the rules. That being said, human systems have to allow and accommodate for human error. I'm sorry, I'm not perfect. Nobody here in the room is perfect. So it's important that we also make proportional decisions that allow, in the real world, people to not be disproportionately punished for normal human error. But in this case, I'm having trouble because, as near as I can tell, the building as built was not due to the NABD mistake. It was every floor became creeped up 8 inches higher or 12 inches higher than the permit drawings. And that, as best I can tell, that is based on the 3 elevations we went through. That's the reason that we're here today, and that I can't support. As hard as that is.
Anything down at the end there?
Motion?
I'll make a motion. This is my,
Don't like this.
one of my 2 least favorite cases in the 5 years I've been on the DRC. I move approval of an after-the-fact variance to the interior side yard setback for a new single-family residence currently under construction, subject to conditions of approval.
Second.
Kiernan,
I'm sorry, but no.
Reale,
I'm very torn because on one hand, I think there is a supportable variance here. I'm very hung up on the same thing that you just pointed out, that it's not just that there was a human error. We also
A mathematical error, just
Right.
a one-time mathematical
also
error.
built different. So I'm very, very torn between those 2 things, and I'm also torn between the idea that this is actually what the setback is, and it's just that they've gone taller in an area where the flood and the change in character we expect to go taller. I can't support the layer of errors, so I'm no.
Flynn?
No.
Clemens?
No.
Conroy?
No.
Padilla?
No.
The motion fails.
Let's take a break. 10-minute break, please.
Thank you. 10-minute break.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, they just, obviously it was clear that they wanted to make an example of
That wasn't even me hitting it.
They feel that we were trying to sneak.
All right, we're going to get started. We are on to item number 6, which is case number 25540000107. Address is 4333 2nd Avenue North. Staff, please.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Chelsea Freeman.
Hang on.
We confirmed that the applicant wants to go forward.
We did not. Thank you for reminding me. So, sir, you were not here at the beginning of the meeting. We had some commissioners that are sick, so we only have 6. Are you conflicted on this one? No. No. Okay. So we have 6 votes, and you have to have 4 yes votes. So if you were to defer to next month, you would potentially have 7 people voting instead of 6, but it doesn't change the number of yes votes that you need. Do you still want to proceed today, or would you like to wait?
Yes, that's fine. We can
Okay, all right. All right, so thank you for reminding me of that. And staff, please.
Thank you,
proceed.
sir. For the record, my name is Chelsea Freeman. I am a planner with the Zoning Division, and I have been sworn. The subject property is located on the north side of 2nd Avenue North between 43rd and 44th Street North. It is within the Central Oak Park neighborhood. It is within the NT2 Neighborhood Traditional Single Family Zoning District Number 2. It is Block 12, Lots 4 and 5 of the Interbay subdivision, which was platted in 1922. In its current configuration, the property is 90 feet wide, 125 feet deep, thus containing 11,250 square feet. It has been developed with a single-family residence, 1 story, which was built in 1948 and is located generally in the middle of the property, as we see here. The variances that are being requested are to separate lots 4 and 5. Lot width is being requested, where the NT2 zoning district requires a minimum lot width of 50 feet, and the proposed platted lots have a configuration of 45-foot lot width. Thus, they are going to be 5 feet deficient, 10%. There is also a lot area variance aspect to this, where the minimum lot area of an NT2 lot requires 5,800 square feet, and the proposed lots will contain 5,625 square feet. The variance would thus be 175 square feet, representing 3%. However, in the land development regulations, there is a section which allows for administrative approval for nonconformities of platted lots up to 5%. So we are focusing on the lot width being greater than that administrative threshold. While I have this site plan up, I do want to draw your attention to two aspects. The setbacks. The NT2 zoning district requires for properties of this width a 5-foot interior side yard setback for the first 18 feet, and then a 6-foot interior side yard setback for sections of the building that are 18 to 24 feet tall. The proposed structures are both located at the interior side setbacks of 6.67 feet. And then I want to also draw your attention to the trees on the pathway at the south side of Parcel A, Lot 4, and on the left side of that same building, there are 2 pine trees on what will be the walkway of Lot 4 and 1 oak on the back left side of the house on Lot 4 that would be proposed for removal. There are other trees that are indicated on the surveys, but they are noted as non-protective ornamental species. Here we have the lot widths being emphasized. We have renderings of the 2 structures as they would appear on lots 4 and 5. We have floor plans that would be consistent between the 2 structures, the 2-story structures. On the left-hand side, we have the first floor, in the middle, the second floor, and then at the right-hand side, the garage that is detached to the rear. We note that the proposed house, both floors and the garage area, represents 2,596 square feet, being 46% FAR. The NT2 standard allows for a maximum of 40% FAR, and then administrative bonuses of a sample of them up to 60% maximum FAR. So this FAR would be utilizing 6% bonus from that administrative schedule of bonuses. And then the maximum total property ISR for the NT2 zoning district is 65%, 37% is being proposed, and the maximum front yard impervious surface ratio is 45%, and 11% is being proposed. We have elevations here of the structure proposed for Lot 4 and on the rear garage as well. Lot 5, including the rear garage, that is identical. We have site photos showing from the front of the existing structure, from the east looking west at the existing structure. We note the 2 pine trees, which are proposed for removal and would require approval of permits associated with those removal. And we have photos from the rear alley looking from the pedestrian view and then holding a camera a few feet in the air to see above the 6-foot fence. We note the neighborhood character of the area. The subject property is noted with the black star. 110 lots were identified in the subject area. I acknowledge that this image is fairly complex, so let's look at the conforming versus non-conforming properties, the green circles versus the red X's first. We identify that the pattern is that there are more conforming than non-conforming lots in the study area. Only 38% of the study area represent non-conforming red X lots. However, let's simplify the image a little bit and look at the aspect we haven't yet discussed, which is consistency with the plat. The triangles as displayed are noted on properties that are containing 1 platted lot for each home. Parcels that do not contain a triangle are parcels that contain greater than 1 platted lot for that residence. And here we see a very clear pattern of 87% of the study area are properties which are comprising 1 platted lot, noting the equivalent of 2 lots that have been refaced in the northeast corner of the study area. There have been public comments received on this application. No comments were received from the Neighborhood Association or from Kona. 1 phone call was received from a general inquiry, but no support or opposition was expressed. However, 1 neighbor expressed some concerns and then compiled a Google form, which they shared with the rest of the neighbors, and responses were received in the form of that Google response. In total, the 10 were included in that staff report when it was republished, and additional Google Form statements of opposition have been received, totaling 21 now. These represent responses from 15 different properties. And that is the additional information that was included, was this revised map. It had been previously enumerating the different responses, but it became too busy, so it's just showing the location and then the number of responses per address, and the 11 additional addresses which were included after the publication of the staff report. These can generally be summarized with concerns over the size of the proposed structure, the height of the proposed structures, the price of the homes, flooding and drainage, neighborhood characteristic, traffic and parking, garbage and limited size of dumpsters in the alley, poor alley condition, density of the neighborhood. One person did mention the trees, water service and conservation thereof, construction noise, insufficient setbacks, concerns about rentals. There was also a desire to keep the existing home, potential damage to the brick streets, and a few mentions in the latter comments that were received about inconsistency of architecture with the rest of the neighborhood, and improvements that are needed with the roads, drainage, infrastructure from this person's perspective before development can be moved forward. However, staff did find that the application is consistent with the variance standards for review as outlined in the land development regulations. The consistency with the plat pattern, the one house per platted lot in the neighborhood vicinity, was identified as the approving special condition. And then the yellow check mark indicates that it is somewhat inconsistent with the reasonable use criteria, given that the property has been developed with a single family house since 1948. However, the NT2 zoning districts would allow, once these two properties are separated, if the variance is to be approved, would qualify each resulting parcel for one single family house and one ADU. ADUs are not proposed, so it is somewhat inconsistent, but overall staff supports this. And generally, staff recommends approval of the variance request. Should the proposal be approved, the applicants may proceed with separating lots 4 and 5, each to be developed with a single-family residence and an accessory detached garage. Both lots would also qualify for an ADU, but none have been proposed. It would be subject to the special conditions of approval as outlined in this published staff report, including requirements to obtain approved building permits and to obtain approval of the tree removal permits prior to removal of any protected specimen. If those tree permits are denied, they would need to conversely protect those tree specimens to prevent them from being damaged during construction. Should the proposal be denied, the applicant may not separate lots 4 and 5. The property in its current configuration would continue to qualify for one single-family residence and one accessory dwelling unit. Thank you.
I just have one question. So the map that you showed with the non-conforming lots, I was trying to, yeah, that one right there. So of the 6 immediately adjacent lots, 4 to the north and 1 each to the west and east, am I correct that 3 of those folks filed an objection to this lot split?
Yes.
Okay. That's classic. Okay. Thank you.
It's a little hard to read, but I was able to zoom in, or put my glasses on. We've seen this plat pattern before, probably in the same neighborhood in a previous application. So the corner lots, and typically on the blocks within the study area, the corner lots, actually the two to the far left and the 2 to the far right of each block are 50-foot wide, and it's the middle 3 lots that are the 45 or 47 foot. So again, the 50-foot lots would be conforming in their width. The 45s are no longer conforming, but that is the way they were originally platted, right?
Yes, correct. There are also some blocks in this neighborhood that feature 49.9, which is considered non-conforming, even just by a hair.
1.2 inches. Okay, and right, and so that's why you do sort of this study in 2 different ways. One is conforming, non-conforming, and one is just looking at the original plat and seeing how the development pattern fits the original plat. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other questions for staff?
No, and just to confirm for the record, these are both rear-loaded garages off the alley, correct?
Yes, this is NT2,
Yep.
where front-loading driveways are prohibited. They're taking their parking and vehicle access off the alley.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Applicant?
Good afternoon. My name is Nishan Patel, 225 41st Street North. I have been sworn. Good afternoon. I'm speaking on behalf of Project Manager Punit Patel regarding the variance request for the property located at 4333 2nd Ave North in the Central Oak Park neighborhood. Thank you for the opportunity to briefly explain this request and why we believe it is appropriate and consistent with the neighborhood. This current property is currently configured as a single double lot measuring approximately 90 feet wide by 125 feet deep. Historically, however, this property was originally platted as two separate lots, each measuring 45 feet by 125 feet, and at some point in the past, those lots were combined into one parcel. The proposal before you is to reestablish those original platted lot lines, returning the property to its historic configuration. This request requires a variance because the city's current zoning code requires a minimum lot width of 50 feet, and each of the proposed lots would be 45 feet wide. And while that is slightly below today's standard, it's important to note that these lots were historically recognized as individual parcels. Many nearby homes in Central Oak Park already sit on lots of similar width, and the proposal reflects the existing development pattern of the neighborhood rather than introducing something new or out of scale. If approved, the project would involve the construction of 2 new single-family homes. The design of these homes are modeled after an existing home in the neighborhood at 3840 2nd Avenue North, which has already been approved and built. And the intent is to closely match the scale, massing, and overall character of that home so that the new residences feel consistent with what is already on that street. Additionally, each home will include a detached 2-car garage. This is an important improvement to the existing structure, which currently does not have a garage and relies entirely on the street parking. So by providing a dedicated garage parking, the project will reduce the demand for on-street parking and help alleviate that parking pressure along that road rather than add to it. This project provides a modest but meaningful benefit by adding quality single-family housings in an established neighborhood, making efficient use of existing infrastructure, improving parking conditions compared to the current use, and supporting the long-term vitality of Central Oak Park. This is an example of thoughtful infill development that enhances rather than disrupts the neighborhood. And I may add to the fact that the project manager, Punit Patel, does live in the neighborhood just a couple minutes away. And so we respectfully believe this variance is appropriate because it's rooted in the property's historic lot configuration. The deviation from current standards is minimal. Similar lot widths already exist nearby, and the proposal aligns with the intent of the zoning code, even if flexibility is required in its application. Strict enforcement of the current standard would prevent this sort of project. And so in closing, on behalf of Punit Patel, I respectfully ask for your support in approving this variance request.
Any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. Would you have blue cards? We have 2. Do you have any more?
Nope, those 2 that I have.
First is Sharon Benson. Please come to the podium and state your name and address for the record and confirm you've been sworn. And you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sharon Benson. I live at 4342 Burlington. I have been sworn in. I am in opposition to the variance request. I moved to St. Pete 8 years ago, and I love my home and I love my neighborhood. I bought it because it's a little bungalow, 1-story, wood structure on a beautiful brick-lined street with, I remember sitting on the front porch, there were birds singing. It sold me. And I've been really happy there. My home shares an alley with the proposed variance home. And in my estimation, dividing this lot into 2 2-story homes with the possibility of ADUs in the future creates an undue hardship for those sharing the alley. That's where my perspective lies, and also negatively affects the neighborhood. I believe that it could affect our no flood zone status, which is another reason I bought there. And we already have 4 ADUs that share this, share the alleyway. And as I mentioned in my comment electronically, many Sundays I cannot throw my trash away because my bin is full and the 2 bins next to that are full. I have to go down to the corner bin to throw my trash. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it's not the way it was when I first moved in. These ADUs have greatly affected my happiness in the neighborhood, and the whole alley is now, it's dirt. It's a dirt alley, and it has divots, and it's difficult to navigate, especially when it rains. Some of our corners flood, and I would hate to see that adding whatever elevation is going to be required on these new homes. I would hate to see that that affects my actual land flooding. Fingers crossed. The other thing I just want to say is I understand that there's zoning rules, and it sounds like I've learned something from sitting here that you allow a certain percentage beyond that. But then what is the demarcation line? Either it follows the zoning rules or it doesn't follow the zoning rules. There is only one other house that abuts that alley that is 2-story right now. These 2 would be different from the neighborhood. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
The next card is Brenda Sane. Again, name, address, and confirm you've been sworn, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Brenda Sane. I have been sworn in. I live at 4315 2nd Avenue North, and I also own a second property that's directly adjacent to this variance request. While I serve on the Central Oak Park Neighborhood Association board, I want to be clear for the record that I'm speaking today solely as a nearby property owner and as a longtime resident. I've lived in Central Oak Park for 25 years. I've seen this neighborhood through economic highs and lows, and its character comes from consistent lot patterns, scale, and long-term residents. From a planning perspective, the variance before you, in my opinion, does not meet the legal standard required for approval. The applicant acknowledges that the property is flat, rectangular, and free of physical or environmental constraints. The sole basis for the variance is that the property was historically platted as 2 lots. That condition is common throughout the surrounding block and is not unique to this parcel. A condition shared by many properties does not constitute a unique hardship. Staff has also acknowledged in this report that a single-family residence and an accessory dwelling unit are already permitted on this parcel, and that reasonable use exists without a variance. Because 2 dwelling units are already allowed, this request is not necessary to avoid hardship. It is a request to increase development intensity beyond what the zoning code allows. While staff notes that some nearby lots are tolerated as legal nonconformities, the report also states there is not a predominant pattern of substandard lot dimensions. Granting new variances to replicate nonconformities expands them rather than preserves neighborhood standards. The city's long-range planning framework emphasizes protecting neighborhood character as growth occurs. I would also, she also already mentioned that the 19 nearby residents from multiple sides of the property submitted objections directly to planning. And I think you can read their comments on there. Increased intensity already has measurable impacts on this block, like Sharon already mentioned. We all share single trash bins that are overflowing. Our parking, we're not really able to park in front of our houses. We have to walk a couple houses down. The added hardscape that's going on, we do have flooding on our street that we have to move our vehicles to other parts of the neighborhood so that they don't flood during heavy rains. So for these reasons, as a long-term resident and adjacent property owner, I respectfully urge you to deny this variance request. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Moving to staff cross-examination. Staff, do you have any questions for cross-examination?
Staff waives.
Sir, do you have any questions for witnesses or staff? I waive. Waive, okay. Staff, do you have any closing statements?
No, sir.
No? Okay. Do you have any closing statements or rebuttal?
Do not.
No? Okay. We'll go into executive session. Anyone have comments to start with? Start on the right, maybe? No?
All right, I'll dive
Well, I
in.
mean-
In looking at the staff-provided neighborhood showing one home per platted lot, which is what we look at significantly in all prior cases, and we've had dozens and dozens of these cases very similar. This does appear to meet our criteria for allowing the lot split. In looking at the homes, they are very nice. They are not identical homes. That is part of the code, does not allow for a identical looking home. Yes, it does not match everything in the neighborhood, but at some point, you're going to see more homes like this, maybe single story, in this neighborhood. We have approved others where the same comments have been made that, hey, we're all single story, but that just no longer is realistic in Pinellas County, especially St. Petersburg, when you have land values are too expensive. Families are wanting larger for more bedrooms, so you're going to that second floor. So this is not a unusual situation in comparison to every other case that's been before us over the years. This one does have, when you look at the backyards, you're seeing quite a bit of greenery, which when you're looking at the aerials of the neighborhood overall, there's a lot of these houses on these 45-foot original platted lots that are built out with very little pervious surface. As part of the city's requirements, you have to look at, and the city has to, they have to have the swales on the side of the home so that they don't shed water to the neighbors. So based upon current code requiring water runoff to be controlled, there should not be any impact on flood. And that's a big issue that, you know, the blue cards comments that have come before us here. As far as trash, I wish the sanitation representative was still here for the city building, but there are options that they could reach out to the city to provide additional dumpsters in the back alley that are shared to solve their trash issue. Yes, when you have two homes on it, you're going to have that. But I'm not seeing anything here that is glaring or different from prior lot splits that we've approved. Especially if you're concerned about flooding, I'm looking at a lot of aerial photos, and there's a lot of your neighbors have put in AstroTurf. AstroTurf is only allowable in a small amount. You're seeing a lot of concrete on these properties. The site plans for this involve relatively little concrete. My only real concern on this is when you look at two large mature pine trees out front and you're just making a straight cut through with a front sidewalk, why can't you offset the sidewalk slightly so that you save the mature trees? Because that is a character of these neighborhoods, these older mature trees. I don't think they fall under a grand tree city protection. I would be curious if the applicant would be willing to change their site plan for the front walkway. Literally, it's your front walkway from the front door over, slightly different than others, but you would be able to save two very mature pine trees that add to the character of the neighborhood. I don't know if that's something that we could add as a condition of approval, but that's my 2 cents.
Actually, I was going to ask staff that the note was the tree removal was still to be permitted. And so if the tree removal permit wasn't granted, does that send them back to us because of the site plan? Or, for example, with something like a walkway being adjusted, would that be acceptable without coming back to us?
The condition of approval uses the word should rather than must. for consistency with the submitted plans that should provide enough leniency. There is the legal precedent as to asking to remove a tree because it is specifically where you are trying to put your house. I do not know if that legal precedent will apply to the walkway. I was going to defer to the review of that tree permit and the arborist who knows that legal structure best to determine if it's approvable or not. And there is the oak on the back left that is within the footprint of the house.
Other comments?
No, I mean, I think the pine trees is a very good issue that's brought that I missed. That, I guess that one is right here on page 3. And, you know, it should, if we were going to make a condition or strengthen the condition to try to protect those 2 trees, I think it has to be subject to a review by the city arborist to, you know, on the condition of the trees. If they're not healthy trees or not in good condition, I wouldn't push to save them. But if the city arborist thought they were in healthy condition, then I think moving a walkway is something that's really not a difficult thing to do.
I had one question. On the should and the compliance with the elevations, if, well, I heard one of your objections that that they did not include an ADU and they were permitted to do so. If they subsequently revised their plans to add a second-story ADU above the garage, that would not be in compliance with the approval that we're talking about here today, is that correct?
I suppose I will defer to the zoning official to make that determination.
And again, it said should, not must in the report. So an ADUs are permitted if it meets the ADUs criteria, which is 4,500 square feet of land area, which would exceed. They would have to park the ADU as well, and the ADU would have limitations on that as well.
Okay.
And if they did, as a follow-up to that, if the initial builder did not build it, that doesn't preclude someone in the future, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, if the zoning still allows ADUs to come forward with an ADU application. Okay.
Yeah, everyone else, I mean, in that neighborhood could, subject to meeting the ADU section, could have an ADU.
Right, exactly. Okay.
Yeah, in looking at a lot of the opposition emails, it's talking about, you know, there's a lot of comments, so I am painting with a broad brush here.
Mm-hmm.
And we see this a lot in these cases. It's the two-story, the complaint against two-story, but frankly, this decision has nothing to do with that. I think they can build a two-story house with or without this. And some of the points that I think it was Ms. Sane was saying afterwards with talking about the criteria, those are well identified points, but we actually do use the plat for justification in this case. These are pretty common applications. And so I'm just inclined to follow staff here.
Yeah. I'll note that building the house reduces the footprint.
Yeah.
And as Commissioner Flint noted, it actually resulted in a pretty high permeable surface area for the project because it's a more compact footprint.
And, you know, to the point, we do take the decisions on those variances seriously. I mean, the previous case, a house is going to get either torn down or severely modified to comply with the decision we made. We don't take that lightly, but these structures will comply.
Right.
So with that, I think I'll entertain a motion.
Motion for approval of the variance to build to lot width and area to create 2 buildable lots from 2 platted lots, excuse me, subject to the conditions of approval.
Second.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Reale?
Yes.
Flynn?
Yes.
Clemens?
Yes.
Conroy?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We're going to move to our last item of the day, number 7. Commissioner Clemens has a conflict, so we'll note that he is leaving the dais. This is case 2531-000007. It has 434 4th Street, 432, 442, 450, and 466 5th Avenue North. Hi, staff.
The TV's not working in there.
right, good afternoon. Adriana Puente Shaw, Urban Design and Development Coordinator with the Zoning Division. We're here today to discuss a project located at the intersection of 4th Street North and 5th Avenue North.
Could I interrupt for a second?
Yes.
This is the case that we had several months ago, and it's been deferred. I see there's 10 minutes on here. It's my understanding that this is a continuation for additional information provided by all parties, and not a just
Generally, when it's been this long, we just reopen for the presentations, and the applicant can choose to do that. And there's a refreshing of what we did before, because we have one new member, and it's been a while. So we're just going to proceed. This was previously, a version was previously heard by this commission, but we're going to proceed with all parts of the quasi-judicial to allow the public that's here to have a full participation.
Okay, so this is different than when we normally have like the next month for additional information. We want to rehash just because of the time.
Yes, and there was a limited request, and based on the nature of the continuances, we believe a full quasi-judicial, all parts would be warranted.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
No, you got ahead like one paragraph before me. I was going to say that. Okay. This case was originally heard at the September DRC hearing, but was continued so that the applicant could provide additional information to the DRC. I'll be presenting the case in its entirety, since the commissioners present today may not have been present in September. The applicant seeks approval of the site plan to construct a 21-story building with 370 dwelling units, including 3,819 square feet of ground floor commercial space, as well as a 485-space parking garage. The applicant is requesting floor area ratio bonuses and building height bonus as well. This is a survey of all the parcels that are encompassed in the development. The subject property consists of 10 parcels and 7 structures. These parcels are currently developed with surface parking lots and various multifamily buildings. These structures were constructed between 1920 and 1930. In total, the 7 existing multifamily structures provide about 74 units. The subject property is located within the downtown St. Pete National Register Historic District. The downtown St. Pete National Register District was established in 2004 and includes a diverse collection of buildings constructed between 1888 and 1954. Of the 10 parcels being redeveloped, 4 are considered contributing. While this designation acknowledges the area's historic significance, it does not impose restrictions on property use or development. The existing structures on the subject property were initially classified as contributing to the district. There's some pictures of the parcels, the existing structures. As stated, the applicant is seeking approval of a site plan unifying all parcels to construct a 21-story building. The project has been carefully designed with sensitivity to its context, particularly the nearby potentially eligible historic church and surrounding neighborhood. The main tower was strategically positioned at the northeast corner to maximize the distance from the church. The ground floor of the new building will consist of vehicle and bicycle parking, entrances to the parking garage, and back-of-house facilities, residential units, as well as a double-height lobby and commercial spaces that will wrap the first 2 levels of the structured parking on the north, east, and west faces of the building. The use of the podium, transparency, and open area aims to enhance the pedestrian experience and minimize the visual impact of the building. The residential indoor and outdoor amenity deck is located above the parking garage, and the remaining floors will be devoted solely to residential units. Vehicular access will be from 5th Street North and the existing east-west alley that is south of the proposed building. The parking garage will be provided within, 485 parking spaces will be provided within the garage. Pedestrian access to the residential lobby, commercial space, and ground floor residential units will be from the abutting public sidewalks. The proposal will unify the sites and provide one cohesive development on this block with some sensitivity to the historic and archaeological resources. This is the north elevation, which faces Fifth Avenue North. As proposed, the development embodies a contemporary architectural style, featuring design elements such as clean lines, interesting angles to draw the eye up, providing a cohesive connection between upper and lower levels of the design, and expansive glazing that establishes a sophisticated aesthetic. Along with the facade, balconies contribute to the building's visual rhythm and dynamic appeal. The residential tower seamlessly combines innovative architectural aesthetics with functional design, making it a standout presence in the city of St. Pete. The west elevation and the east elevation, the west faces the 5th Street North and east faces 4th Street North. The height proposed for the building will be a total of 212 feet above grade. The maximum building height for the subject property is 200 feet. The applicant qualifies for an additional height bonus of 12 feet due to the 50% of the first floor being devoted to parking. Buildings with height greater than 150 feet above grade require approval by the Development Review Commission. Staff has reviewed the proposal and the proposed building height and finds that it complies with the criteria for site plan review. City code requires a decorative crown, and crown lighting is encouraged for any project above the additional height. The height that is being requested by the applicant is also required to be approved by the FAA, and an airport obstruction permit may be required. The base floor area ratio within the DC2 district is 3.0. The applicant is requesting a bonus of 4.0 for a total combined FAR of 7.0, which includes 383,000 square feet of new residential area and 3,800 square feet of commercial space. In addition, the applicant is constructing 200,000 square feet of parking garage with a 485 spaces available. The parking garage area is exempt from the FAR calculation. For projects requesting additional FAR, the project requires that there be a public hearing process, and then the first 0.5 FAR shall be towards historic preservation, and the next 1.0 FAR shall be towards workforce housing. Thereafter, any bonus or combination of bonuses is allowed. The following renderings were provided during the September hearing. The Development Review Commission heard the application to approve the site plan during September 3rd hearing of 2025. The commissioners expressed concerns with the following: the scale and mass of the proposed building and the amount of parking that was being provided. They had also had concerns with the screening of the parking garage. The DRC requested revised renderings to better demonstrate the architectural design and the intent of the development. In response to the comments received, the developer has provided the following information and revisions. The developer has agreed that the south side of the parking garage will be screened in a manner consistent with the remainder of the structure. Regarding the concerns about building size, the applicant states that the property's zoning is designed to allow the proposed height and floor area ratio. Concerning the 3D model, the developer clarified that the version presented at the Development Review Commission meeting was inadvertently under-rendered. A fully rendered model has been since provided. To address comments regarding the parking availability, the developer has coordinated with the Hollander Hotel to relocate parking and provide 25 spaces for the project and not the hotel. The overall parking spaces provided remains the same. In summary, the applicant provided responses to the DRC's concerns, but did not provide any additional changes to the scale of the development, nor decrease the height or the proposed number of dwelling units. They provided a fully rendered model. Staff incorporated the previously amended approved DRC revision to special condition approval number 9. And staff also incorporated a new special condition of approval based on input from Preserve the Burg. This condition, number 24, states that the applicant shall provide active seismic monitoring during construction and shall meet the FDOT standard for compliance at the property lines. If the applicant exceeds the standard, the applicant shall submit a mitigation plan for review and approval to the building official. Here are the revised renderings. The applicant also provided an analysis of previously approved cases and their approved heights. I would like the DRC to note that not all of these have been constructed at this time, but they received approval for their heights. Public input prior to the September hearing, staff received email requests for additional information, several emails opposing the development, one email in support, and one registered opponent form. Since the September hearing, staff received additional emails opposing and some supporting the development. Staff also received an additional registered opponent form. The application was also routed to city departments for review, and staff received 5 memos from the different departments. Based on staff's analysis and the review criteria, staff recommends approval of the site plan to construct a 21-story building with 370 dwelling units, including 3,819 square foot ground floor area dedicated to commercial, and 485 space parking garage, including the floor area ratio bonuses, as well as a height bonus. Obviously, this is subject to the special conditions of approval. Since publishing the report, condition number 23 has been revised to reflect the correct expiration date of the approval. The previously used condition applied the hearing date from September and not today's hearing date. Thank you.
Questions from staff? Nope. Okay. We'll go to the applicant.
Is there anything in particular? Is there anything in particular you want up on that?
No. Did you?
Good afternoon, thank you. My name is Don Mastery, my address is 200 Central Avenue, and I have been sworn in and I represent the applicant in this matter, and this is a no variance application. This site is zoned DC2, is permitted to have a maximum FAR of 7 and a maximum height of 212 feet, and that's exactly what this project has. This project satisfies all the standards of review for the site plan set forth in the code, and on pages 5 through 8 of the staff report, it confirms all of these standards are met. The use is consistent with the comp plan. The property is designated Central Business District, In-Town Activity Center, and the city's comp plan. These designations permit the highest intensity development within the city, along with a range of various uses, including the proposed uses of this project. I'd like to speak to criterion 14. One local landmark, Trinity Lutheran Church, located at 467 4th Avenue North, is within 200 feet of the property. The church is located south of the property and is separated from the church by 75 feet across an alley and a surface parking lot and a 3-story non-designated building of the church. The church faces 4th Avenue North and 5th Street North, with the proposed project being adjacent to and facing the rear of the church's 3-story office building, which is not designated. After the application was filed, the church sanctuary was designated as a local landmark, and the 3-story building at the rear of the church and the parking lot on the north side of the church were expressly not designated, as they are in between the proposed building and the designated sanctuary. The property and properties surrounding it are located within the downtown St. Petersburg National Register Historic District. As stated in the staff report, National Register designations do not impose any restrictions on the use of the property. This property has been thoughtfully designed to be sensitive to both the church and the surrounding neighborhood. The main tower of the project has been deliberately located towards the northeast corner of the property, which is the intersection of 4th Street and 5th Avenue North, and is as far away from the church as possible. The attention to detail and designed elements at the ground level, including the commercial uses and residential lobby, double height ground floor, open space, and transparent storefronts, will activate the pedestrian level and reduce the perception of height. The proposed setbacks, the intervening alley, and separation distinguish the project from the historic resource and allow for ample visibility to it. No elements of the church will be obstructed by this project. Based on the foregoing, the developer believes that it has shown ample sensitivity to the historic resources. The memo from the Planning and Historic Preservation Division states that the 4 of the parcels are contributing resources to downtown St. Petersburg National Register District, and the staff report expressly states, and I quote, "Although contributing resources to the downtown St. Petersburg National Register District, the parcels are not protected from demolition without a separate local landmark designation." And these opponents would like to have these buildings to receive the same protection as if they were designated without going through the designation process. I don't believe that's the intent or is correct interpretation of the code. I believe the staff is correct in their interpretation. The height map has tapering built into it, and it was stated to you by Mr. Maliska at the last hearing. Tapering doesn't mean the buildings in the DC district have to match the height of the buildings across the street in another district. Tall buildings are compatible with shorter buildings. There are many examples of tall buildings across the street from much smaller buildings, even smaller designated buildings, such as 400 Central Avenue, 46 stories across from 2-story and 4-story buildings. Art House at 42 stories across the street from 2-story buildings, and most importantly, at 400 Beach Drive, 4 blocks east on the same 5th Avenue this project is on, there's a 29-story building, and it's been there for almost 20 years. And it's across the street from a 2-story house, and it's adjacent to the old historic Northeast neighborhood neighborhood. In situations where the city has wanted to limit the height and not follow the height map, it's done so by legislation amending the code. And one such example is in the Rosa Park neighborhood adjacent to the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. The code was amended to increase the setback and reduce the height of the future hospital building next to the property lines. It was done by legislation and not by this commission just determining something is too tall. A few blocks to the east, also on 5th Avenue, the same street that the 29-story Beach Drive, 400 Beach Drive building is on. And as I said, it's across the street from the old historical Northeast neighborhood and from a 2-story house. There does not seem to be any facts which support permitting the 400 Beach Drive building on 5th Avenue and to not allow this building between 4th and 5th Street on 5th Avenue. The facts are stronger for this building before you today because it's across the street from predominantly commercial uses, not residential uses. And this commission has approved several other nearby buildings in the same zoning district, which are taller than the building before you today. The code says that all projects in the DC district may utilize FAR bonuses if the project meets the qualifications to use the bonuses. The FAR bonuses are written to provide public benefits and amenities which the city wants to occur or to be built. In this case, the biggest one is a $1,340,000 payment for affordable housing. The city, through the code, is saying a building can be built larger than the base FAR if FAR bonuses are utilized, and the code says they are available to all projects in the DC district. That's what the code says. To not follow the height map or to not allow or limit the utilization of FAR bonuses to the extent permitted in the code when the code expressly says all projects within the downtown center district may utilize bonuses to receive greater development rights is tantamount to rezoning this site. And I would point out that all city departments that have reviewed this application are recommending approval. The Planning and Historical Preservation Division has said in its report, and I quote, "The 7 buildings on 4 contributing parcels to the downtown St. Petersburg National Register District are not protected from demolition without a separate landmark designation." Further quotes, "The Historical Preservation Division agrees the applicant has made an effort to articulate the base at 20 feet in recognition of the surrounding character and kept the base at a height of 60 feet. The Planning and Historical Preservation Commission acknowledged it has limited authority with respect to criterion 14 and suggested 3 conditions of approval and 2 recommendations, and the applicant agreed to them, and they have also been added as special condition 21. The Transportation Department concluded there is space capacity on 4th Street, 5th Street, 5th Avenue and 4th Avenue, and the proposed development is anticipated to have relatively minor impact on the traffic carrying capacity of the downtown network. And the Planning Department states, and I quote, "The site is zoned DC2 with a future land use of Central Business District and is located in the in-town activity center. These designations permit the highest intensity development within the city, and the proposed uses are consistent with the comp plan. And further states, the project is well suited to the surrounding high-intensity mixed-use neighborhood, which is approved for and features similar mid to high-rise buildings. And I would also point out that all the neighbors on Fifth Avenue across the street on the north side of Fifth Avenue, except one building, have sent letters of support. They're in favor of this project. And they are located at 435 Fifth Avenue, 437 Fifth Avenue, 441 Fifth Avenue, and the corner of Fifth Avenue and 4th Street. The only one we haven't been able to reach is owned by some people that live, I believe it's in New Hampshire. We have tried to contact them and haven't been able to contact them. But it has the support of the nearby neighbors. I'd also point out that we have, or in closing, let me say, I think property owners should be able to rely on the code. I don't think it's right that a property owner reads the code, spends the time, and spends hundreds of thousands of dollars designing a project that has no variance and agrees to the conditions of approval, and all city departments recommend approval, and we come here and it's denied. I see no basis for the denial. And we have also met with the St. Pete Downtown Neighborhood Association, the Chamber of Commerce, which has sent a letter of support, the Downtown Partnership, which has sent a letter of support, and the Downtown Business Association. And I would answer any questions you have and would urge approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant?
I have a few questions, please. Hi, Ms. Mastery. What is the height that they can build by right? And I need you to...
Excuse me?
What is the height of this building? How many stories can be built by right?
212.
212 feet.
Yes.
So you're essentially 21 stories.
Yes, that's right.
You're allowed to do 21 floors.
That's what the code says. That's what the height map says.
What is the FAR that you're allowed by right?
7.0. 7.0.
What is the base FAR that you're allowed?
3.
By right.
3.
Okay. So is it your argument that this board has no saying on the FAR bonuses?
Let me say this. I know you and I have disagreed this before. I don't think you've changed your position. I haven't changed mine. I can read the code and it says all projects in the DC districts have the right to use FAR bonuses. I don't think that's discretionary. And these are things the city wants to occur. It's not like you're getting something for nothing. In this case, the biggest one is $1,340,000 payment for affordable housing.
Okay. So you're saying by right, you should be able to get 7.
I'm saying...
We had this discussion before.
Yeah, I know, and I'm saying it only because I read the code. It says so.
The code is you're allowed 3 FAR by right. So you could go 21 stories and 3 FAR, you don't have to come before this board. Could we agree?
No, you could not do 21 stories to the 3 FAR. It's physically impossible.
But you could. It'd be
No, you can't.
It's skinny. I just want to clarify on that. But I have no further.
I agree with you that the FAR of a project is 3. We don't need to come to this board.
There.
No question about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
And to be clear, the base height without coming before the board is 125 feet. Just to be clear on that response.
Okay.
Just like the FAR bonuses, there's height bonuses.
So by right, 12 stories without coming before this board.
Other questions for the applicant?
Any other questions?
Not at this time. Staff mentioned a registered opponent.
Yes.
Okay.
And I do have a presentation that's been provided.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Well, listed though, right?
What? How many registered opponents do we have?
I'm not sure. Did Betsy Lester?
I think only one is present.
Does Peter Belmont, I believe, is going to be the lead on this?
Yeah, we have 2 registered opponents. Only one is present today, so the understanding is that they get the time.
Just to confirm, Betty Lester? Not here? Okay.
And, excuse me, I've not been sworn.
Okay, please raise your right hand.
If anyone else is going to speak that hasn't been sworn, please stand.
If you weren't already sworn, please stand up and be sworn. And raise your right hand. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Are you utilizing this presentation today?
I'm going to use the presentation, yes. Good afternoon. My name is Peter Belmont, and I'm here on behalf of Preserve the Berg today. And thank you for providing us with this opportunity to speak with you today. It's a great cliche, as you all know, location, location, location. But I think it's really all about what we're going to be talking about here today. And so there'll be some other parts of the code I will discuss, but when you're going to look at the code and determine if it checks all the boxes, there are more boxes than the quantitative FAR, height, etc. You also have qualitative, or at least what I describe as qualitative criteria, which are your site plan review or compatibility criteria. And so I think the issues that I would hope you'll discuss, and I know the one you had discussed to begin with at the previous hearing, mass scale, neighborhood compatibility. As staff indicated, the applicant has not made any changes in the mass scale and compatibility of the proposed building between our 2 hearings. I would suggest issues as well are historic resource impacts and related naturally occurring affordable housing impacts. My guidance for you is let's look at some lessons from the past. There are 3 particular projects I think are helpful to look at. Fuel development down the street on 5th Avenue in the 100 block, Lake House condos you may remember from a couple years ago, and a much smaller project at 8th Street and 4th Avenue North. Fuel Hotel, the 100 block of 5th Avenue North, pretty comparable in issues. It was proposed for 23 stories. Applicant had agreed to go to 200 feet at hearing. It was denied and ends up in court. And that's one of the reasons why I think this is an important case to consider as well. There it is, the red block there in the 100 block, so comparable. The north half of the block includes, like the proposal before you, that north half except for the one parcel on the west end. To get you familiar with that site, there was the old convenience store on the corner of 1st Street there and 5th Avenue, kind of the square on the right side of the site. There's Townview condos, and then there were originally next to that convenience store 3 historic buildings. One of those remains today, which is pictured. 10 years after the application, it was designated as a local landmark. I'm not sure any of you will remember this case in particular. It's 2007. I can smile because ultimately when it goes to court, I represented the 2 neighborhood associations, the Old Northeast and the Downtown Neighborhood Association. When the developer went to court, it's done by written argument, legal briefs. And so we can look to see how did the city argue the case and what the city had to explain to the court and convince the court that contrary to the developer saying, I've checked the boxes, I met the height, I met the FAR, I met the setback, I'm entitled to my approval, the city said, wait a minute, no, you're not. A project must meet the compatibility requirements before being entitled to approval, and the focus is on the surrounding neighborhood. It's not the entire zoning district, it's on that surrounding area. And so out of the city's brief to the court, the city explained to the judge that the opponents presented a case to the city council founded upon inconsistencies between the proposed development and the compatibility standards of the code and comp plan. The neighbors objected that development is in the wrong place on too small of a tract of land, will be too tall and massive, will block the view from some homes, and the city argued to the court, this evidence is sufficient to support the denial. The court said yes. So you, without a doubt, have the authority to say no in this case. And what are those criteria? These are the criteria. Don didn't really mention these specifically, but these are your criteria. I call them the compatibility criteria. There's a site plan review criteria. And so again, in the Fuel Hotel case, the city explained to the court the reason why it was okay to say no was the land area wasn't sufficient. Again, if you have too much mass, too much development, it's not enough land area. The height, mass, scale, and over appearance of the proposed development location was found to be out of character and not in harmony with the neighborhood and adjacent development, one of your criteria. And the city explained to the court that the massive building would substantially diminish two historic districts, again, part of your criteria for consideration. In particular, I want to note one of those criteria you have to use, which is compatibility of use criteria. It's number 9. And there was some issue about how is that to be applied. When you talk about compatibility of use, is it just like, oh, residential, retail, etc.? Or is it the broader concept of, again, the mass scale density of the building? And what the city told the court was, it's that broader definition and consideration, and there's a definition about compatible in the comp plans that should be considered and used, not having significant adverse impact with limited variation from adjacent uses and net density, etc. That is the fuel development case. The next case, some of you may recall, 200 block of Mirror Lake from 2023, very similar in terms of the numbers, the quantitative part of the story. 21 stories, 200 feet, staff recommended approval as they did in the Fuel Hotel case. And you might recall this case made a visit to you 3 times as well. Time number 1, you expressed concerns like you did time number 1 here, the mass and scale. They continued the case, said we'll make some changes. Comes back to you time number 2 with some somewhat minor changes, and you unanimously deny it. It comes back time number 3, and it goes from a 7 FAR to a 4.3 FAR from 200 feet to 125 feet, and it's approved. And then finally, what I call the third example, small project, 7 stories, 125 feet. But I pointed out because, again, staff recommended approval, denied by the commission. And it was really about, in part, historic resources. There's the development parcel. The bungalow you see pictured there is kind of at the bottom of that development parcel. And it was kind of a strange design in the sense there was like a parking garage and parking ramp, which would take out this bungalow. And in the end, again, as I noted, it was denied. The developer ended up selling the bungalow back to the private market, and it remains as a residence today. So again, these major issues, these policies apply, and these concerns and criteria apply, landmark or no landmark. These are your tools for your toolbox, and I urge you, of course, to use them. Again, particularly criteria 8, 9, 12, and 14 within those site plan review criteria. They're very comprehensive. Those are, again, your compatibility or qualitative standards, which apply as much as FAR, as much as height. And again, as fuel development teaches us, you can say no if you determine these have not been met in your opinion. It's up to you to weigh how to use them. I want to mention naturally occurring affordable housing, because again, the city says they want to use naturally occurring affordable housing to meet our housing problem. We have an overall comprehensive objective and a policy that notes there in H7.3 that to protect and preserve the significant housing, we're going to discourage the demolition of properties like we have at issue here today, and I would suggest you can consider those impacts under criteria 14. I just want to note in terms of at least the downtown National Register District, one of the properties within the district was particularly pointed out in the National Register designation. It was called the Miramar Apartments, and it's a building proposed for demolition. And so regarding, you saw pictures of properties proposed for development, the surrounding resources. You're within the downtown National Register District, across the street from the Round Lake National Register Historic District. Context is important. Location, location, location. I think that's what we learned. Generally, you don't have these issues because generally the development is appropriate. But every once in a while, as in the examples I've noted, you need to deal with these particular issues. And my suggestion is that the code has a balance. And why it says you can build large and intensive in downtown, and that's what we want. That's where intensive development belongs. It has to be tempered where appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Luke Arts.
Yes, sir. There are 17 in total here.
We have 17 speakers. I will read who is up to speak, and I will read the next person so they can be prepared to go to the opposite podium to speak. You don't have to speak. We can note for the record whether you are for or against. And if that's what you would like, that's fine. I can note that for the record. And you can also just say that you agree with the other testimony. It's 3 minutes per person. When you come up for us to be efficient, please make sure you say your name and address and confirm you've been sworn so I don't have to stop you for those items. And we will begin with, what is it, Donnie Tate, come over here to the right, and then Max Smith will be on deck on the left side. She left? Okay, so I will note for the record that she was against. So Max Smith, if you could. You don't want to speak? No. So but I will note for the record that you are against? Okay. Okay, thank you. Richard Crompton, if you can come to this podium, and then after Richard speaks, we have Cheryl Farron, yes. And you can come to the, you can wait to come up, but you'll go to that podium when he finishes. Thank you. All right, so you, again, name and address for the record and confirm you've been sworn.
Yes, my name is Richard Crompton. I live at the Cara House. It's 450 Fifth Avenue North. I've been there 10 years. I'm very happy there.
Can you confirm you've been sworn and then give us your testimony?
Yeah, I've been sworn in, yes. I'm totally against Cara House closing down. Because I'm happy there and the rent is affordable. And I also help out with the repairs there.
Okay.
And if it did close down, where's the low cost housing gonna live? In other words, a few of us residents have low income. And we're kind of worried about where we're going to live and all that. And of course, where we live now, the rent is more affordable for all of us. And as I said, I'm totally against Care House closing.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please. And then after Cheryl, we have Arthur Eggleston. Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Farron. Yes, I have been sworn in. I do live at 4550 Fifth Avenue North. It's nearly impossible to get into housing. The rent, the landlords at Cara House do keep the rent affordable. My concern is living somewhere like Cara House. We're all very concerned. We're all very concerned. And I am strongly opposed to this apartment tower and parking garage. Thank you all.
Thank you. After Arthur, we'll have Nori Marimoto.
Okay.
It'll be over here. Okay.
I'm Arthur Eggleston. I'm a resident of Cara House. Birthday's 4456. I'm totally against them raising Cara House as well. It serves a purpose where it's at. It's centrally located to where the people in Cara House, a lot of them are disabled and not able to find other places to live that they can afford. I'm on Medicare. Like I said, the affordability, the central location of the places too, Social Security, employment office, and housing, grocery stores, the amenities that we need are all centrally located within just a few blocks. I'm totally against them relocating the people. It's a matter of expediency for them. Where are they going to go?
Thank you. Actually, next will be Christy Anderson will follow. Sir?
Right, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Nori Morimoto, and I have been sworn in, and I'm the president of the Historic Uptown Neighborhood Association, which is just across the Fifth Avenue from this development. At least that's the southeast corner of the neighborhood. The Pelican development has been a topic of discussion at various HUNA meetings for the last 4 months. Opinions and comments range from negative reactions of destroying the historic nature of the neighborhood to positive support for the development of St. Petersburg. In December, we conducted a survey with approximately 1,200 HUNA households. The results show strong overall concern for 3 items. The proposed architecture conflicts with the neighborhood's predominant craftsman style. The Pelican design does not fit the character of historic uptown north of Fifth Avenue. The proposed development is out of scale. This is the second item. The proposed development is out of scale for its location. The 21 stories will overwhelm the 1 to 4 floor buildings across Fifth Avenue North. Third item was increased in density will exacerbate the parking issues that we currently have already. Parking and traffic impacts are a major concern for all the residents. Of the 3 concerns, the most important to our community is the style of the architecture and the scale of the structure. The proposed development brings a stark high-rise development across the street from a neighborhood with mostly single-floor craftsman-style homes and within close proximity to historic Round Lake Park. Of special concern, nearby residents, park dwellers, and wildlife would be impacted by large shadows. The historic Round Lake Park is 1 block away from this 21-story proposition. The park is important to our residents' quality of life. Have people always enjoying taking a walk around it, and we have family members living in there, ducks, fishes, turtles, frogs, they're all there. And the kids just love that. The kids go down there and they even name them. So they become part of the neighborhood. The park is important to the residents' quality of life and their property values. The developer must consider how the proposed buildings will affect this unique community asset. In conclusion, addressing the style by adding a craftsman-style facade and reducing the height so that the structure does not cast shadows over historic Round Lake would significantly improve our support for Pelican. Thank you.
After Ms. Anderson, I have Catherine Soul on this side.
Hello, commissioners, committee members, whatever. I'm Christy Anderson. I'm the immediate past president of Historic Uptown Neighborhood Association. I live at 826 Dartmoor. I've been sworn in. I think the city's comp plan with its directive to taper building heights in downtown is a good one. You see the beauty already here on Central with 40-story building at 3rd Avenue. We've got an approved 28-story condo, and on 4th Avenue North, the 12-story Peterborough apartments, culminating with the 4th-story Arts and Crafts Museum and the 3-story Hollander Hotel and the 3-story Warwick Hotel. East on 5th Avenue, going down towards the bay, is a 10-story condo across across from the Palladium, and tapering up from the corridor from 14 to 28-story condos to the site. West on 5th Avenue are homes and businesses, nothing taller than 3 stories. The proposed Statler building is going to taper up to 20 stories. I don't see how that kind of tapering works, from 40 to 28 to 12 to 21. All along 4th Street and 5th Avenue, there are buildings that are human-sized. Putting this building on this site is akin to putting Greenland there. Why not? Why not Greenland? Absurd, right? This is a huge monstrosity of a building. This is absurdity. We in Historic Uptown bought in the community because we appreciate beautiful old homes and the history they hold. We did not buy them so we could put parking lots in the backyards. We've invested our hard-earned dollars here because we like the feel of brick streets, granite curbs, and our neighborhood platted in 1888. We like to live in Historic Uptown, visit historic downtown, the Old Northeast. These are not just historic buildings. They are part of this historic area, as well as naturally occurring affordable housing. Build a modest parking garage, perhaps we'd like that, but why not keep these old buildings as restaurants, retail? Let's put a community garden in there. Let's move the Chamber of Commerce there for people entering downtown. Maybe we can raise enough money to bring this to the table, because these people actually want to sell this property. The city is buying empty land. Let me talk to the mayor about that. Why not a historic park? I hope the owner can think outside the box, as the buildings do not fit on this corner. Thank you for your time.
After Ms. Soul or Soleil?
Soul, correct.
On the right podium will be Robert Blackman.
Good afternoon. I've been previously sworn in. My name is Catherine Soul. I own the properties at 555 Fifth Avenue North and 551 Fifth Avenue North, directly across the street from the proposed development, and my properties are in nearly all the pictures that you've seen today. I'm in strong support of this proposed development. Several years ago, I've been involved with Fifth Avenue North. Several years ago, I was involved with the city and DOT to propose the lane changes to Fifth Avenue North. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. That took several years of work. What I learned in that process, which I was surprised to learn at the time, is that Fifth Avenue North is the second highest trafficked corridor in the city of St. Pete, second to only 4th Street North, which was a great surprise, but it made a little bit of sense because it's the exit out of our city going to 275 North and South. And while I think that's an important feature of our city, unfortunately, Fifth Avenue North, for anyone who's been there as long as I have, which is about 10 years, it's plagued by vagrancy, low-income housing, and just overall unsightliness. And unfortunately, the homelessness issue we have and the loitering around businesses such as mine on Fifth Avenue North is precipitated by certain low-income housing, and to be more direct, the actual proposed sites for demolition. So when this proposal was brought to my attention, I was very excited about it. I thought it met a need for this city, and I was happy about it. And then I was equally surprised to see there was such direct opposition, especially at a late hour, because I understand this is almost a second quasi-judicial hearing on this issue, to see that the Preserve the Burg is essentially taken an element from the code to talk about eligibility for historic designation, to say this property should not be appropriate, or property should not be appropriate for demolition. The challenging part about that is if that becomes a standard for our city, there would be essentially no development involved in our city. And I think that's not only a problem for the city, but it's a problem for the neighbors. And I'm one of the direct neighbors across the street. Undeniably, I believe the second most trafficked corridor should be an appealing corridor we want visitors to notice, and we want our residents to see when they exit the city. Alternatively, the way Fifth Avenue North looks right now, it will remain stagnant. It will completely fall behind other streets, which is somewhat depressing and hard to control. And I think something like this, which shows progress, which is, like I said, supported by the immediate neighbors, would be helpful not only for the city, but for neighbors such as myself at Fifth Avenue North. I find the delay in this opposition to be extremely prejudicial to the owners and extremely prejudicial to somebody like me who has actually taken the time to assist with things like this to help Fifth Avenue North. I strongly request, your support for not only this applicant, but for the application itself. And I hope you understand that it's the direct neighbors who try to make the progress happen in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. After Robert Blackman, Karen Potts on the left podium.
Robert Blackman, 11901 4th Street North. Speaking today about the project and...
Confirm you've been sworn, please.
I have been. I think this project beautifies our city. It's on the entry point to 4th Street. There's some mention made about the contributing structures on the site currently. They do contribute, but they contribute to the blight of the entrance to downtown. The replacement of them would be extremely beneficial for downtown and all residents and visitors. I'm excited for the mixed-use aspect of the building. It follows through with what we should have, which is complete neighborhoods that truly serve the people and the neighborhood and the residents. Fifth Avenue North has been talked about here. It is an interstate on-ramp. With this building will come increased pedestrian safety and bicyclist safety by slowing things down. If there is any increased congestion, it will actually benefit those who are pedestrians and walking from uptown. The public art, that's also compelling to me. It matches the pelicans we have on the pier. It really brings a sense of place and of neighborhood to this. The parking that is provided, the parking garage, people have said, well, it'll serve the hotel. It's going to have more parking today than is currently there, which will certainly help take cars off the street, not put more on them. I came to the meeting in September when tapering was discussed for a long time, and there was confusion on that. Tapering is from district to district, not within a district. And I'm glad that staff finally pointed that out because this is wholly appropriate for what should be here. The preservation claims of this site, the crown jewel of the site is the Hollander Hotel. That is going to be preserved and enhanced with this influx of capital. I'm a strong preservationist. I've won multiple awards from Preserve the Burg. Peter Belmont, to me, is a folk hero. He's one of the greatest guys in our city, but this site is not the site to be saving the buildings that are there. They're in very poor condition. They do not have much of their historic elements to them. We've heard from the neighborhood association in Round Lake saying that this is, there was concerns from that neighborhood. This is not in the Round Lake neighborhood. It's under the purview of the Downtown Neighborhood Association and the Downtown Partnership, both of which have had letters of support of this project. This is in their purview. Also, I went to a meeting about 2 months ago at the Hollander Hotel. It was put on for the residents, of the Round Lake Neighborhood Association to answer questions. There was about 40 people there, and at the beginning of the meeting, I would say over half of them had serious concerns about this. At the end, people stayed extra hours, were drinking and toasting up how excited they were. But everything I have said so far is my opinion, the opinion of these speakers. The most important opinion here is the opinion of the staff. This has unanimous staff approval. Unanimous staff approval. If we're going to deny this today, we're setting a horrible precedent for development. When I served on the city council, we rely on our staff so heavily. You have to trust the people whose careers, their blood, sweat, and tears have been put into approving this and making sure the right thing is done. Unanimous staff approval. I can't say anything else. This development is the right thing to do, will enhance beauty, and it will also help our tax base in a year in which we're worried about taxes being changed at the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. After Ms. Potts, at the right podium, please, Eric Ryder.
Hi, my name is Karen Potts. I live at 2836 7th Avenue North, and I've been previously sworn in. I am a member of Trinity Lutheran Church, and I am on the council of Trinity Lutheran Church. I headed the designation of the sanctuary, which is not proposed. It is, in fact, designated. I am not here on behalf of the church. I'm here as a concerned resident. My concerns are twofold, and one of them being accountability and one being appropriateness, which has been touched on a lot. I, as an individual, would like to see that there is a need for this tower. There are so many towers such as this one that have been bought, and I don't see any data or any specifics that show that these towers or townhomes or apartment complexes or whatever has been built is A, affordable or leased or occupied. Do we need another tower, and does it need to be on that corner? And that brings me to my appropriateness. Previous concerns were its heights and density and appropriateness to the surrounding neighborhood. It seems like none of those issues were addressed. I still question the necessity and how it can be even considered in this location. It dwarfs the historical crossroads of 5th and 4th, 100-year-old structures such as Trinity Lutheran Church, Coliseum, and Mirror Lake area. Shuffleboard courts, too. Historic buildings have an appropriateness, too. It is our history. Developers could easily include appropriate-sized additions to the revitalization of the existing historic structures. There are people living in these structures. We talk about it like they're dying and falling down. They're not. There's human beings living in these buildings now. That is their home, and it's affordable to them. Reimagine it, if you will, like existing homes have been done around Mirror Lake is a good example of that. The Palms on 5th Avenue, the Nelson on 5th Street, and there are the Coliseum apartments, which are all seem to be run by Urban Core as a management company. They are all affordable and occupied. These people need their homes. And to say that they'll be relocated, two things. Will they? Who will? Are we sure? And can they afford it? The young people that live in these apartments are trying to make a living. The older folks or the disabled folks are trying to stay alive. These homes showcase our history and remain attainable to many. Residents that live there now come to Trinity Lutheran. And by the way, I'm at that church, me and my husband, 3-4 times a week, doing, maintenance, I'm concerned about the church and what will happen to these historic areas. What will happen to these people that come to us for lunch and companionship and ministry? Thank you.
We have Eric Ryder, and then after Mr. Ryder on the left podium, please, Raymond Arsenault.
He had to leave.
He had to leave? Okay, I'll just note for the record that he was against. So then next would be Philip Ten Eyck. Sorry, that would be on the left podium. Go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Eric Ryder. I live in 1011 East Cumberland Avenue in Tampa. I have been sworn in. I'm the architect, loved and hated. I'd like to just make a point that we did step the building down to the west as requested by council. So there's a smaller tower towards the church and the neighborhood. I did actually run a shade study for the Mirror Lake. As there was concern about that, I ran it today. And at no point during the day, during the summer or winter, will the park be covered by the shadow of the building, as a note. So that shouldn't be a concern. We did pull the building away from the corner of 4th and 5th to create a nice little exterior space there. We're planning on putting a large pelican, branding the building as the bird to St. Pete. I think that, like it has been said before, we're meeting all the city's code requirements and should be allowed by right. So, thank you. If you have any questions about the design, I can respond, but I do want to make a point that those initial renderings that were shown at the previous meeting were not renderings. They were just a DX file from Google Earth. So those, I know there were comments made at the renderings, and it was actually published how horrible the renderings were. Those were not considered renderings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the right will be Colleen Codner.
Hi, I'm Philip Tenik. I live at 512 Dartmoor Street North, right across from there, and I've been sworn in. Thanks for your consideration and the opportunity to have input for the community today. My girlfriend and I have conversed with many of our neighbors who have to work today, and they're counting on me and the others in our community to help voice their opinion. The historic Uptown neighborhood is a beautiful, quaint area with historic homes and a quiet park around Round Lake. The towering 21-story building on the south side of Fifth Ave would put our community in its shadow. I live in a 100-year-old hotel converted into apartments right across the street from the proposed development. The proposed property would include a parking garage to help with the influx of visitors and guests to the massive building. Even though the facility will have, that, they'll charge for parking. And a lot of people aren't going to want to pay for that, so they're going to park in our neighborhood. And then parking's already hard to find. It'll end up a battle, just to park near their homes for residents in the area, and not just, after the garage is built and when the site's operating, but during construction as well. It'll take up a lot of spots for local businesses as well down the street. If the property were to be respectful of the neighborhood and simply asked to keep it at a reasonable height, it would fit with the community, possibly. The current plan is very inconsistent with the neighborhood's architecture. As it is, either way, it will displace people on the block and offer only more expensive options in the future. Eliminating affordable housing, raising rent prices in the area for an already high market. And I live in a 100-year-old building. It's proof that you can improve the use of a property without destroying the historic charm or building a massive skyscraper. The developer said that other tall buildings have been approved, one even 20 years ago. I would point out that just because somebody made a mistake 20 years ago, it doesn't mean that you have to do it. It doesn't mean that the same mistake should be made today. And hopefully we're all wiser now and recognize the importance of the character of how a community is. Property owners on the north side of Fifth Ave have had the foresight to help preserve the area because of its unique character, and I would ask that you further preserve that. You have a unique opportunity to preserve a historic community, and I ask you to please do so. Thank you.
Thank you. And then after Colleen Codner, on the left podium, Manny Leto.
Hi there, good afternoon. I'm Colleen Codner. I've been sworn in. I live at 512 Dartmoor as well. I'm going to try and keep this short and from the heart, not too technical. But we're spending a lot of time today talking about code, and I come here to speak about people, not code. I live in the dwelling adjacent that he just mentioned. It's over a 100-year-old property. There's about 31 residents residing there. We are renters, and we don't always get the same voice in the community, but we are nonetheless a part of this community. And many of my neighbors are working class folks that couldn't make it here today, and we have spoke about this project at length, so I come here to speak on their behalf. We unanimously agree. We don't wish to live in the shadow of this project, which we quite literally would be living in the shadow of this project. We chose our quaint and lovely neighborhood for a reason. We have faith that you won't sell that out from beneath us. Prior to living there 7 years in this community in St. Pete, I've always been a metropolitan dweller, and I can tell you one thing. Once we allow projects like this to disrupt our landscape, there's no turning back. There's no turning back. We won't get our quaint St. Pete back.
Thank you. Next on the right podium would be Michael Thomas. Good afternoon. I'm sorry, he's not here? Okay, I'll note that he was against. So the next on the right podium will be Robert Gardner.
Good afternoon. My name is Manny Leto with Preserve the Berg. I'm at 2219 6th Avenue South. And thank you for your time today. I know these days are very long, and so we appreciate the work that you guys put in. We heard from Peter Belmont. You have in your packet a letter from Emily Elwin. You should have received yesterday a letter from Hona, and the majority of those write-ins were against this project, and you're hearing additional voices today. So just to be as brief as I can, when we do think about historic structures, I know that there is a tendency to think about grand structures. The YMCA, we think about the Vinoy, but as people have attested here today, bungalows, shotgun homes, 1920s quadplexes, they are part of the story of St. Petersburg, and while the demolition is permitted in a National Registered District, these structures contribute to the overall character of the community, and they tell the story of a city. Next, these historic districts are not a secret. The Downtown National Register District has been in existence for 21 years. The Uptown National Register District was created 22 years ago. And my point is that taking the time to understand the location, context of a potential development, meeting with the preservation staff in advance should be part of your pro forma of a potential development. The code is very clear about the primacy it places on the value of protecting historic structures. Finally, there is a persistent assumption being made by the applicant that the code permits by right a 7 FAR. That is not correct, as Mr. Belmont outlined. There are indeed 2 portions of the code for you to consider. Both are viable. If it were the case that a 7 or that these things were granted by right, then our presence here and your presence here would be superfluous. Why are we here? To review these issues. There is likely a thoughtful, profitable, well-designed project that fits this site, that addresses beautification concerns and others raised here today, but it is not this project, and we encourage you to vote no.
Thank you. Next on the left podium be Flaren Waite.
Hello, I'm Robert Gardner. I live at 4 the Care House. I've been sworn in. I think tearing down these buildings or my house, which is basically it is. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's my house. I've been homeless for God knows how long, and my caseworker got me this place. And by destroying this property, you're sending a message to disabled people, veterans, and people's family members that the government can come in and just confiscate everything. I am vehemently against this. I urge you to vote against it. I mean, I don't have, I'm not the smartest tool in the box, but I do know that we need a country that will serve our veterans better and that will help our homeless and disabled. Thank you.
Thank you. Flaren Waite. I don't know if I'm saying that one right. He had to leave. Okay. There's no indication on the card. The last speaker card I have then is Edward Reinhardt.
My name is Edward Reinhardt, and I reside at 442 Fifth Avenue North, and I've been sworn in. What someone earlier was talking about, the closing of the Care House would be detrimental. For those of us that were here earlier, when we were talking about the pine trees, I think some of the residents of the Care House will be lost in the shuffle and maybe go back to homelessness. Also, I wanted to add that in addition to the low rent, the Care House provides video doctor visits once a month for some of its residents, and also once a month visits from the pharmacist, or deliveries from the pharmacist. Thank you, and I hope you have a good day.
Thank you. No more blue cards? Okay, we are now moving to the cross-examination portion. Staff, do you have any cross-examination questions?
I do not.
Applicant, do you have any cross-examination questions? Yeah, you go before on this one, and then the last one you go last.
I have a couple questions for
Do I have that wrong?
Liska.
I'm sorry, I might have that wrong.
I'm sorry, the order of cross-examination is cross-examination by city administration, the registered opponent, and... That's right, CRO. That's right.
Okay, so applicants last for both of the last two. Because they rebut last as well. All right, I'm sorry, sir.
I think what you might have been thinking of is when there's an appellant.
Yeah, we've had a lot of those.
Registered opponent, do you have any cross-examination questions? Okay.
For staff, first of all, there was some reference to 400 Beach, and I have a question or two concerning that. That's a different zoning district than the one at issue, is that correct?
I did not reference 400 Beach.
No, there's been some discussion today.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said staff is a cross-examination. I figured you were saying something that I referenced.
No, there's been discussion today. Mr. Mastery brought up 400 Beach. So I just want to clarify some matters concerning it. So is it a different zoning district than DC2?
Yes.
And what is the base FAR for that DC3 zoning district?
2.0.
And the maximum?
4.0.
A couple questions regarding the parking garage for the proposal. My understanding is that you determined 370 spaces were required by code.
Correct.
And there's how many in excess of that?
I'm not good at math.
What are they proposing?
385.
485.
485, sorry.
So about 115 in excess.
Sounds good.
Fair to say about 30% in excess. And regarding that excess parking, that is not part of the 7 FAR calculation, is it?
It's not part of the 7 FAR.
All right. And regarding the block, it's more or less a standard block, 450 feet in terms of the Fifth Avenue face, is that correct?
Correct. It appears to be correct, yes.
And that 450 feet, most of that will be taken up by the building, correct?
Yes.
And most of that building face along Fifth Avenue will be parking garage at the base?
Was wrapped at the base, but yes.
All right. And in terms of that standard 450 facing on the block, that's same downtown. So Central Avenue, for example, the 400 block of Central Avenue is that same 450 facing block. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And if we look at the new building in that 400 block, the residence is at Central. Again, it has a building base that essentially goes most of that 450 feet, correct?
Correct.
And most of that is parking garage at the base, correct?
I mean, there's retail on the first floor on Central, and even on Fifth Avenue.
Regarding the parking garage that's being proposed, are there any other parking garages within the DC2 district facing a street that have a larger facing on the public street?
Nothing that I've processed. I don't know if Corey.
I mean, I would have to think about other projects that we have in.
Yeah.
Nothing that pops up.
Nothing that is popping up that's currently.
All right, then I have a couple questions. If is Mr. Kilborn in the back, or he's right there? Derek, how many contributing properties to the National Register will be demolished by the proposal?
Good afternoon, Derek Kilborn, Director of Planning Department. I had identified that information in the report. There are 3, 4, 5, 6 parcels, 5 parcels that have contributing structures on them.
think you had 7 buildings, is that correct?
Sorry, I'm just catching up to you. Will result in demolition of 7 buildings on 4 contributing parcels to the downtown St. Petersburg National Register District.
All right, and can you think of any other project that has resulted in the demolition of more contributing structures to the National District?
The Lake House project, as was identified in your original presentation, also had contributing resources. I don't recall the exact number and whether or not it was more or less.
All right. And in terms of the acronym NOAA, what is that?
NOAA stands for, or is commonly used to describe a term, naturally occurring affordable housing. It is not referencing a regulated housing price. It is describing generally the historic nature of a building and oftentimes the lack of amenities that come with it.
Okay. And does the city code or comp plan define historic resource for the city?
It does have descriptions for historic resources.
And thank you.
Okay.
Applicant, do you have any questions for staff or witnesses?
Listening to it here today is just phenomenal. I mean, it's so much distortion, it's unbelievable. But I'm going to ask Corey to explain to us, like he did before, because I don't think everybody was here, the tapering and how it works. And does it have an effect on an area outside of the height map?
No, so I mean, the height map itself does not correlate with the zoning district. The height map correlates basically with the intensity of how we want development to occur from the core out to the perimeter. So looking at the height map, which was provided, I believe, at the first hearing to staff and to the commission, denotes the highest at the core, which is kind of what you would see along Central Avenue from the water going up to Fifth Avenue. And then it goes down to the Fifth Avenues north and south, as well as going out west to the interstate. And that's where the lowest heights would be. Again, the base height within typically the lowest area is 125 feet up to 200 feet. And we do have some additional height actually along Fifth Avenue South where the hospitals are. So it's not a direct correlation again to the zoning district.
You know, I referenced that the way when the height map is not acceptable, the way to solve the problem is with amendment. Do you recall the All Children's Hospital Roser Park amendment that was made?
Yes, I know. I didn't work on it as much as the director of planning, Derek Kilmore, had worked on that. But yes, there were some changes made to that height map before it was adopted.
You know, last month's meeting, I was looking through the staff report. I guess you think we ought to probably follow our comp plan, don't you? At least our land use policies in it.
That's correct.
And I want to just, can we cut this on? And this will just take a second.
Make sure the overhead.
This is out of your staff report of last month in another similar case. In fact, it was very similar. It was right around Mirror Lake. And if you look down there at policy LU 23.3, the city's LDR shall continue to support greater development intensity within the corridor and center zoning districts, particularly where located along fixed transit lines and around transit stops and transit stations. The site that we're dealing with today is along fixed transit lines, isn't it? And they're fixed transit stops?
It is served by PSTA, correct?
Yeah. Well, you thought it was really important in a nearby case that this policy be imposed last week, or last month. You think it ought to be supported in this case?
That objective, yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions. I do have a rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. Staff, do you have any closing or rebuttal?
I do not.
Opponent, do you have a closing and rebuttal?
You want this presentation?
Yes.
Okay, do you know the slide you want? Or do you have the,
I have the clicker. I mean, it's going to be after where we were at, but
here,
there should be, yeah, okay. All right. Again, good afternoon, and thank you for the long afternoons that all too often your meetings end up being in. I think preservation and neighborhood compatibility are cornerstones of the planning process to ensure the city we want. And I say that because I don't think this is what we want for this location. Again, it's location, location, location. It's just too big for this location. The garage is too big. And I would suggest to you what we're really building is, you know, a huge garage next to a neighborhood that belongs in the core of downtown. Historic resource review is independent of local landmarking. Again, your code does not talk about local landmarks. It talks about historic resources, historic resources. In exceptional circumstances, maybe relocation should be considered to minimize impact. But what I really want to say is that I would suggest to you that historic resource impact is no different in concept than other impacts. Traffic, drainage, and what I mean by that is if there is an adverse impact, you look for ways to minimize or to avoid the impact. You don't simply say, oops, there's an adverse impact, too bad, we continue on. And I think that's what we are doing as proposed regarding historic resources. Maybe relocation is something to be considered here today. One simple thing I would suggest if you were going to approve the project that could be considered is FAR bonuses. There are 2.5 FAR bonuses that have no specific designation in the sense of it's going to be X, Y, or Z from the menu of choices. It could be using historic TDRs, could be using historic TDRs that exist today or others that will exist in the future. But you could say those 2.5 FARs will be historic TDR. You have the opinion of Ms. Elwin that was submitted to you this week. And I want to just note that this project unto itself is not going to result in a downtown that we don't recognize, but I would suggest to you that if we don't use our tools in the toolbox to make sure that development overall is appropriate for the location and considers both the quantitative and qualitative portions of the code, which you're responsible for using, down the road, we're not going to recognize downtown. Preserve the Burg is not opposed to development, and as I said earlier, downtown is where intensive development belongs. Mr. Mastery, well, let me say this, that the quote here is from a previous staff report, and why it deals with the in-town redevelopment plan, it's as relevant to this location as to any other location downtown. And so the question came up, what is it? Is it maximum development downtown or what? And staff responded, it has been suggested that the prevailing land use classifications IRP establish the vision that encourages achieving a maximum development. Staff disagrees. Preservation has been part of the in-town redevelopment plan from its start. And what about your site plan review and compatibility criteria? Mr. Mastery suggests that a developer should be able to depend upon being able to submit a proposal that meets those quantitative numbers and get a yes. And I would suggest whether it be Preserve the Burg, the Uptown or Round Lake Neighborhood Association, or anybody else, has just as much right to expect that this commission and city council uses all the tools in the toolbox, including the compatibility criteria. That's what city council chose when they adopted those criteria. Older, smaller, better deals with the idea of reusing historic resources, but again, in the end, we're talking about too much in this location, and I would suggest that denying the location is going to result in a better, more context-sensitive development in the future, like you achieved at 200 Mirror Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. This is, as I started out before, this is a no variance application. I want to clarify one thing that Peter pointed out. He brought the fuel building up. The fuel building started out at 33 stories and a 14.5 FAR. In its reduced version was 9.5 FAR. So, yes, that was not approved. In addition, I don't care what district the building at 400 Beach Drive on 5th Avenue North is in. It's a 29-story building next to the most cherished neighborhood association, Old Northeast, and it's been there for years and it works. And it certainly can work at 4th Street and 5th Avenue at that intersection, a 21-story building. And we have the neighbors across the street most affected by this project all supporting it. The only one we couldn't reach, but there's no indication or against it. I would like to mention, first, there are 74 units, living units in these houses. There's 49 occupied. The same owner has other properties nearby he can relocate people to. People are not going to be without a place to live. And with respect to the height map, you either enforce it or you don't. In fact, that goes to something deeper. We have a comp plan. We go through a Vision 20-something, 2020s, 2050 plans. Then we have amendments to the comp plan. Then the comp plan is implemented by LDRs. Mr. Belmont wants you to say, well, don't worry about those LDRs. They don't matter. I've never seen him come up here and support. I've been dealing with him since 1977. I know he's sincere. I like him. But damn it, he has never supported a building that I know of. I can tell you. There are always these intangibles is what he relies on. And if we relied on him, our city wouldn't be anything like it is today. His whole theory is today, tall buildings can't survive next to short buildings. And that's just untrue. Just look all around the city. They're compatible, and they can survive. And this deal about FAR bonuses, you know, the code says what it says. In the code, the city wants to encourage you to use them. It's not something they don't want. And this applicant met, I want to mention them, I didn't get to, with the St. Pete Downtown Neighborhood Association, the Downtown Business Association, as well as meeting with the Chamber and the Downtown Partnership. But these other associations saw presentations. You didn't see them here objecting today. And if they had been against it, I think they would have been here objecting. They met with Historic Uptown. They met with Preserve the Burg. I thought Peter was trying to imply they didn't, but it's my understanding they had several calls with Preserve the Burg. Even it was proposed about we buying more TDRs, historic TDRs, and when we came back to him and said we would entertain it, he said, well, we don't want that now. So there has been discussions. We didn't ignore Preserve the Burg, but I will admit we didn't satisfy them either. I still go back and say the most affected people are those on Fifth Avenue, and they're in support of it. They're the neighbors. And this building is not going to affect Round Lake. I defy anybody to show how it's going to affect Round Lake. And the building on Merrill Lake is a little different in that it was on Merrill Lake Drive, and that area has been designated as something really special. Fifth Avenue and 4th Street is not special. The best thing you can do is get run over there.
Please stop, man.
Pardon? What?
I'm asking them to stop distracting. Can you please give Mr. Mastery a...
I'm deaf and blind. I didn't even see him or hear him. Well, you know, I really, you know where I stand. You know where the other side stands. I urge you to approve this plan. It will carry out the comp plan, the LDRs, and that's what this city has set forth as a plan. And I thank you for your time and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. We'll go into executive session.
I'll be happy to take the bait. First of all, I mean, I want to thank everybody for the public engagement. I think this is when the process works the best, when there's people who are here and engaged and speak. I also think I've been coming to the chambers for a long time, as I know a lot of you have, and to see Peter and Don face off against each other is like two living legends in a heavyweight fight. So that's always well thought of and well reasoned. There's really 5 things that I thought about through the last couple hours that I want to put on the record. One, this property is clearly in the CBD, which, as the code identifies, is our highest and most intense use. That's what it's there for. You know, having spent a lot of time on historic issues and preservation issues, which are incredibly important, the fact that these are not locally, the 6 or 7 structures that are not locally designated is a very important fact. I think as interpreters of the code, we have to be super careful about who defines what scale is, what group, what constituency, what people or persons. And because we need a code that is clearly interpretable, clearly understood, it can be relied upon by future users and residents of our city. I was really moved by the conversations about Cara House. That was incredibly powerful, but it also struck me that that's beyond the purview of what we do here, because the owner of Cara House could shut it down tomorrow. I sure hope they don't, but they could, and there's nothing any of us could do up here to stop that. So as poignant and meaningful as that discussion was, I think it's entirely beyond what we're doing. And Mr. Belmont made a great point at the end where he talked about the effects of development that need to be mitigated. And he cited traffic and he cited drainage. And then he also cited historic preservation. Well, I was also moved by the fact that city staff, which is the arbiter of those mitigants and the other issues, whether it's traffic or drainage or the building code, they are the ones that make that determination. And they should be in the historic preservation realm as well. We have a whole department that does a tremendous job. And as was pointed out in the staff report, all the city staff departments approved or recommend approval of this application. So if we're going to rely on the engineering department or sanitation department, we should also rely on the opinion of the historic preservation department. So I would be in support of this application.
I appreciate Commissioner Conroy's points. For those, and I think most of you have been here all day and seen the work of this commission. As my late mom used to say when I would complain about something, well, no one makes you do it. And no one makes us sit up here. We volunteer to do this. We take this job very seriously. And you all do too. You took time out of your day-to-day to come here and engage in discourse respectfully. Some old combatants who I guess predate my time on this commission, but there's one thing is for sure, you cannot question the sincerity of the people here today and their points of view. Earlier today, we dealt with a case involving a house on the water. People in an income strata beyond many people. And the probably going to be resulting in that house being torn down. You saw us struggle with that concept. And we should have struggled with it, because that's going to dramatically affect some people, but you know what, that's money. And it's, I want the folks at Cara House and the folks that could be affected by this, where you live, to fully understand that this commission has a lot of empathy for that. As Mr. Conroy said, unfortunately, that's beyond our purview, but the fact that it's beyond our purview doesn't mean that we don't take it into account. I hate to say it, but I think in today's today's political climate, a lack of empathy seems to be in vogue, seems to be a point of strength. I don't view it that way. I view it as a sign of weakness and avoiding issues that are relevant to us today, and the issues raised today by the folks at Cara House are very relevant. But again, it sounds like a cop-out, but that's not our purview today, unfortunately. It's just not. So I look at this case, and I thought about it a lot since the first time we had it. And I, again, take into account what everybody said, I keep coming back to something that Mr. Belmont said, location, location, location. I'm struck by the fact that the district it is in, which is unequivocal and clear, very clear, and the code is very clear. And the fact that, and I said last time we had this case before, it's on a thoroughfare, it's an intersection I go by 20, 30 times a week. It is, I think one of the proponents said it's one of the most heavily traveled streets in the city. That to me makes a difference in this case. And I think this project offers an opportunity to maybe provide a line of demarcation for it. I don't find the historical issues, while I get it, I just don't think they're compelling enough given the location and the classification of these buildings to be a reason to go against the recommendations of the staff. And I appreciate Commissioner Conroy's points about staff. Every city department, and one thing I've learned on this commission over the years is these people take their jobs very seriously. They're unbiased. They call it as they see them. They spend a tremendous amount of time on the details. They all, to a person, came back in favor of this. So at the end of the day, I understand the concerns. Do I wish this building was a little bit smaller? Yeah. Do I wish the design was a little bit different? Personally, yeah. But it's not our purview. At the end of the day, I come down in support of it. So that's where I'm at. Sure.
Guess I'll speak up. And I've been on this one probably the longest of anybody here. See a few things. Kind of remember the First Avenue North and MLK. Northwest corner was a Verizon store, sat vacant. Developer wanted to come in. Hey, I'm going to put a drive-through. If he doesn't get it, essentially insinuated it's going to end up being an adult store of some sort. Well, as we can see, it turned into a vet clinic. So I throw out a lot of doom and gloom that if we don't approve something, it's going to go to hell. It's not. Somebody's going to come in and do something good. And something I have mentioned for years, but it's been mentioned by Mr. Kiernan. I don't think it's happened in this case, but city staff has been influenced by the politicians. There have been staff reports presented to this board that were not supported by city staff. Again, I'm not saying specifically this one, but I have a case that I remember specifically where staff did not agree with it, but it was in our report that they agreed with it because there were higher ups that told them they wanted it. Okay? Only reason I'm bringing that up is because of your comment, Mr. Kiernan. Again, I'm not accusing anybody here, but it has happened.
I'm not clear on what the point you're making.
Yeah, that's a fairly bombastic allegation.
Sounds like what you're saying to me is I take their word at face value, and I never question it.
We have had it.
That's not the case. Well, I can tell you in my case, I don't take it at face value, and I'm not saying they're always right, but the point of what you're saying clearly says that. I have an issue with that.
What we're looking at is a massing issue. That's why I was asking in the beginning, what's the height that they can do what's the FAR that they can do by right without any required coming to this board? And they could do it by right, okay? Our big concern in the last meeting on this was the mass of this, that it's such a long building, an entire city block on a roadway that gets a lot of traffic. And it's a demarc to lower story buildings. I still believe it to be too big of a mass for this road. Is it a horrible building? No. Again, it's been mentioned by other members of the board that this could go elsewhere in the city, it could be a block away, and we'd be perfectly fine with it. But I still believe the massing on this one's too much. I'm not really concerned about the height, but when you take that height and you stretch it across a large stretch of the block, it's too much of a mass transitioning down to 2- and 3-story buildings. When you look further east on Fifth Avenue, there is, there's some 12 stories, some 13 stories. They're relatively narrow in width, and hey, they're perfectly fine. They're 12-story, the width is appropriate. When you look at 400 Beach Drive, it sits back from the road, and yeah, it's 29 stories, whatever, perfectly fine. I just think in this particular case here, it's a large mass on this entire block here. I think the mass of it should come down. And that's where the FAR bonuses are, as Mr. Belmont pointed in his presentation, it's more the aesthetics of it, the massing, the character of the neighborhood. I'm not as worried about the historic. They're older buildings, but I don't know if there's any real historic value. I agree, Care House people are unfortunately going to go away. It's a substandard housing situation there. But I just think that massing is too much for this. We've approved Mr. Mastery in several of his properties. Reflection, for example. Neighborhood all came out against it, but you had it sitting a good half a block south of Fifth Avenue, and you had an elevated roadway. So your transition from taller buildings to 2-3 story, you've got a buffering that gave a natural demarc. We don't have that here. And that's my concern, is having 21 stories spread across almost an entire city block.
I don't follow that. I follow your argument. I respect your point of view. But when I look at things like 400 Central, Art House, with what's right across the street, you've got the same issue.
400 Central's got, your main tower is pushed to the east end, and you've got 4-story building. I think your massing on that's perfectly fine.
We'll agree.
It goes really high at 400 Central.
We'll agree to disagree.
Yeah.
Can we just go back to the first point, though, about the efficacy of the city staff reports? I don't understand that. I didn't know where that came from, and I think it's a really important sort of, I'd like some clarification on that. If you have information that we don't, I think we should have that.
No, none.
Okay.
Just there was a lot of talk about the city provides us a report that says we support it. But I know of at least one case where that was not true. I don't think it is in this case. I'm not insinuating this case, but I'm just adding clarification. It has happened.
And I appreciate that, but I would submit to you, and as I said to you earlier, not for the record, I want it made perfectly clear to everyone in this room that I look at what staff produces with a careful eye, as I understand the law and as I understand the rules. And I'm not saying they're always right, and I'm not saying, nor have I ever said, this commission should just accept it at face value. But I have to say, I think you do a disservice when you raise that issue that way without anything to back it up, Chuck. I have an issue with that. I think it's really detrimental to the process.
I agree with that.
You're ringing a bell that's pretty darn hard to unring. I take issue with that.
Understand.
Commissioner Vatalo, do you have anything to add, or you want me to go to my comments?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and speak. I mean, I think, it was helpful to see the rendered massing in context. Obviously, I still have reservations about the scale and the mass, but I think the weakness lies in the tapering, the downtown maximum building heights map, where the tapering does not account for context outside of the downtown district. I think had it been back when it was drafted, looked at a little differently, perhaps we'd have be having a different conversation today. So I think there's, it's pretty clear as to what is permissible. Do I think it's the best idea to put that building at that maximum height on that corner? It could be revisited, but it is what it is right now. And I find the compatibility argument, while I find the compatibility argument compelling, and the removal of affordable housing options compelling as well, it doesn't overtake the fact that this building was designed according to the comprehensive plan and to fit within its zoning district.
I don't want to repeat points, so I'll try and identify where I have nuance from my point of view, but when you're talking about different heights, that's code. When you're talking about compatibility and how height affects compatibility, that once you get above a certain height, it looks a lot different on paper, but from a compatibility standpoint, I don't think the reality it changes that much. And so I don't share, I share a lot of the concerns that were mentioned today, but I don't share a compatibility concern. And if we were making votes on the architectural style, let me say this a different way. We are not here granting certificates of appropriateness. So I am not going to judge on that. That is for the landowner to decide. And that's sort of and echoing a lot of your points where it feels like a cop-out to say it's out of our purview. So, some of these things, that is true for everything you said, and I echo those statements. But there's also things like need and other uses, and I understand as an audience member that is really compelling. But it's not a cop-out to say that is absolutely not something that we can put in our purview, because this is not a special exception that's considering multiple use types, and we're not the landowner. And so I'm empathetic and sympathetic with the concerns, but I agree with staff's findings.
And in terms of the comparison, I think between 400 Beach and this project, I think worthy of note is that the podium is much less intense on Beach Drive, right? And that's by design. And we do have a tall tower, but the podium is lower, and which is what you experience as a pedestrian. You experience.
That's kind of in line with my point. With
yes.
Once you get above a certain height, I don't know that it changes the compatibility. The podium does, though. Right?
Yes, the podium is what has the most direct effect, and here it's maxed out, understandable, but it's also maxed out as to what is permitted.
I think that amongst the discussion, though, there is, clearly disagreement on the commission about the end of that. The height map, because in my view, and I don't think that this is necessarily evidence for or against the case, but just to share my opinion here, I view this as you're sitting at the traffic light on 4th Street going north, and this is the entrance to downtown. I don't. That just isn't a detriment to me, but that I don't know that that's evidence for or against the case. I just mentioned that as
I share that observation.
Reviewing that. If there's no other comments, though, I think it's time for a motion. I'll entertain more comments if they have them, but.
I can, without spilling my coffee, move approval of a site plan to construct a 21-story building with 370 dwelling units, including 3,819 square foot ground floor commercial space and a 485 space parking garage, subject to special conditions of approval.
Second.
Kiernan?
Yes.
Reale?
Yes.
Flint?
No.
Conroy?
Yes.
Battlefield?
Yes.
The motion passes.
That is the last item on our agenda. We are adjourned.
My name is Dominic Colangelo. I am the ground maintenance here for Treasure Island, City of St. Pete. And essentially I make sure this place stays, up and running, clean, help with any little things that may go wrong. When I come to work, the first thing I do is I blow the sand, leaves off the deck, kind of clean it up over there. And then after all that's said and done, go down to the beach, make sure everything's all picked up over there, rake the area, make sure it's nice and clean. It's the start of my day. I really do enjoy my job. I get to hang out at the beach all day, meet some interesting people. It's cool. I've had a couple of people come up and they didn't realize this was owned by the City of St. Pete, so we kind of give them a story about it. Mayor John Brown donated this property to the City of St. Pete, and it was basically for the residents, for their families to come to enjoy the amenities that we had here, like the restrooms, the indoor showers, playgrounds. So he donated that to the community. Today's a beautiful day. I love feeling the wind. I love looking at the water when I drive around. It's kind of peaceful. It's kind of like I'm just by myself, getting the job done, but it doesn't feel like work. I like the freedom. I like being out by the water. It's always a beautiful day, and it's something a lot of people don't get to do.
My name is Coach Ty Wood. I'm the owner of Berg Body Fitness. My mission with my company is to help people feel confident and comfortable in their naked body. I am passionate about bringing fun community fitness to St. Pete. People can start their fitness journey at any point of their life. Sometimes it can be high pressure. I try to alleviate that and give them a safe space that they can just enjoy themselves, because when you're having fun doing something, you want to do more of it. I am a 14-year Army veteran, so I didn't have a choice but to do fitness when I was in the military. So I think after I got out of the military and I went to school and I started studying exercise science, I realized that it was something that I had a passion for. I linked up with Healthy St. Pete. I volunteer a cardio kickboxing class every first Tuesday of the month. And that was kind of like our first interaction. And then from there, I kind of just became their fitness person. Being active myself just gives me a better quality of life, and it helps me feel like my inner child's hero.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then a flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that, so that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
We're here at the Shell Dash Townhomes ribbon cutting, where 10 homeowners were given the keys to their homes, and it's the first project like this for Habitat in St. Petersburg. And 10 lives now are going to move forward into home ownership. It's a great day.
Our families go through a lot to get to a day like today. After being accepted into our program, these families take 38 homebuyer education classes, teaching them everything they need to know to be a successful homeowner. We cover topics from budgeting to home maintenance and even how to be a good neighbor. They also put in between 350 and 450 sweat equity hours on our construction sites, including their own home.
It represents all the hard work and dedication that I've endured over this past year. I am greatly proud of myself going through this journey. At times I thought I could not, but I am here.
Through a partnership, the city put in more than $1 million from the South St. Pete CRA, donated the land, and Habitat is providing an interest-free mortgage. So it's an intentional effort to have affordable housing right here, just south of Tropicana Field, for folks who make our city work, and that's why it's important.
The average median price of a townhome in the city of St. Petersburg is over $650,000 right now. So to have a home made affordable to these families at $279,000 with a zero interest mortgage, it'll keep these homes forever affordable for these families as they move in.
We have 50 more just south of here on the 18th Avenue corridor that we're working with Habitat on, and those will come to fruition. So folks need to understand that the process takes time, but we're dedicated to making sure it moves forward.
All right, so bringing to order the January 26, 2026 Community Benefits Advisory Council Standing Committee meeting. Want to welcome everyone and also move forward with introductions.
I'm Andrea Falvey, Economic Development Manager for the city.
James Corbett, City Development Administrator.
Anthony Chan, Economic Development Specialist.
Christina Bucia, City Attorney's Office. McCall Dyer, City Attorney's Office.
Bruce Nissen.
Member.
Member.
Ruth Whitney, member.
Jason Mathis, member.
Esther Sani, member. Welcome, everybody. Moving to approve the December 17th meeting minutes. Do we have a motion?
I move approval.
Thank you so much,
I
Jason.
have a change.
Okay.
Can I still do a change?
Yeah.
On the second page, underneath all the black print about CBA process, it says committee member Whitney asked for clarification to, and so forth. But I also requested that we have a speaker from the League of Women Voters. At that time, we were discussing possible
So you'd like to have that
I
added?
just add that I requested a speaker from the League of Women Voters on changing the process.
We can certainly make that change.
So, do you all approve?
I move approval with that noted change.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. All right, so it does move forward with that adjustment and change to reflect what committee member Ruth Whitney stated.
Chair, you just have to take a voice vote on that, so you just.
We
say
do need to take a
all in
voice vote.
favor.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
And I will
that
point
was
out,
unanimous.
Dr. Whitney, that there is a reference to that on the last page of the minutes. Not specifically the language that you referenced, but there is a mention of the proposal by the representative of League of Women Voters. But we're happy to make the change that you requested.
It can be in
on the
both
second
places.
page.
Maybe I didn't read far enough.
All righty, thank you so much. It has passed and moved forward. Now we have the CBA program proposed changes.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to just step through the packet that we sent out on Thursday. Had a memo kind of overviewing the changes that we proposed based on the feedback that we got from you all at our last meeting in December, and then the correspondence that we received from Vice Chair Mathis over the holiday season. So everything is included in the packet. I will note, I had mentioned it before Mr. Nissen stepped in, that as we step through the red line version of the city code dealing with the community benefit program, we had neglected to put some page numbers on there in the packet that got emailed. So if the packet that Mr. Chan left at your desk, if you could reference that, that'll help us as we step through it. So, and again, we'll walk through everything here with the PowerPoint. So the first feedback that we'd received from you all last year and from Vice Chair Mathis is the composition, or changing the composition of the CBA standing and project committees. So we'll go ahead and go forward. So again, based on your feedback, this is what we are proposing. So as you all know, the standing committee right now consists of 4 members, the ones here in this room, 2 appointed by the mayor, then 2 appointed by city council. And all members must be from separate city council districts and complete financial form 1. So the proposal and proposed changes in front is we would increase that to 6 members, 3 members appointed by the mayor and 3 members appointed by city council. And that we would add member expertise requirements to ensure the standing committee is represented by mission-aligned advocates and professionals with expertise in areas such as real estate, affordable housing, business and workforce equity, and sustainability and resiliency. And then stepping forward to the proposed changes for the project committee. So again, different from the standing committee, the members of the project committee must be from a surrounding neighborhood or work or own a business in which a covered project is located, or within a 1-mile radius, and they also too must complete financial form 1. So right now, as you all are aware, the project committee consists of the 4 standing committee members, 2 ad hoc members appointed by the mayor, 2 ad hoc members appointed by city council, and 1 city council member appointed by city council. So the proposed changes to the project committee, we would still be keeping it at 9 members, but of course it would include the 6 standing committee members that we explored on the previous slide. 1 of the ad hoc members would be appointed by the mayor, 1 by city council, and then the 1 city council member would remain, and they would still be appointed by city council. I'm going to pause here before we step through the changes to the city code, just to get any feedback from the committee, and if this is capturing what you all requested, or just to take a pause before we step through the process changes.
So I'll mention my rationale for that. It seemed like a pretty arduous process to have half the committee step on for every different project that we have. And so there's a lot of information that we have, the 4 of us have, because we've been through this once already. And replacing half the committee with brand new people every time is pretty tricky. I also think it's helpful to have, so Bruce is a great example. I don't know a lot about unions or union laws or apprenticeship programs. Having Bruce's expertise is really helpful. So I would like to suggest that professional expertise gets considered as one of the things when we're contemplating who's on the committee. It doesn't have to be the only requirement, obviously, but people who have some expertise in sustainability. Affordable housing is something we spend a lot of time talking about, and I don't know if anyone on the committee now is an affordable housing expert. But if you had somebody like Scott McDonald from Blue Sky, or Sean King from Habitat for Humanity, or somebody like that on the committee, they'd help us know sort of, yeah, that's reasonable, or this is the way that it works, or this is why you could ask this for a developer, or we're not asking enough. This is a much more appropriate ask. So those are the changes that I had suggested, is beefing up the standing committee a little bit so that half the committee isn't brand new. And then adding some professional expertise to the list of criteria that the mayor and city council would look to as they're making their recommendations. And it's really just a suggestion. They can appoint whoever they want, but that would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Any other feedback before we step through the process changes?
Are we going to vote on this? Is this?
We can.
So I was going to wait for all the feedback, but I do think that we should vote on each one separately as opposed to grouping them together.
This is one we would recommend, but the city council would be the ones that would approve this. So we could say, yeah, we think this is a good idea, or.
Well, we should make a recommendation.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, and I did want to take a pause, and I'm gonna ask legal to step in and correct me if I misspeak. So changes to the standing and project committee would necessitate a change to the resolution. However, what we're about to step through would be a full ordinance change. So I don't know if Attorney Dyer or Attorney Busias can just provide a little bit of guidance on the timeline for that change.
Sure, so the resolution to change the makeup of the committee, that could go to city council more quickly than the ordinance change would happen. The ordinance requires a first reading and a public hearing to change the city code. And you're correct, your motion would be in the form of a recommendation to city council.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, so we are talking about this. Could I ask the question? Somebody told me that we change in March on this committee.
Correct. So the terms of you, Dr. Whitney, and Mr. Nissen are expiring in March. So that would be, if we made no changes, your terms would still expire. So city council will be opening up, it's my understanding they'll be opening up a new application portal to take applications for the 2 new members. But depending on how, again, how quickly all of this changes, we may be changing the composition of the standing committee, period. But your terms are expired. So will be expiring, sorry.
Yeah, but could you send out some things on timeline and when applications should be in for people? And
Absolutely. So our colleagues at the city council's office are handling that process, because you 2 were both appointed by city council. You weren't mayoral appointments, so they will be sending out communication on when the application portal will open and what will be required when folks come into it.
And these 2 are longer because the mayor appointed them for 1 year?
Correct. So I'd have to go back and look. I believe that they just got reappointed, and so their terms won't expire until 2028.
Oh, you all got reappointed? Great.
Congratulations. I don't know if it's a quibble or if it really matters too much, but it says here, add member expertise requirements to ensure the standing committee. I'd feel a little better if that said add member expertise preference.
Recommendations or something?
Yeah, something of that nature.
Or included in the consideration, that's something.
Yeah, something like that, because an absolute requirement, you cut out an awful lot of people there might be people who follow this very closely, but nothing in their resume shows that they should have special expertise or things of that sort. So that's my only little quibble.
Well, and we're called the Community Benefits Advisory. We want community people to do that advising.
Of course.
So they may not, have any of these, and they might be an excellent person who can contact a lot of the community and get a lot of feedback from all different types of groups.
So we can absolutely, you could have the recommendation reflect that it would be part of the consideration, or we could ask as part of the application process for them just to provide some elucidation on what their expertise might be, but it wouldn't necessarily be disqualifying for them if they didn't have it.
I like that.
But you gotta be sure how you state it, because once it's stated expertise, they may think, oh, I really don't have that, and it's community benefits. It's being able to, we're supposed to represent, as I understand it, the community and what they want and need.
Absolutely. We can strike the word expertise and we can say background, or we can just ask them to provide a narrative that maybe touches on their experience with one of those topic areas, just so we know and we can make a best effort in filling out a committee where folks do have some knowledge on these different things. And so we'd be happy to do it that way if that's a committee's wish.
I would support that. I also think that really this is our recommendation, so that, they can appoint whoever they want, but we can just say it'd be helpful to have people who have some area of expertise or some background, in addition to representing the community, that can speak about some of the very complex issues that we're talking about.
Well, there's no reason they can't apply.
Yeah, of course.
I'm worried about the people who don't have the expertise, but who really care about this city and, want to be part of this. And in fact, is a notice going to go out when, to the community about that there's 2 seats coming up? Could be open.
Well, so for the 2 posts that are expiring next month, unless this got changed before then, which it could be, then we would have to operate under the old process. But if this, if you all voted to make the recommendation and we took it to City Council and they approved it, then we could change what the application looked like. We can change the consideration. But right now, your 2 seats, as it stands right now, would be filled, under the old requirement. It wouldn't be reflective unless City Council voted to make the change.
Well, I really think it needs to be rephrased, and could it come back to us at, I don't know how soon our next meeting would be, so that we see the real words, or mailed out to us?
Or we could just decide on what we want the words to be right now.
That would make more sense. I think
Okay.
ensure it goes before City Council.
So Bruce, you had suggested striking requirement to something that was like recommendation or consideration.
Or preference, or something like that,
I have trouble with the word expertise. If you said something after you...
Maybe an interest in?
Expertise, welcome but not required, or something, in these issues.
Okay.
How's that sound?
That sounds good to me.
Okay. So just another sentence that says expertise.
Welcome but not required, and
okay.
if do you want to list, do we want to think
Expertise
the list should be there?
preference, welcome but not required.
Yeah, that's good. Preference.
Expertise preference, welcome but not required. To ensure that the standing committee is represented by a mission aligned, et cetera, ...
Yeah.
So I've captured that language, and if you'd like to make.
What do you think?
What are you asking me?
Well, how do you think it should say, what it should say?
Well, I just don't like, I just think the word requirement should not be there, and it should be something like a preference for people who, have knowledge of or.
So.
Well, I like the welcome expertise welcome but not required.
Not required, I like that too.
So I would move that we make that change to say add member expertise preference to ensure the standing committee is represented by mission-aligned advocates and professionals. Let's say, and maybe instead of expertise, is that word too strong also, Bruce? Do you want to water that down a
Member
bit?
expertise, preference.
With interest
welcome. Welcome but not required.
Yeah, involvement or interest is, I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking, like, I'm very embedded in the labor movement and I try to play a role representing the labor movement, and I think the labor movement needs to be represented in issues like this very, very definitely. And I can just tell you, I think almost everybody in the labor movement would look at this saying, I don't have any expertise in real estate, affordable housing, business, and workforce or sustainability, or I don't have those things. So therefore, I'm kind of cut out here. And yet I think they should very definitely be part of this. So that's where I'm coming from.
So would you want it added, or is it being too specific to try and spell it all out?
I think that was where, I'm assuming that's where the workforce equity was trying to get to.
Yeah, but that's very, very foreign word to Central Labor Council, I'll tell you that. It's not a word that I ever hear in a CLC meeting, ever.
You know, it's, and legal, please correct me, I mean, we do not necessarily have to codify this information in a resolution, right? It could just be that we ask it as part of the application process, and then so we don't necessarily have to codify this language in the resolution at the same time that we, again, committee's preference. I mean, if we go forward to recommend these changes to the standing and project committee, this topic of adding in standing committee members that have expertise, we don't necessarily have to codify that. We could just have that reflective in the application.
That works.
And then we can, when it goes before council, as part of the backup, we can say these folks that are being nominated, we can share a little bit about their experience.
That's great. I think that's better.
Again, that's an option. I'm not.
Yeah.
Can I reread it a different way? And because I think that it does need to be listed, or we're going to find ourselves back in a space of the why it isn't. So add member expertise preference welcomed but not required to ensure the standing committee is represented by mission-aligned advocates and professionals in areas such as real estate, affordable housing, business, and workforce equity, and sustainability and resiliency.
And Bruce, if we change workforce equity to something like...
You could leave that in there, but maybe add labor.
Yeah, labor.
Just add labor.
Just the word labor.
Instead of workforce equity?
Is more familiar. I think leave it in also.
Okay, so add, affordable housing, business, labor, workforce equity, and sustainability and resiliency.
Yeah, that
How
works.
about adding community involvement, or some other phrase? Because that's, I mean, again, I'm going to say it, that.
Well, I think that the mission-aligned advocates might encapsulate the folks that you're speaking to, Dr. Whitney. So in the language, it says mission-aligned advocates. So that would be folks who are aligned with the mission of the community benefit program.
That does say that, but you're spelling out these other things.
Okay, so here's another maybe suggestion. Add member expertise, preference welcomed but not required to ensure the standing committee is represented by mission-aligned community advocates and professionals in areas such as real estate, affordable housing, business, labor, workforce equity, and sustainability and resiliency.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
I move that we adopt what Esther said as a recommendation.
So, and also, Madam Chair, would you like to vote on changes to the composition and the number of the committee members? Is that going to be a separate motion, or are we trying to encapsulate it all in one motion?
I think we can encapsulate it all for the standing committee and then do a capsulation on the project committee separate.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Do we need a second?
Oh, second. Bruce? All those in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you.
Move forward. All right, So next up, we have the project committee. So moving from, still remaining at 9 members, but moving from 4 standing to the 6, which we just, no, sorry.
So this would be, just to reorientate you, so since we just made that recommendation
Yes.
to change the standing committee, so that would mean that the project committee would stay at 9, we have the 6 standing, and then the rest of the flow would be very similar. It'd be 1 ad hoc member appointed by the mayor, 1 by city council, and then 1 city council member appointed by city council itself. And then currently, as it stands, these ad hoc project committee members must be from a surrounding neighborhood or work or own a business in which a covered project is located, or within a 1-mile radius. So we are not proposing to change that. So these ad hoc members would still have to meet that criteria.
All right, entertaining a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moves forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so now we'll go ahead and step through changes that would, again, it would require an ordinance change. So this is based on the feedback from that the standing committee gave us at the end of last year, that the CBA program would benefit from incorporating an earlier activation timeframe to facilitate collaboration and engagement among the CBAC, the broader St. Petersburg community, and the development team. So I will draw your attention to our colleagues over in legal were so kind to provide us a red-line version of the portion of the city code that deals with the community benefit program. You'll find that in your packet, and you'll see page 1 here highlighted at the bottom. So we'll just step through some of the main points that it addresses, and then again, of course, we'll have some time at the end to make for discussion. So when we were exploring this idea of activating the CBAC a little bit earlier, what we wrestled with is that the issuance of the Community Benefit Impact Report was the trigger for the program. And that Community Benefit Impact Report was the result of negotiation between the developer of a project and the city. So we really wanted to explore, okay, what would then be the trigger? You know, what could we then identify, because in order for it to be subject to this program, there has to be a city participation value that's determined. So with the assistance of the attorneys, and I want to thank them for their creative thinking in approaching this, this concept of a proposed covered project. So a proposed covered project means a project for which the city has selected a developer. So there's been an RFP or a request for alternative proposals, and the city participation in the development is proposed by the developer and under evaluation by the city, so still under negotiation. But the city reasonably anticipates that the city participation value will meet or exceed the minimum threshold for a covered project, even though the actual city participation value and tier designation has not been determined. So you can see that language towards the bottom of page 2 in the city code. So you'll see that the definition for community benefit impact report has been struck out, and then you can see this new language inserted there on page 2.
Thank you, staff and city attorneys, for creatively finding a solution.
So then we'll go ahead and keep stepping through. So then, of course, we've identified now what this new trigger will be, and we've defined it, this possibility of a proposed covered project. And then that would mean that there are modifications to, you'll see that the streamlined process, very much remains the same if the developer elects to go through it. That's formulated here. But then it does necessitate changes to the standard process. So you'll see that highlighted at the bottom of page 5, the red line version. So if you look at on page 5. So, and I'll step you through it here. You'll see it up on
Andrea, I apologize. Do you want to talk about any of the other red line changes on 3 or 4 before going to 5? I think they're probably just technical changes, like making things simpler, but I just wanted to make sure.
Sure. So I believe they are technical changes. I don't know if
like using the word which instead of in its sole and absolute discretion prior to commencing action pursuant to this article.
I don't know if Attorney Busias maybe can provide some guidance on
Sure,
some
yes,
of this
that
language.
one, the total construction cost language was not a substantive change. At the end of page 3, at the bottom of page 3, we struck through the language there that said, that had the triggering event as the community benefit impact report. So now it starts with, upon selection of a developer for any proposed covered project or covered project, now this process begins, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Wait, going back to the first page 2, you're eliminating, why is that being eliminated?
I'm sorry, what, Dr. Whitney?
Community Benefits Impact Report.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you want to go ahead? Or
No, you can please.
Okay, so the triggering event originally, after the submission of the community benefit impact report, that was originally the triggering event, as Andrea explained.
Triggering for what? For
triggering the process.
To start the CBA process.
Start the CBA process, yeah. Now, instead of the report being the triggering event, we've added in this concept of the proposed covered project. And upon selection of the developer for any proposed covered project or covered project, at that point then does the process begin. So there was no need anymore for the community impact report.
So we're starting
Why it was removed.
yeah, we're starting a lot sooner in the process.
Yeah, oh, that's better.
Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and just walk through kind of, again, we wanted to change, the spirit of the conversation from December was to change the standard process so that we would get involvement from the CBAC and from the community a little bit earlier. So you'll see that those changes redlined here starting at the bottom of page 5. So we will establish the Community Benefit Advisory Council, again, this project committee for a covered project or the proposed covered project. And after the developer's selection and prior to determination of the city participation value, the developer must meet with the CBAC. And the purpose of this meeting is for the developer to present the proposed project concept, the developer's request for city participation, and the developer's proposed community benefits, and to receive input from the CBAC regarding community priorities, concerns, and desired community benefits.
Now, are they going to present, the other was a report. This sounds like they're just going to present it at a meeting. That's a big difference.
Correct.
Which I think,
That's what we
I think
wanted.
is better, because that allows us to inform, as opposed to them telling us what they're going to do. So the way I read this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is they're meeting with us, and in essence, their question is, what does the community need? And we then, with feedback from the community, will say that, well, these are the pieces that we need to see. Then they will then come back with what they now are saying is their proposal.
Correct.
Or their,
And it'll help inform the negotiations between the city and the developer. So we wanted, and I think that was the spirit of the conversation we had in December, is involving the CBAC earlier to get, again, this feedback of the project committee. And then you'll see that in the next step is to conduct a public meeting. So these are things that in the process we currently have happened after the negotiations that the city did with the developer. So we're proposing that they meet with the CBAC and the community to help inform those negotiations so that the city knows what the community wants and they can include that.
Will there ever be a report to us of what those, having a piece of paper and studying it over time, of what is being, what the changes that what they're gonna do to give us benefits is different than hearing it twice at 2 different meetings.
Okay, let's.
The report got eliminated, so all I'm hearing is that then we're gonna talk to the developer. 1, they come to us, and then 2, they come to the city, to the community. And that's it?
So we'll go and step through the rest of the process, and I think what the issue that you're bringing up, Dr. Whitney, will be resolved as we step through it. But
Okay.
we'll just keep kind of stepping through these changes. So then, like I said, the next step would be to conduct a public meeting to seek input from the surrounding neighborhoods and community on the community benefits being proposed for the covered project or proposed covered project. And then the next step, the city participation value.
Where are you now? 6?
Okay, so I'm at 6, towards the top. The city participation value will be determined. If the city participation value does not meet the minimum threshold for a covered project, the city will terminate the standard process for the proposed covered project, and no community benefit agreement is required. So again, if that city participation value is determined to not meet one of the tiers, then the process would terminate. The city and developer shall negotiate and generate a non-binding term sheet that at a minimum must include a description of the covered project and the community benefits from those benefits for the applicable project tier set forth in the guidance document or alternative community benefits. And then again, the city shall seek input on the term sheet from the CBAC at a public meeting. So again, that term sheet will come back to the CBAC.
So that's the term sheet in writing and.
Correct.
And there'll be time to discuss it?
Correct, absolutely.
I mean,
So that will come back to
you.
you.
Where they're coming back at least 3 to 4
I think they're
different.
coming back. They're
I
coming.
think they're coming back to us at least 5 different times. I mean, 2 initially, and then an additional, what looks like 3 more times to go back and forth to make sure all of the thresholds that we've stated that we want to see are being met.
Correct, so.
But what's important to me is a written statement, because if they just talk to us.
Right, so that, and you'll see that will be coming back to you with the term sheet, and then again, back to you with the community benefit agreement. So all of the engagement that you all had under the current process, none of that is going away. We're simply adding to it and, having you all come in a little bit earlier to help inform those negotiations and what the developer might offer in terms of community benefits.
Well, I think one of the complaints that I had about the last process we went through is you all had done a lot of work with the Heinz Ray's team and presented us with a document that was pretty heavily negotiated already, and that was the way the process said to do it. But then I think it was frustrating for the public to come in and say, we want to see this and this and this and this, and we would say, well, what about this, what about this? And it's like, well, this is what we negotiated. So I really appreciate the opportunity to talk in advance and say, hey, here's what we'd like to see as you're going into your negotiations. You still come back to us, but we have a chance at the start. That's the only change, is we get a chance at the start to say, we think these are the important elements to include.
But if you have no idea what they're planning to include.
Well, I think the initial thing is priorities. Like we say, these are the things that we think are the most important. This is what the community cares about on this site. And the developer might be planning to include stuff that nobody cares about. So don't worry about that. And they might be planning to, or not planning to do some stuff that people really care about that they don't know. So I think it's really just facilitating the communication to make sure we say, these are the values we have, these are the priorities we want to see. And then they don't have to worry about stuff that nobody cares about.
And Dr. Whitney, if you do go to the bottom of page 5, at that first meeting, the developer will present the proposed project concept, their request for city participation, and their proposed community benefits. So those community benefits that they are already envisioning, they'll present that. And then, again, they'll look for input from the committee on, what else could they do? Could they do something different? Does the community request something different? So they'll already come with some of that conceptualized to that meeting.
I'm sure they tried to send me an email, but I never got it. So I didn't have a chance to read this in advance.
It's okay.
Okay.
So I'm sorry about that, but I would have read it in advance.
It's no problem at all. That's why we're here.
Printed paper is where you can really evaluate something. What people say is often quite different than what ends up on the paper.
So that, and I'll let the attorneys weigh in. Did I miss anything, ladies, or anything you'd like to add? Could you just provide a little bit of guidance on the ordinance change and what the timeline for that is? That would be helpful.
Sure. You want to go? So an ordinance, I think as was mentioned, requires a first reading and a public hearing, and there's advertising requirements pursuant to state law that the city has to comply with. So this, you could, if you're satisfied with, the draft, you could, move a recommendation that these changes be considered. And then obviously, it would ultimately be administration moving this forward on your behalf to city council at a future meeting.
So for me, right, I'm always curious about timelines, right? So theoretically, and I know that I'm saying theoretically because nothing is in concrete, if this committee says, yes, we like this, what is a theoretical time frame of moving this from recommendation of a yes to now an ordinance that we will govern all new activated projects through?
So the city council meets, you know, their substantive business meetings are usually the first and the third Thursdays of every month. You know, there's, you know, unfortunately, like March is a month where they have a unique meeting schedule with spring break and other events on the council calendar. But the agenda for the March 5th has already been, you know, distributed. So ultimately, it's the administration receiving feedback. You know, sometimes council wants to have a discussion of ordinance changes in a committee meeting, which is another step before they can go to council. So that's something that, you know, council may want to do, is have a discussion of these changes before it actually is presented to them at a formal meeting. So that could be an extra step in the process. But from our perspective, we would have to get direction. You know, you provide your recommendation, we get direction from administration. We just have to put this in ordinance format that's not an ordinance format. And then, you know, ultimately work with administration on the timeline. So I think, you know, Andrea, y'all are gonna have to be, you know, kind of like, what's your best case scenario and worst case scenario?
You know, administration is in support of these changes. So if we got a recommendation from you all tonight, we would, you know, start working on implementing these changes. And we would also, obviously, of course, with the projects that we have in front of us, you know, we would work to change the ordinance and change the process before any new projects came forward. But then we could, of course, you know, articulate to any kind of projects in the immediate future that we are changing this and there is an ordinance before city council. And if you could please make a good faith effort to step through this new process, we could, that's always an option for us as well. But again, administration is in support. Administrator Corbett's here with me, so if we get the recommendation, we could start moving on getting the ordinance changed.
Right. You know, for me, I feel this conversation and these pieces that we've talked about was triggered by the current project that's coming before us. And I think for me, just speaking for me, this is the most important in this moment, not future projects. It's very important for future projects, but for me, it's this project. And so I would like to formally just go on the record to say that I think that there needs to be an urgency behind moving this forward. I appreciate the intention of bringing a developer to this body before anything is negotiated with city. I appreciate there being a piece where after the community speaks, after this body speaks, there will be negotiation, but it's non-binding. I appreciate that verbiage, so thank you for that. And then I appreciate that you're then going to come back before this body 3 times after that. To me, that's important. That's a real intentional, intentional steps to make sure that the community has a voice. And then it's on us as community members to ensure that in that initial meeting and subsequent meetings that the community shows up, because that's who is going to inform the process. So with that, I guess we move for a motion. Any other questions,
If there's
thoughts?
other comments? If there's no other comments, I would move approval.
Okay. Do we have a second?
You got a second?
I'll second. It's a small committee.
Thank you.
You get to get a lot of action.
It's real tight.
So I'll be the second.
It was real tight. Thank you, Mr. Bruce. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, it does move forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for
There
that.
was one no.
Sorry?
Oh, you're abstaining?
Yeah.
Are you saying no?
I'll abstain, because I didn't get time to read it properly.
All right, so,
I mean,
with one abstain.
I don't know how much, where they're really going to tell us what they're going to do in writing. They can tell us all the words they want in a presentation, and that's a whole different couple. And I just can't support until I see it, where that comes in.
I respect that.
So are you a no or an abstain? You're an abstain?
Yeah, I'm abstaining.
All right, one abstain.
We'll let the record reflect that.
Okay. All righty.
Madam Chair, I do believe we have public.
Yes.
Yes, I have one public comment, unless someone else would like to do a public comment.
So, and public comment is available at all city council meetings. So, you know, obviously, you know, if you're interested in the timeline for this, you can, you know, keep in touch with Andrea and she can let you know. But there is public comment at every city council meeting, including for ordinance changes.
I think,
I think that everybody at this particular table is quite familiar with the 3 minutes that we are given. So yes, and I will utilize those 3 minutes in particular to express the urgent need for this to move forward. All right, so we do have one public comment. Ms. Robin DeVito? Davido. Davido.
Right here, right here. Thank you. And you'll have 3 minutes, and I'll keep time.
Yeah.
You got it, Tony.
And I know I said your name is Robin, but can you please say your name again?
Davidoff. Thank you. Madam Chair and committee, thank you for letting me speak. I just want to comment briefly on Mr. Mathis's comment tonight, which was he would like you to have a chance at the start, and I couldn't agree more. I'm also here on the behalf of the League of Women Voters of the St. Petersburg area. However, we believe that the start is not after a developer is selected. We believe the start is a master plan. We believe that there is a master plan. It was written in 2018, and it is a foundation for what should be done on this property. It needs to be updated, but there's had lots of community input, and we think this is the way to go. And the reason we think this is because we've studied many other cities that have developed CRA properties. And in order to control what's built there, how it's built, how long the affordable housing stays affordable, how much renewable energy is built in, what kind of sustainability is put there, there's only one way to accomplish that, and that is through controlling the land. And many of these projects have kept ownership of the land and then leased some or all of it. So we believe that a master plan should come first for the gas plant property. We believe that after that, the city council should adopt zoning and other building standards, and then and only then should a developer be brought in. In that way, the benefit is 100% to the community. And that is the successful way to develop CRA property. We also believe that the I-175 study should be part of this plan. We believe that that was a terrible barrier that was put up to divide our community, and we think that should be examined. I've given you a handout on community land trust, which you can read at your leisure. But we believe that community land trust can be used for not only residential land, but businesses. And it helps small businesses compete, and it keeps affordable housing affordable, not for 15 years, not for 30 years, but forever, or as long as the city deems that it's needed. We think that employers are going to benefit because community land trust allows the houses to be more affordable, therefore allowing workforce employees to live near their work. And we know that there's a concern about developing the gas plant will result in gentrification. Community land trusts are the best way to prevent that. We believe that after the master plan is completed and after the zoning is adopted, then the city can make the decision to subdivide the property and sell or lease different parts. Why is that important? It's important because the value of this land will go up every year for the next 30 years. If we sell this land to a developer now, we lose that value.
Thank you so much,
Thank you
Ms.
so
Roberts.
much. Thank you.
Alrighty. So
Can we
this-
ask that her time be extended for a couple more minutes to hear the rest of what she had to say?
Or could we talk to her informally afterwards? It's a small enough group. Rob and I
Yes,
had a
that's
great,
fine. I can-
Rob and I had a great conversation already. I like a lot of what Robin has to say.
Thank you. I'll stay after if you like.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. New business? None? All right. And so with that, we move to adjourn.
So moved.
Agreed. Everybody have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay warm.
I'm the youngest of 7 girls, and so I had lots of female role models. One in particular is most definitely my mother.
My mother has always been my strongest influence. I distinctly remember growing up in South America, there were not very many opportunities for women in leadership, and my mom really made her own place.
One of my grandmothers had ovarian cancer, and my other grandmother had 4 cancers. In the late 60s, went in for a lumpectomy. They did a double radical mastectomy. She woke up being taken down to her breastplate. For her, that was incredibly humbling because her whole identity was being in the community, and she felt embarrassed, and to some extent that her womanhood was gone. And so watching her overcome that and thrive was really, that was inspiring as well.
Growing up, I really admired one of my high school teachers in particular. She was this incredibly brilliant woman who was tough, who was smart, and who also would give everything to help her students.
I think it's critical to have a mentor. I found mentors that taught me self-acceptance, self-love. They help you find a way. They help you find an opportunity to a path to your full expression.
Well, I think mentorship is extremely important to the pathway to success.
Having someone there who is really going to be the shining example, who is going to be your guide through life, is really what's so important and what so many of us need.
Every life, you should have somebody that is your champion and somebody you can champion. And I think that's really important as we think about elevating others.
Oh, St. Petersburg Leadership for Women is outstanding. I think we are positioned perfectly.
I feel so very fortunate to live and work in a city like St. Pete that's inclusive, that's progressive.
I believe that we are a future that will be kind and generous.
There's great support amongst the women leaders to collaborate, to make a difference, to solve complicated problems, and they're brilliant, brilliant women.
This community has not just great women leaders, but a platform where they're elevated and able to do things that are meaningful and that really impact our community. And that's part of the reason it's such a phenomenal community.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
Dear reader, you are loved, more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up.
You are loved for exactly
who you are. I promise.
The world needs you in it.
We're here for the ribbon cutting for the reopening of our Florida Holocaust Museum. It's been a long-awaited upgrade, and the exhibits really speak to the atrocities that happened during World War II and that actually are happening now after October 7. It's great to have that shining light of truth right here in St. Pete. I really was touched by the Thor exhibit, which was a Danish boat that was used to move folks into safety, and the whole story behind that. That is something that really sticks in my mind about in the midst of a war when millions of folks were losing their lives, individuals made a choice to do what they could do.
Today, we thank the courageous people of Denmark who saved our parents' lives and the lives of over 7,200 Jews by ferrying them to safety in Sweden. This history and having Thor in our midst reminds us that doing the right thing begins with ordinary people like you and me, one person at a time.
What we really hope this experience lends for all the people who come visit us is to learn the lessons of the Holocaust and to realize that forms of bigotry and hatred are very terrible for all of us in our society, no matter who they're directed toward.
When I was a fifth grader, I came to this museum as we were reading Anne Frank, and I think about that experience and how important it was to understand that my life was relatively sheltered, but you get to see outside of it. You experience the history of not only the good things, but the bad. And it really forms who you're gonna be early, what kind of person you wanna be. Places like the Florida Holocaust Museum, I think, help form the person I am today. I hope it does it for generations on. That's what history does.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high-efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high-efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender, and they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, you know. So when my sister said, "Hey, they hiring," so I said, "I want to go for the fire department." And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, "You do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas." If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
Fire Tech Echo, Engine 5, District 10, District 5, Engine 4, structure fire.
If you truly want to be part of the best, then St. Pete Fire Rescue's for you.
I love this job. We have no idea what's gonna happen every shift. We just go to work. We don't know when the wind's gonna come.
When the public calls on us, it's normally their darkest times and their darkest moments, and they depend on us.
We have to trust each other. In a fire, all we have is the team.
You know, we go into some very dangerous situations sometimes, so we need that feeling like there's someone there right along with you.
The spectrum of how we positively impact every person in our community is huge.
St. Petersburg Fire Rescue responds to over 60,000 calls per year. Of those 60,000 calls per year, over 70% are medically related.
We are fire and EMS. We are one team together, but we also have a lot of other avenues that a firefighter or firefighter paramedic can progress in their career.
St. Petersburg has specialty teams, technical rescue team, a dive team, and the hazardous materials team. So it's above and beyond the normal fire training that you get.
It takes a hardworking, selfless person with some good moral character. There's a lot of pride in this job and a lot of tradition that comes with it as well.
We're called to keep the citizens safe, but also keep each other safe. And you have to have that passion, that want to, that drive to not only do better, but be better.
I joined the military. I became a firefighter in the Air Force. It was a natural progression from the military service to a paramilitary organization such as St. Pete Fire Rescue.
The fire department is a semi-military organization, so we take direction through a chain of command. We train to an exhaustive level. We feel that the more you train, the better prepared you are to go.
I went through the cadet program. It was an awesome opportunity. Not only do they take you under their wing, they pay for your education, fire academy and EMT school.
We depend on each other. We live in an intimate setting. We live like in a house, and we're very much like a nuclear family.
It's brothers and sisters. We have our fun times. We like to play with each other. Best parts are always lunch and dinner, because when everyone sits at the table, we go over how our 2 days were when we got off, see what everyone's doing.
It's where you grow as a person. You kind of learn life lessons. Camaraderie is very important. It makes the job easier, not so much of a job.
You know, we're here every third day, so we treat this just like we treat our house. We have to clean the bathrooms just like we clean the bathrooms, take out the trash, make sure it looks good, clean the trucks, inventory the trucks. You take care of it just like you take care of your home.
Every station has a gym with full equipment.
The department's training division is very involved in health and fitness initiative.
We have an extensive behavioral health program. We assess risk within the fire department in 3 main areas. One is behavioral health, physical fitness, and on-the-job duties that we do, and then in training.
In St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, it's important to us to have a fire response service that reflects the community that we serve.
St. Petersburg is a very diverse city, and we can all work to reach a common goal together.
We've had folks that come to us and reach out to us, and that's the kind of trust we're looking for with our public.
One of our biggest programs is our Home Safe program, which provides free smoke alarm installations to City of St. Petersburg homeowners. Another big component is public education and community outreach. We provide public education on fire safety and injury prevention to citizens of all ages.
To me, being on the front lines as a first responder, I'm blessed every single day. There's no better feeling when you lay your head down at night and you're like, wow, I really had a hand in helping.
It's hard work, but it's hard work towards doing something great.
I know for a fact that I work for a really good fire department. It's an extreme honor.
You want to do something you love, this is the place. If you want to be the best, this is the place. You can't get any better place to work.
I'm Dan Gulick. Join our team.
Hola, me llamo Teresa Bieber Rishi. Únete a nosotros.
제 이름은 김희경입니다.
세인트 피터스버그 소방관에 가입하세요.
I am Aaron Walton. Join our team.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building citywide all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, the sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welsh's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stp.org/ARPA.
Youth Champions is a program that encourages the youth and the officers to build a better relationship.
The Florida Department of Law Enforcement put out a grant called the Community Violence Intervention and Prevention Grant Program. So through them, we were able to create Youth Champions, where kids ages 11 to 17 in the community of Jordan Park gets to engage with law enforcement officers, engage in positive activities such as yoga and therapy.
Meditation, that's like the best one. Is meditation, like get your mind at ease. And after that, we just like talk. We talk about like the program, like how is it like affecting them and pros and cons of what they have in their life. I didn't know at them at first, but like actually like seeing them like do the activities that we be doing and actually interacting with them is good.
I think that it's imperative that we build those relationships. We've seen it time and time again where those relationships have benefited us to the positive in the police department. Any opportunity we as police officers get to engage, everybody can relax and be themselves, and then they can get to know us and see the people behind the badge.
Anytime you can consistently show up and commit to a neighborhood or to young children, they see that you're dedicated and naturally just being able to build relationships.
Here, we're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the city of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there. So they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not gonna look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People was kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, you know, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses
and its minorities within the city?
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office. So we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means. The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. Inside an art studio, it was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about, and that really got me the experience and working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
Today we cut the ribbon for Bayou Courts, a mixed income apartment complex here in South St. Pete. The great part of this story is that this originally was going to be all market rate, but in partnership with Gravel Road and with the county, we were able to have 60 units here with a good mix of units that are affordable to folks making less than average incomes.
One of the cool parts about this project is it was specifically geared towards teachers, city workers, county workers, the people that run our area, the people that are educating our children, this is the place for them. And they made it a place that's welcoming, that's beautiful.
It tends to be the case that a lot of the folks that work in those jobs qualify for these projects, and most times they don't know that they actually qualify. But what we're talking about is a subset of affordable that truly serves that missing middle.
Already 21 of the units have already been rented out. So this is a great example of how we work together, how we can have affordable housing.
What we're seeing is the hard work really coming to fruition now. But also you're still seeing shovels go in the ground. I think that's the most important thing. We started to get the momentum. What you're seeing now is the ball actually rolling. We got to keep pushing, make sure that that momentum continues.
We'll persevere and make sure that we have that affordable housing that makes us the inclusive community we are.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're gonna encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter DeMenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter Demens, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
Hi, I'm Andre Allen, Stormwater Foreperson for the City of St. Pete. I'm here to talk about sandbags. First important thing you need to know about sandbags, we have them year-round. We distribute sandbags every second Saturday of the month. You can get sandbags at our complex, 1744 9th Avenue North. The best way to use the sandbags is to get some visqueen or a heavy plastic, tarp, and lay it down like in an L shape from the ground up against your door garage, and stack your sandbags just like you're stacking bricks right in front of your doors. If you didn't have no flooding in your area and no flood water touching your sandbags, you should store them in a safe area just in case another storm comes through. If flood water touch your sandbags, we recommend you take it to Pinellas County Dump. For more information, you can follow us on social media at St. Pete FL.
District 6 encompasses downtown St. Petersburg and includes the Edge District, the Innovation District, and neighborhoods like Coquina Key. I'm Gina Driscoll, your council member for District 6. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. For over 10 years, the Shine Mural Fest has contributed an indelible mark all around our city, and many of those locations are spread throughout District 6. Another great event in this district is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race draws in big crowds, some of the best car racing in the world, and takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area, with a number of waterfront parks, from Straub Park to Lassing Park to Grandview Park with its popular boat ramp. These are just a few of the many parks you'll find in District 6. Many of these also have fantastic art installations. That's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You can see it on countless murals, in our museums, our galleries, and in our theaters. You'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is all about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the neighborhood association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research, and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into two smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind the love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on, signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the neighborhood association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say Drains to the Bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay, so they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? Or people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the neighborhood association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the neighborhood association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
I'll talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amer Vinoy Lofner, and the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Loeffner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
Welcome to Clam Bayou Marine Education Center. This is a place where you can get your feet wet, your mind's engaged, and your heart happy.
This is a marine education center, and we use it for field trips like the one that you're going to have today.
We're here observing an education program, a partnership with USF St. Pete that gives students in our community the opportunity to learn about our environment, to learn about oceanography, and have really a hands-on experience that many of them have never had before.
Ready? Yeah, let's go!
We're going to be measuring surface temperature, we're going to be measuring fish, looking at plankton, really just seeing all the things that, you know, the nature has for us.
What do you see? What do you notice? A shell. A shell. Okay. A crab. A crab.
We teach science the way we do our science. They're very authentic ways of doing things and measuring the cloud cover or the surface temperature. Students are learning to do that from their classroom setting, and then to be the experts by the time they visit Clam Bayou, where they take the same data in a natural, less developed setting and share that data with NASA. And that NASA data is then used by scientists all over the world. So the idea is to begin with teachers. Teachers first become comfortable and become the students, if you will, for a week, a couple weeks before school starts.
We want the teachers to feel comfortable with the things that they are learning so that they can go back to their classroom and equip their students in a way that is hands-on and engaging, and that brings a love and curiosity for the environmental stewardship that we have right here at the Clam Bayou.
Partnerships are extremely important when it comes to reaching our youth. We're like the torso, right? Like we have the resources, but we aren't necessarily the arms and the legs. We can distribute the resources and through partnership to the arms and the legs. So that might be our local colleges or our local nonprofits, our businesses. Through the use of their arms, we move things around, and through the use of their legs, we move forward.
I see it moving. Oh yeah, look, there's a couple pies.
We were over at the mangroves, and one of my students who never talks in class, I mean, he's just the most quiet kid. He's like shouting out the answer to what detritus is. And I was like, oh my gosh, he's speaking. So I'm like really glad that he got that moment to, you know, be heard and have a voice.
We asked a young man, what do you want to do? He says, I want to be a marine biologist. And that is exactly what we want to see. Kids thinking about their future, finding paths that they can make to be successful, and making sure that we facilitate that progress for them.
I hope that they all leave with some sort of curiosity. They leave with a question. Maybe we didn't answer everything for them, and they have to go on their own and inquire about it. Because no matter what you do in life, having that quizzical nature is necessary and will help you throughout both the lulls and the highs.
Clam Bayou was really fun. First, we went to go learn about plankton, then we went into the water. It was really cool. We caught all sorts of fish, 22 fish to be exact.
Can I hold down? Aw,
We just learned about mangroves, how they like absorb, and they have like some have salt on the back and that you can eat, but you can't eat the front because there's no salt on it. And they also can protect buildings, how like if a tornado or hurricanes come, it can protect the buildings.
We looked at microscopes to find plankton, and we got to draw the plankton that we saw. There was like these different organisms. It was clear. It was see-through.
I would tell them it's a whole bunch of fishing, a whole bunch of water. I would tell you there's people that will help you. You get to learn a lot of stuff. That's what I would really tell them.
Dear reader, you are loved more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it. Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up.
You are loved for exactly
who you are. I promise.
The world needs you in it.
Hi, I'm Jane, and I work at Sunken Gardens, and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras, and a flock of flamingos, interact with them, and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have two that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
Food has always been a passion of mine. My passion from food comes from my grandfather. It was really just born out of the fact that I believe that he wanted to show us the world, and he did that through everyone's different cuisines. So like we would have really elaborate holiday parties, and we would have like Thanksgivings would be all designated toward like a different country, and he wanted to introduce us to that country, and it was through their food. So one of the things, we had a Japanese spread. I was not vegan at that point, but just the art of the cuisine, I was able to like eat with my eyes, and it just made me fall in love with sushi. When I went vegan, I realized I couldn't have sushi anymore. So it kind of started with a cookbook, and I did a pop-up, and then we were sold out, and then I kind of just went from there. I just did pop-ups, markets, and festivals, and I started delivering sushi to people's houses, and it kind of just caught on. I thought to myself, it would be nice to have a place, like a home base for everyone to come to me, and then also, again, give vegans the experience of what sushi is. Being in St. Pete, I feel like everything is happening on Central. I feel like Central is where a lot of businesses want to be. On a normal day, we would go through 4 pots of rice, and that was like a great day. And now coming to the new space, like we're going through like 8, 9, 10 pots of rice in one night, which is like, for us, is crazy.
I think a trailblazer is a person who looks at the needs of now without high regard for the status quo or the way we've always done things, but focuses their work on how you make our community better today and for generations to come. None of us stand on our own, and so in order for me to be elected mayor, there were so many folks in generations before me that had to fight even for the right to vote, or even for the right to be a full-fledged police officer like Leon Jackson. I just looked at myself as the next in a line of folks who are working to move our community forward. Without the Leon Jacksons of the world, I certainly wouldn't be in this position. And without guys like Bob Stewart, former city council member and county commissioner, who's one of my mentors, who served with both me and my father, you know, Without those folks also pushing, we wouldn't be where we are today. You know, I attended the last segregated class at Melrose as a kindergarten student, that I'm able to go back to that and talk to those students as the 54th mayor of our city. That's a lot for one lifetime. As I go around the classroom, I do this for Great American Teach-In, and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, you know, I want to be mayor, and one young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents, to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them. Email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do.
Hi, I'm Chuck with the City of St. Petersburg Water Resource Department. Today, I want to talk about something small that makes a big difference: your sewer cleanout cap. Your sewer cleanout is an access point in your yard that allows you or a plumber to quickly inspect and service the pipe connecting your home to the city's sewer system. If the cap is missing or damaged, rainwater, floodwater, and debris can get in. And when rainwater enters the sewer system through an open cleanout, it can overwhelm the system, increase treatment costs, and even cause sewer overflows. The good news? It's a simple, inexpensive fix. A PVC cap costs just a few dollars at most hardware stores. Just screw it clockwise until it's snug. That small step helps protect public health, reduces costs, and keep both your neighborhood and the city's wastewater system running smoothly. So, check your clean out today and replace any missing or broken caps right away. For questions, call 727-893-7261 or visit stpete.org/waterresources.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Collier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
Hi, my name's Barbara Stallbird, and I work for the City of St. Petersburg Parks and Recreation Department, and I'm here to talk about debris. No matter what type of storm we experience, there's a certain way that debris needs to be handled. First, it needs to be separated. It needs to be separated by vegetative debris, which would be trees and limbs, construction and demolition debris, which would be flooring and drywall, and also household goods such as appliances. Step 2, placement of your debris is very important. Place your debris on the curb, not on the street and not on the sidewalk. This will allow the call to come and grab the debris. Pro tip, never put your debris next to infrastructure or any obstruction for the claw to grab the debris, such as near a fire hydrant, a mailbox, a sign, or even under a tree. Number 3, please do not place your debris in bags. Monitors need to be able to view the debris to ensure that it's not mixed. And remember, always keep up to date with what's going on before, during, and after a storm at St. Pete FL.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi. I didn't see you there, just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device, and super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
Growing up, one of my biggest female role models was my grandmother. My grandmother was an incredible woman. She was hardworking, she was kind, she was sweet, but she was tough. And she really taught me from a very, very young age how important it is not only to work hard for everything that you want, but once you achieve those things, to give back to others.
When you look at who did I look up to, I have to say my mother was definitely the primary one, because she was actually able to take so little and provide so much. She taught me what fortitude was. She taught me what commitment was.
Even in this day and age, it can be really tough for women who are, aspiring to achieve their career goals or their own personal goals for their life. For those of us who are at this level, who have, accomplished some of our goals in life, we have kind of a responsibility to reach our hand out to that next young woman, grab her hand and pull her along.
Well, I think growing up, children learn from those who are around them. And even as they're babies, they mimic everything that their parents do and what they teach them. And I think having the positive role models that are necessary to make the right choices in life, role models are helpful.
Well, really, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to female leadership in our city. I think there is a day when we will have a woman in the mayor's office.
The future of female leadership in St. Petersburg is awesome. It looks bright. I am so encouraged. We take a lot of our lived experiences and we apply logical applications to making decisions.
I am inspired and encouraged by the number of young women who are rolling up their sleeves, getting involved in their communities, and really stepping up to be true leaders.
There was a time where it was, when is there going to be the first female on city council? Then we got to, there's a supermajority of women on city council. And I think that question in terms of whether or not women can be a part of our city and whatever leadership position isn't a question anymore. Women do lead.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
And the future of the women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to, say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. We do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations, so we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge. They come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet them, get a picture with them. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and then have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
Today we're cutting the ribbon on a building, but what we're really celebrating is a major step forward in the city of St. Petersburg. Our first purpose-built, nationally accredited environmental compliance laboratory.
This has been years in the making. Our original water laboratory was in a repurposed metal building. It wasn't designed for the purpose of being a laboratory. You've got to think of humidity and air temperature. You've got to think of air control. You don't want to contaminate the samples. And so we have a brand new building that's been designed to be used as a laboratory, but it was also designed to withstand hurricanes. It operates through a storm, and that's really important so we can get our systems back up and running.
It's so neat to see what they're doing. I mean, you're talking about drinking water, beach water, storm water, essentially any water that comes through the city, they're testing, because not only are they worried about what's coming in contact with us, they're worried about the environment too. I mean, it's just a massive project. It's a massive undertaking, and the work they're doing is just so important.
This lab provides analytical results to the Hillsborough Health Department, Pinellas County Health Department. We provide a regional benefit. We ensure that we're providing the results that are of the highest quality standard.
We take our water for granted. We take the fact that the water is safe to use for granted. So much work that goes into making sure that it is safe to use. And so that's why this is important to each and every one of us, because that water that we are using every morning has been tested to verify that it is safe for your use.
Our team is mission focused, and every day they come here as residents knowing what this water means to the community. This is the lifeblood of the community, and they are focused on ensuring that it is of the highest quality that is possible.
It's hard to imagine a time before sunken gardens existed in St. Petersburg. You would have to go back more than a century to see the land as it once was, a sinkhole. In 1911, George Turner Sr. and his wife Eula purchased 4.1 acres of land 1 mile north of the emerging city center. Due to the sinkhole on site, the land sat 15 feet below street level. But George, a plumber by trade, had an idea. He devised his own terracotta tile system, effectively draining the sinkhole, leaving behind a rich, mucky soil. Perfect conditions for his favorite hobby, gardening. Living a good life with lots of luck in the Florida real estate world, the Turners were doing well. However, after a series of hurricanes and freezes in the area and the downturn of the real estate business in 1926, the Turners were soon left with just the garden. And to make ends meet, they opened a fruit and vegetable stand. Soon, neighbors began to stroll through George's tropical garden, enjoying an array of plants from around the world. In 1934, Mr. Turner began charging 15 cents to enter his subtropical paradise of royal palms, banana trees, coffee plants, and more. It's hard to imagine the old sinkhole site would become a natural paradise. For 3 generations, the Turners ran Sunken Gardens for almost a century, building a world-renowned attraction complete with beauty contests, celebrities, models, flamingos, and other exotic animals. A lot can happen in 100 years. Freezes, economic downturns, and a breed of new amusement parks opening close by. So, in 1989, the Turner grandsons put Sunken Gardens up for sale. And 10 years later, the residents of St. Petersburg voted for a one-time tax increase so the city itself could purchase the gardens. This tropical oasis still stands as one of Florida's oldest and last remaining roadside attractions. Thanks to generations of the Turner family's dedication, a community grassroots effort, and a bit of luck.
I'm the youngest of 7 girls, and so I had lots of female role models. One in particular is most definitely my mother.
My mother has always been my strongest influence. I distinctly remember growing up in South America, there were not very many opportunities for women in leadership, and my mom really made her own place.
One of my grandmothers had ovarian cancer, and my other grandmother had 4 cancers. In the late 60s, went in for a lumpectomy. They did a double radical mastectomy. She woke up being taken down to her breastplate. For her, that was incredibly humbling because her whole identity was being in the community, and she felt embarrassed, and to some extent that her womanhood was gone. And so watching her overcome that and thrive was really, that was inspiring as well.
Growing up, I really admired one of my high school teachers in particular. She was this incredibly brilliant woman who was tough, who was smart, and who also would give everything to help her students.
I think it's critical to have a mentor. I found mentors that taught me self-acceptance, self-love. They help you find a way. They help you find an opportunity to a path to your full expression.
Well, I think mentorship is extremely important to the pathway to success.
Having someone there who is really going to be the shining example, who is going to be your guide through life, is really what's so important and what so many of us need.
Every life, you should have somebody that is your champion and somebody you can champion. And I think that's really important as we think about elevating others.
Oh, St. Petersburg Leadership for Women is outstanding. I think we are positioned perfectly.
I feel so very fortunate to live and work in a city like St. Pete that's inclusive, that's progressive.
I believe that we are a future that will be kind and generous.
There's great support amongst the women leaders to collaborate, to make a difference, to solve complicated problems, and they're brilliant, brilliant women.
This community has not just great women leaders, but a platform where they're elevated and able to do things that are meaningful and that really impact our community. And that's part of the reason it's such a phenomenal community.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
Camp Ignite is a 3-day program where aspiring female youth between the ages of 13 and 18 are able to come to fire rescue and experience what it's like to be a firefighter.
The girls will be learning a lot of hands-on skills within the fire department. They'll learn about the importance of teamwork and mentorships and building lasting relationships.
18 starts! Together we ignite!
We want to leave a lasting impression so that when it is time to figure out what their career is, they keep in mind that St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is here.
Last year, we provided opportunities for about 12 campers. This year, we were able to expand that capacity and actually double those numbers through continued partnership with Pinellas County Urban League, partnership with Parks and Rec, and our local union, Local 747.
This type of program is important for us in the community and the city. I want the girls to be enlightened about all of the opportunities that they have available to them here in our city, that the Urban League is there to support them in ways that they could not imagine, to make a selection that best fits what they want to do with their future.
Growing up, you don't see female firefighters as much as you see the males. So to see a female doing this is great for girls. So I think this is an excellent opportunity for young females to get involved and see what they can do.
It's very rewarding to see children get excited about our job. So being able to mentor those individuals in the right direction and stress the importance of physical fitness, nutrition, and establishing mentors is huge.
We want to make sure that we are getting the best. And this is an opportunity for them, if they do decide to become firefighters, they can be local heroes. And this is a great career. And we want to make sure that we continue down this path of ensuring that we provide the opportunities for them.
Camp Ignite is being a firefighter.
They're just giving us new experiences of what the firefighters actually do.
They're trying to inspire young girls to want to try and be firefighters. I think my favorite thing to do was probably saving the baby, and you have to like go through the smoke and crawl on your knees to try and find the baby. I think that was pretty fun. I really liked going up in the ladder truck because they took us like all the way up. It was like 100 feet. It was really fun.
My favorite thing was when we went in an ambulance, we got a thing on the radio that said there was an alligator attack. It was like cool to feel like the adrenaline and try to like save them.
It's inspiring to see females doing firefighting because like when they do it, it means that I can do it too, and so many other women can too. They have taught us a lot, and they have brought different perspectives of being a female firefighter to us.
Girls feel like that they can't accomplish the same things as men just because of the standard. But really, there's like some really strong women out here, and it just inspires you to do what you think you can do.
I think they're all amazing women and they do such a hard job. And I think it's very inspiring and it really encourages like girls like me to really like want to join this force.
18 sparks, together we ignite. 18 sparks, together we ignite.
18 sparks, together we ignite.
18 sparks, together we ignite.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender. And they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, you know. So when my sister said, hey, they hiring, so I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, you do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas. If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, you know, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1, Copley Gertis, District 2, Brandy Gabbard, District 3, Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5, Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6, Gina Driscoll, District 7, Corey Givens Jr., and District 8 and Council Vice Chair Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the January 22nd, 2026 City Council meeting. Clerk, can I please have a roll call?
Gertis.
Here.
Gabbard. Harding. Here. Hanowitz.
Here.
Big Sanders. Here. Driscoll.
Here.
Givens.
Here.
Floyd.
Here.
Well, today we're going to have our invocation by the Reverend Kelvin Jackson, the St. Petersburg Fire Rescue Chaplain. If you could please stand, and then please remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Don't get nervous. This is not a Bible. And let me pray. Pray now. Father, we thank you, God, right now for who you are. We thank you for your protection. And we thank you for your patience and your guide. We pray for the city council and our mayor. And first of all, Father, I'd like to thank you for the mayor and this council of distinguished men and women who you personally selected through the will of your people to lead us into that safe place where a middle-class family man like me can look back and say, thank you, God, for my city. It was a council like this one, Father, that laid the foundation and the groundwork for somebody like me to have a family, 3 kids in the military. To look back and remember that they spent long nights and toiled and prayed for me and for my family and for my children. And that's what I pray for this council. I won't read the rest of what I have, but I just thank God for each one of you in your places here today. I pray for your families, your children. I pray for you and your safety. And I pray that God gave you the vision that he gave the council that was here when I first started, that gave me my footing, that took care of my family, that fed my children, give you the vision that they had to continue to move us forward. There was good here. And you guys are leading us into that good and that safe place. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Thank you, Reverend Jackson, for that beautiful invocation. Council members, we have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Second.
Clerk, we have a motion and a second. If you can open machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, you please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously.
Thank you. Council members, we have a consent agenda before us for approval. Before we entertain that, I just want to thank administration and Amy Foster and her team for getting the CBDG DR. I got all the acronym wrong.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for allowing us to put it on the agenda late notice. Thank you.
It was late notice, and it's a HUD agreement that was received after the HLUT meeting, so we're very thankful that that was done. So I'll entertain a motion then.
Move approval.
Second. A motion and a second. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present, Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, you please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Thank you. Clerk, are there any speakers for open forum?
Yes, Madam Chair.
If so, can you please read the rules?
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are wishing to speak to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once, during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raised hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only. The first 2 speakers are Brad Falbo and Walt Driggers. Please go to an open podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Brad Falbo, 1856 Almeria Way South. People across this country are fed up with government at every level because too often we see dishonesty, self-protection, and a lack of accountability. You have the authority to change that here. If you choose not to, then you are not separate from the problem, you are sustaining it. Right now, the public sees a breakdown in basic civic standards, weak checks and balances, limited accountability, reduced transparency, and an erosion of decency, decorum, and values in public service. We just observed Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. His legacy is not ceremonial, it is a standard. The diversity represented on this council did not exist decades ago, and it did not happen by accident. People fought, suffered, and died so that leaders would represent the public faithfully. Yet too often the same patterns repeat. Elected officials act untouchable, dismiss constituents, and treat scrutiny as an inconvenience rather than a duty. Council members work for the public. Taxpayers fund this government and pay for your salaries. That comes with an obligation to demonstrate transparently how your time and authority are being used. So why am I receiving communications indicating that Deborah Fix-Sanders worked roughly 40 hours over the course of October and November? In my professional role, when I bill clients, I account for my time in 15-minute increments and document what I did by project, by task, and with specificity. Why is it difficult for the public to obtain basic information about the calendars of elected officials? Why is it difficult to determine whether officials are working and what they are working on? This shouldn't come as a surprise. You will be receiving another lawsuit from me. The public records process is not improving, it is deteriorating. For 2 years, I have raised public records concerns directly with you. This council, the mayor, the city clerk, and certain members of this administration are wasting taxpayer money and public resources to shield public records from public viewing. More importantly, it signals that this body does not respond to constituents until forced. After my first lawsuit, the city changed its approach to fees. I am now being charged for virtually anything that requires more than $20 worth of effort. Yet the city's current administrative policy indicates charges should be applied only after a defined time threshold. The public should not be subjected to shifting standards that appear designed to discourage lawful requests. I requested the last 3 Amazon purchases made by the mayor that were billed to the city. I was invoiced approximately $11. I pointed out that this was below the $20 threshold, yet the records are still being withheld because I refused to pay. Records related to retention of records are being withheld on the theory that it is a security risk for the public to know how long records are kept. Even the names of files within a city department are being withheld, again claimed as a security risk. Requests are met with inconsistent fee demands, broad exemption claims, delayed responses, and non-compliance with the law. And now I am being denied a listing of city email addresses on the grounds that it would require extensive resources to generate and then redact. There should be no legitimate basis to redact standard city employee email addresses that exist for the purpose of conducting public business. This is not what democratic governance looks like. Transparency is not optional. Accountability is not adversarial. Compliance with public records law is not a favor you grant.
Thank you. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On a lighter note, my name is Walt Driggers, and my address is 1 Beach Drive Southeast, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33701. And I'm here today on behalf of Friends of Albert Whitted Airport. As I'm sure y'all have memorized, and since the beginning of our scholarship program in 2023, we've given away 78 flight scholarships for a total of $425,000. The city of St. Petersburg has been part of that, and we want to thank you so much for that. But I came here to give you an update of where we are, because for our 2026 scholarship program, this year we're going to be awarding 8 starter scholarships at $1,000 apiece, 12 intermediate ones at $5,000 apiece, and 14 advanced ones at $10,000 apiece, a total of 34 scholarships, the most we've ever done. We were hoping to cut back to 30 to 25, but we went to 34 instead. We can't help ourselves, and it's totaling $208,000, of which the city of St. Petersburg is part of as well. We really seriously thank you for that. This year, the number of applicants increased about 50% because our new scholarship chairman, Scott Eshelman, personally contacted all the high schools in Pinellas County, and of that 34 we're giving away on January 31st. 10 of them are from Pinellas County schools, 4 of them are from students in USF, and 2 of them from St. Pete College. All of them attend, all of them live as residents in St. Petersburg. At this point, we have 33 certified flight instructors at St. Pete Air, where we're working with for the scholarships. 3 of those 3 started with our first scholarship program working on their private pilot certificate. Now they are making their living as a flight instructor, building their time so they can move forward with their professional aviation career. It's working. You have all been invited to the award ceremony, January 31st, 10 o'clock to noon. We hope you can make it to help us present these awards, these scholarships to these outstanding, deserving young adults. Thank you so much for everything you're doing for us.
Thank you. Next 2 speakers.
Next 2 speakers are Sean Wilson and Christy Bruner. Please go to an open podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good afternoon, Sean Wilson, President of Blue Sky Communities. We are your home.
You provide your address, please.
Excuse me?
The address, the business address, just.
Yep, I was going to stick one little phrase in before the address. Your hometown affordable housing developer with offices at 180 Fountain Parkway North. 180 Fountain Parkway North. Tickled to be part of St. Petersburg. Everything that you guys do, we work in so many different cities building affordable housing, cities and counties, but the city of St. Petersburg is probably one of the best to work with, not only because you have a robust funding programs, but because the administration and city council and the line staff all the way down is so in tune with the fact that it's a city priority, and that really comes through all the way down to the plan reviewers and the inspectors and the utility department. So we so much appreciate being a part of that, and we hope that we're making you proud also with the properties that we develop. Blue Sky has developed, I think, 6 properties in the city of St. Petersburg, and I want to thank those who were able to attend the recent ribbon cutting down in the Skyway Marina District. That's such an important kind of a development because we're capturing a couple of acres for affordable housing in an area that's redeveloping that 5 years from now, you probably wouldn't get any affordable housing down there. And I hear that there's going to be a few more units delivered in that area too, so that's wonderful. We are part of a team that is looking at the gas plant, and we've got some really great ideas about how to incorporate affordable housing in the whole redevelopment effort. And so we're really excited to be here with the rest of our team and to be bringing all the things that we do, but not only the things that we do in the city of St. Pete, but the best practices that we learn about around the state and around the country about incorporating affordable housing into one of these mega multi-use developments. It can be done. There are some great examples, and I commit to you that we'll make you proud whenever that process comes to fruition. And I thank you very much, and I invite you to take a tour of any one of our properties at any time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker, Christy Bruner, is going to speak when the agenda item comes up.
Okay.
The final 2 speakers are Peter Van Warner and Donald Odom. Please please go to an open podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, honorable City Council members. My name is Peter Van Warner, 100 2nd Avenue North, St. Petersburg, 33701. Standing before you today, this feels like a rare civic moment, our city's Hamilton moment, where history is about to be made. For 23 years, Blake Investment Partners has lived and breathed St. Pete, from Whitney Village in 2004 to Whitney Plaza, from Whitney Plaza in 2004 to Whitney Village in 2024. Additionally, our firm has completed over 200 projects in the Southeast. We aren't just developers and engineers. We're residents, locals who truly love the city and have loved the city before it became cool. We are here today to level set with you. We've seen many ideas presented before that have not been truly planned or vetted in a public discussion. We are dedicated to a listening process inclusive of both community advisors and outside experts such as the Urban Land Institute. St. Petersburg is tired. The community is fatigued by decades of developers who have tried and failed on the historic gas plant. We must chart a successful path forward. We appreciate and share the mayor's sense of urgency. We share his dedication to ensure St. Petersburg's future. The unsolicited bid process has focused us to focus on what truly matters. We know that the Welch administration's focus is to respect the original historic gas plant residents, African American heritage, addressing our affordability crisis, and create jobs and opportunities for all. And my dear friend and partner, Donald Odom, will tell you a bit more about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Donald Odom Jr., 100 2nd Avenue South, Suite 205N. And following up on what Peter said, we are asking for City Council's help in communicating that the critical issues that Peter discussed, they need to be addressed. And also to ensure that any bidder should not be considered unless that bidder, should not be considered if that bidder does not have a track record of excellent performance and the capacity to perform for the next decade and possibly beyond. If they don't have a pragmatic and well-funded plan that can be executed, and if they don't know all of the different groups in the community intimately, including but not limited to the African American community, the arts community, the business community, and the LGBTQ+ community. Finally, any bidder needs to pledge to listen and plan first with our community before they execute. We're stepping up with the funding and the heart of St. Pete in our hands, ready to make a real investment in dollars and in passion for the community. Will the Blake team please stand?
Oh, wow.
So these are the professionals giving it all they have for the city of St. Pete. They've been working 20-hour days because they believe that this isn't just a Blake offer, this is a St. Petersburg offer. On February 3rd, we will deliver a vision to Mayor Welch and a pledge to evolve a true plan first with the community. That plan then will be executed by people who love this city, backed by transparent financial information and a track record of excellence. We're ready to stop the divisiveness and start the progress. In closing, history has its eyes on all of us. Let's finally move forward together. Thank you, and we hope to see you again soon.
Thank you. Work, any more speakers?
No more speakers.
Okay. We close open forum, and now we move to reports. F1, we have Freddie Williams here from the Boys and Girls Club of Tampa Bay to provide us a presentation.
I'm not Freddie, but
I know you're not. It said Freddie Williams here, though.
Good afternoon, City Council Chair, Vice Chair, City Council members. I am so excited that next week on the 31st, I can say I have been here for 2 years with the city. And one of the first things, not long after I started, my first meeting with each of you who were on council was to talk about my vision and to share with you that data for impact is very important to me, both qualitative and quantitative. They're both very important.
followed shortly after that, you all, I'm pleased to say, voted on my first presentation to you for an organization that just as recently as today in the Tampa Bay Times could proudly say that 100% of their high school students graduate, 82% of their club members read on grade level, 99% of their club members avoid negative interactions with law enforcement, and have had 150 paid internships. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you for trusting me. And now I will yield the mic to Freddie Williams for him to continue the story as you prepare to vote for Boys and Girls Today.
And for the record, that was Dr. Sharon Brown.
Thank you. Do you need my address too?
Not at all.
Thank you, Dr. Brown, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and esteemed members of St. Petersburg Council. It is an absolute honor to have the opportunity to be able to give a one-year progress report on the investment that you made into the Boys and Girls Club. We've appreciated a long-standing partnership for decades between Boys and Girls Clubs locally in the city of St. Petersburg, and we're pleased to be able to help take this partnership to another level through a very, very near and dear to our hearts, but also to the entire community's heart around workforce readiness and life readiness for our teenagers here in St. Petersburg. Well, who Boys and Girls Clubs are. Oftentimes people know, they've heard the name of what Boys and Girls Clubs are, but they don't know what we do. And when you look at the programs that we do, I'd like to pause and take a moment to discuss a little bit about what we do. Locally, throughout the Tampa Bay region, we serve over 24,000 kids, of which roughly half of those are here in Pinellas County. Over 3,000 kids served every single day. Again, roughly half of those are here in Pinellas County. We're one of the largest youth development organizations, but one thing that we're proud of is that we pride ourselves in being able to work with kids that oftentimes may be a little more difficult to reach. It's something that we don't promote, but we treat kids with love and respect, and we welcome all kids inside of our Boys and Girls Clubs. Over 64 locations, of which 3 of those are before and after school programs in St. Petersburg. And we also have what are called community impact sites, which are reflected in that 64 location count at local middle schools here in St. Petersburg. And what we have, and we all understand the environment that we're in with the public school systems, but we're proud with the partnership that we have with the Pinellas County Schools, where we have state-approved curriculum where we're actually providing Boys and Girls Club programs during the school day for every single 7th grader here in our public school system. We have 4 different primary areas. We have youth safety being the bedrock of everything that we do. You heard some statistics, academic success. We make sure that kids progress to the next grade level, they graduate from high school with a plan for the future. Health and wellness, making sure that they're staying out in trouble with law enforcement, but we're also providing hot meals. In fact, we provided over 600,000 hot meals and snacks to our Boys and Girls Club members here locally after school, and it's all catered meals to make sure that young people have dignity and that they go home with a healthy meal that they're able to perform in school the next day. Character and leadership development, well, we all know that you can have all the smarts in the world, but if you don't have a strong moral compass and understand not only the art and the science behind leadership, that we're serving young people not well by giving them that. We're also proud of a 4th priority outcome area that we were able to localize and really springboard here in St. Petersburg that is now spread nationally. That's what life and workforce readiness. It's a way for us to measure our mission and go beyond making sure young kids are graduating from high school, but making sure that we can stay with them to help meet the unique needs of what our community needs, but also meet the unique needs of what the business community needs as well. And in fact, we've been able to help expand the young people that we serve up to 24 years old, because if you're anything like me, whenever you're a high schooler, sometimes you need just a little bit more love and support after you graduate from high school to make sure you're making the right decisions and that you're on track for a bright future. One thing specifically within the 4 different priority outcome areas of life and workforce readiness is a program that you were an early adopter with and investing with, our Prosperity Pathways program, that really finds a way that we can take the unique needs of what kids are telling us they want jobs and work skills. You hear from the business community that they could grow their business by X if only they had access to talent. Your investment inside Boys and Girls Clubs in this Prosperity Pathway program allows us to help get access to those kids who want and are eager to have jobs and job skills and meet them with the local employers. So,
Thank you, Freddie. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ryan Becker. I'm the Vice President of Life and Workforce Readiness for Boys and Girls Club in our region. I'm proud and honored to be here today to discuss some of the successes and the framework of what our programming is and the impact we're making on the young adults here in our community. If you look at our Prosperity Pathways program and what is that, it's a continuum of learning from typically 4th grade all the way through 24 years old with a specific focus on the 13 and up range here in this area, with tangible skills gained over time with certifications layered in there. It is not our job to be able to tell youth in our community what they need to specifically do. It is our job to empower them to make the accurate choice based on what they are interested in for sustained career path and long-lasting success. Through our Prosperity Pathways program, 100% of the members completing this program requested additional workforce support, which has layered in several phases to the programming that we offer to them. Within phase 1, it's Workforce Academy and the fundamentals of soft skills gained. I can go a little bit more in detail here in a second. Phase 2 is also within our financial literacy world of being able to gain early insights for healthy financial habits while we take on the burden of paying our students to be able to incentivize them, getting them into our programs. We also have a heavy focus within Workforce Academy in technology training and career exploration, which I can also touch on the next slide, but layered into Microsoft Office certifications, AI fundamentals and coding fundamentals, AI prompting and some others, and then just additional wraparound support and some expanded enrichment workforce offerings. Within the program components, I did mention Workforce Academy. We host this on a platform, an e-learning platform called LevelAll, with tens of thousands of e-learning modules developed by college and institution leads across this country. So developed by educators themselves, implemented by facilitators in the youth development space like us to meet their exact and direct needs. We have structured our own learning journey, which we've called our Workforce Academy, which is 32 hours of soft skills programming being offered 4 days a week for 45 minutes a day, and an 8-week program and rolling cohort-based model for opt-in and continued education as they go through. Some of these elements are resume building, mock interviews, job readiness skills, and financial literacy layered in. Some of our career exploration and additional wraparound support also include career showcases. We're bringing industry professionals into our clubs to talk to the kids directly. I am by no means an expert in any industry that these folks are speaking on, but I'm dangerous enough to put those experts in a room with interested and hungry to learn youth that want a career in that pathway and showing them you cannot be what you do not see. So we are providing them that opportunity on a daily basis. We also provide culinary classes to be able to provide ServSafe certifications if wanted and desired by our youth, getting hands-on experience with entry-level skills in the culinary space. We have our finance program that's also hosted in collaboration with Bank of America, including paid summer internships with students earning $23 an hour to work inside Bank of America financial institutions over an 8-week program in the summer. Constructions in the skills trades with folks like Habitat for Humanity, West Pasco County, and Pinellas County for paid internships over the summer, gaining hands-on experience on the job with industry professionals to be able to see their future moving forward. I mentioned IT with folks like CompTIA designing Tech Plus certifications for entry level into remote IT help desk work, where we're removing barriers of transportation and providing tangible work experience and certifications for their employment immediately upon certification gain. We also have paid internships with folks in the healthcare space like Baycare Healthcare Systems, where our students are on site at hospitals in our community with Baycare for 17-week cohorts, 3 days a week, 4 hours a day from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. We work in a supplemental fashion with the school district and college and career centers here in Pinellas County to facilitate programs that work best for the youth. Not telling them you need to confine to this, but how can we deliver a model that is going to set up the best support and success for you long term. We also have support within the sports and entertainment industry, including at our Royal Theater Club with iHeartMedia and podcasting and media support, setting up programs where they can dive deep into the fundamentals of that industry as well. Again, I thank you for your time and I appreciate everything you do for us.
So Dr. Brown also talked about being able to demonstrate impact and outcome. That's something that we're very proud of, and we take very seriously. When you look at the young people that have gone through our program, we have a very high completion rate. In fact, we have an independent study as well that was able to quantify the type of investment that you're making into a Boys and Girls Club. So the $250,000 that was provided to Boys and Girls Club specifically for this program generated over $2.5 million to the St. Petersburg community in current and future savings, both in societal and economic impact here locally. Young people also are able, through this investment, are able to provide the technology, making sure that we can remove the technology barriers. What is kind of the carrot and the secret sauce behind this is we're able to provide stipends for young people as well. So that incentivizes them to continue in the program and incentivizes good behavior and making sure that they have the results that are needed. And also through a partnership we had the state of Florida, we're also able to provide scholarships at a 2-to-1 match, both for college and universities, but also for trade schools as well, that we're able to leverage through this partnership. Through this partnership, what you're able to do is take the national scale and scope that we have through Boys and Girls Clubs of America and bring it down at a local community to make sure that we can leverage that so we can create the greatest opportunities for young people here in St. Pete. I'm reminded, I'll leave you with a quote or a story. I was talking to my wife a little bit this morning about this presentation. She knows how excited I am about this program. I'm a Boys and Girls Club alumni. The Boys and Girls Club saved my life as a young person, gave me the pathway of what I needed to be and be a contributing member of society. And we're talking about this linkage that she has. My wife is a St. Petersburg native and went through the public schools here in St. Pete. And we're talking about the career exploration that she had through Enterprise Village as a young person growing up. Her job was to be the arts director going through. She's now a local attorney and has her business that's headquartered here in St. Pete. But while it was able to she's not a arts director, she developed an appreciation and exposure to the arts and is able to give her skills and abilities where she joined the board of the St. Petersburg Arts Alliance. So bringing it all full circle, and you're able to provide impact and opportunities and exposure for hundreds of young people here in the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And Freddie, I think it was maybe a year ago or so that you took over after the merger. I wanted you to provide everyone some background or maybe a reminder of how the Boys and Girls Clubs has changed and grown just in recent times.
Yeah, so thank you for that. So we went through a merger in 2024, and actually the process started in 2023, where there's a separate chapter of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Tampa Bay, which provided services for Pasco and Hillsborough County. And we had the Boys and Girls Club of Suncoast that provided services for Pinellas County. I was the CEO of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Pinellas County for 9 years prior to bringing both organizations together. And we said, you know, there's been a lot of consternation around regionalization and finding ways that you can bring organizations together. We said, let's turn the merger backwards and do everything backwards. First, we'll date. We went through a managed service agreement where I served as the CEO of both organizations, seeing if whether or not this was right, and we were able to really look underneath the hood. And then we've slowly consolidated other back-end functions, whether it be HR, finance, and such and forth. And then after about a year into it, we said we should have done this a long time ago. And the reason why is because as we went into contemplating a merger, we said that this is going to be an impact-generating exercise rather than an expense-generating exercise. And in fact, we redeployed every single savings of duplicated services by coming together right back to the Boys and Girls Club members, and every single penny went back to the members. In fact, it reflected in 118% year-over-year growth pre-merger. So we have a lot of other nonprofits that are interested in learning of what we're doing, but it allows us to have more of your resources that go directly to mission instead of overhead.
Thank you. And that speaks not only to the strength of the organization, but the strength of your leadership. And I just have a great deal of admiration for you and all that you have done to lead through that time and on to where we're at now, which is a time of great success for the organization. So thank you and kudos to you for that. And this is one of the largest ones in the country now, isn't it?
In fact, we are the third largest Boys and Girls Club chapter in the country. So
wow.
We're behind Milwaukee and Phoenix, but it's not about size, it's not about growth, it's about impact, and we'll put our impact numbers against any youth-serving organization in America. So, and then thank you for the acknowledgement, but it's really because of the team that we have and a very dedicated board of directors that makes me look a whole heck of a lot better than I really am.
That's great. It is true. You can have great leadership, but the team that you put around you really makes a difference as well. So congratulations on that. You know, I recall that last time you guys were here with the merger and with the city funding, you know, now this means that it's not just St. Petersburg, it goes, you know, far beyond that. And I had not so much a concern, but just wanted to make sure that the dollars that are being provided by the city of St. Petersburg are going to be specifically allocated to help the children of St. Petersburg. In the presentation, you showed the outcomes, which is always so important. And it's very impressive, and that talked specifically about the St. Petersburg students. And we have, in this agreement, 3 locations in St. Petersburg that will be served by the funding if we were to approve that today. So a couple things come to mind. In those 3 locations, do you verify that the children who are there are St. Petersburg residents? Because you can assume that, but you don't know it for sure. Is there a validation process, or I'm sure you get the addresses when they sign up and you know that they all live in St. Petersburg and you don't have someone who happens to be from Gulfport or Pinellas Park?
So
I see nods, but I just want to hear.
Both of us will answer. So that was, yes, they are Tampa Bay. So that was definitely a concern before entering the agreement and wanting to ensure that every dollar went to St. Petersburg.
Right.
And so I don't know if I gave you all more work to do, but one of the things that has to happen when they turn in their quarterly reports is they have to show that they're identifying that the money is going toward youth. That's on our end, because I needed to have that accountability piece. But on their end, I'll let them answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so one of the beauties of working with a federated organization that has local autonomy here is some of the systems that we have. So we have one of the largest youth-serving data systems nationally that's benchmarked against the CDC, which is one data point nationally that rolls up to our national organization. We also have data sharing agreements with the state of Florida, with the Department of Juvenile Justice, so it validates kids and their behavior and connection to law enforcement. They're able to cross-reference addresses and what schools they attend. And we also, because of the partnership with the Juvenile Welfare Board and the school system, we have additional data sharing agreements that allows us to have multiple checks and balances to ensure that the intended resources are getting directly to the intended young people that they're supposed to receive.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic, thank you. It's good to know that. It's because it wasn't specifically spelled out in the agreement. I wanted to have some confidence that there's somewhere in there that you are actually verifying that. It sounds like you are in more ways than one. So
it allows me to sleep a little better at night knowing we have.
Oh yeah, so I'm good with that. I did want to mention when you talked about the career exploration. This morning we had a fantastic discussion in our Economic and Workforce Development Committee meeting about our Maritime and Defense Technology Hub, which is located out on the Port of St. Petersburg. And they have youth groups that come and visit and do career exploration days there all the time, and then also throughout the Innovation District. I wanted to make sure that that was on your radar because we just learned a whole lot about how our marine science and marine-related industries are really growing and thriving here. So you mentioned what industry needs are here today and will be here tomorrow. That is part of that. And so as you're looking at ideas for future collaborations or opportunities for exposure and exploration for the students, I would strongly encourage that you chat with Allison Barlow, the head of the Innovation District, about the hub and other areas. I was happy to see the hospitals included there, and I see some really cool extra opportunities that you might want to explore.
Thank you. We will definitely explore that. Thank you.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gerdes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Always good to hear from the Boys and Girls Club. Having visited a few sites, just the amazing work that's being done all the time, and very happy to see a few in District 1. But quickly, I didn't have a whole lot of interaction with Boys and Girls Club growing up, but I had some friends go through Boys and Girls Club, and then I had a lot of interaction because my first job after coaching college baseball was teaching at St. Peter Claver, and they have a location right across the street, and almost every kid from the school went to the after school. Like, it was crazy how many kids we had to walk across the school. And I remember helping coach and just seeing the joy on their face at that location. It just showed me, I was like, okay, that they're doing some cool things over there. And now get to see it as an adult with kids, and it's awesome. That's my long way of saying it's awesome, and thank you. And just, I'm so happy we get to participate in that a little bit. And I love what you're doing from a readiness standpoint. Your partners, you're just hitting on all cylinders, and just wanted to say a big thank you and move approval.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see you, Freddie. Thank you for being here, and thank you all for your very in-depth presentation. Learned a lot, more than I knew. I was very similar to Councilmember Gerdes. I never went through the Boys and Girls Club, but I have always, in adulthood, some sort of a way or another, gravitated to the Royal Theater. So I don't know what it is about that place, but it's just something about it. I love the cultural and performing arts aspect. You know, it was so many young people who I knew who got their start in musical and video productions right there. I taught a couple of kids how to play instruments, the piano. I taught them piano lessons right there. So again, you are making an impact in a community that needs it the most. You know, I think about the 3 locations that you have within St. Pete, and then I think about the Burlington Avenue and over in Jamestown. And again, these are neighborhoods where you don't have to travel far to find pathways to opportunities. It's right in your backyard. And it made me think about something I didn't see in the presentation, but I wanted to know, and I'm sure you're already on it, Freddie, but St. Petersburg College, being right across the street from the Royal Theater, what partnerships have we established there?
Ron, do you want to speak to that? I would love to have a Boys and Girls Club that's located on the college campus. So we've kind of pitched that idea, and we hope that we can continue to flesh that out, that especially now that we have the opportunity to serve young adults up to 24 years old, that we can now have our Boys and Girls Club Prosperity Pathways staff members that have great socialization already with the Boys and Girls Club members that can maybe provide that additional support as young people matriculate through St. Pete College, and we can just be the extra family that they need and can help them make sure they're choosing the right classes and they're also consistent with the careers and experiences that we helped expose them to whenever they were young people.
Great idea. I hope Dr. Williams is in support. If not, we need to put some pressure on her.
May I help me with that?
But I like that. I'm thinking about, you talked about expanding these pathways. They have high demand industry leading certifications that they're offering right there on campus at the Midtown campus. So I'm trying to figure out how can we get your students that are there at the Royal Theater across the street so that way they can tap into these soft skill training opportunities early on. And to Councilmember Driscoll's point, you know, again, exposing them also to the hub so that way they can see that there are careers that are within reach that are right here in St. Pete. So again, I'm grateful for the work that you're doing, and I'm happy to make sure that we can continue this work. So thank you so much, Freddie.
Thank you. We certainly appreciate that, and that's a great idea to be able to. It's interesting, you know, this whole concept and program has just absolutely exploded, and it just goes to show the need that was needed in the community. It's amazing to think in 1 year the progress that's been made, but what is extremely exciting is to see what opportunities lie ahead as we come together as a community on behalf of young people in the community. So thank you so much for those recommendations.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Floyd.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just put myself on here to briefly say, unlike my colleagues, I did go to the Boys and Girls Club as a kid.
Lucky you. Try to show us up.
And it was a really pleasant experience, and I made a lot of friends. It was just for a summer when for some reason, I wasn't doing sports. But I really appreciate the work that y'all are doing in the community, and just wanted to thank you for the presentation and say congratulations on the merger. I really look forward to the world of possibilities that it opens up for you. I already see a little bit of that going on now, so I'm really eager to see it to continue, and look forward to hearing more, getting report backs on how everything goes as time goes on.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for a great project proposal. You pretty much checked all the boxes. I know that you also get funded by JWB, right? And I will tell you, I know there's other funding sources that you have throughout the community, but seeing that you also have other organizations of that size that also support you kind of says something about the work that you do. And so I do want to say it was mentioned about the merger, and when you were quoted, or somebody was quoted when the merger happened, there were 3 core commitments that you all made. It was mission above ego, transparency over perfection, and culture before structure. And I think those are great commitments, and I'm glad that you're keeping to those commitments.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Clerk, you please open machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the votes.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item F1 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Thank you. Okay, we move on to council committee reports. And the first one is for the PSI committee, and that is mine. Respectfully requesting city council approval to remove the following items from PSI's referral list: a comprehensive report on the city's procedures for complying with public records requests, since we just covered that, an update on the city's wastewater collection facilities and the capital projects identified, funded and not funded, to address the natural hazards associated with the 3 facilities, and we covered that. That was also another item of mine. And then a discussion regarding construction crane safety, which was Councilmember Driscoll's item, which resulted in some state action.
Move approval.
Second.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. And it's unfortunate that I was unable to attend the meeting that day. I wanted to make a clarification on the item that was voted to be removed that I had brought forward that was on the referral list. That item actually had 2 parts. One has been resolved as much as we can because of the state legislation. But the other part of that was a discussion on the need for improvements to communication with residents regarding their proximity to dangerous cranes and how we go about that notification process. We had some really good discussion during that time. A couple of ideas came up. Staff seemed receptive, and they were supposed to come back to us with what that plan was for, what their new procedure was going to be, what the improved procedure was going to be. I don't recall that has happened. And that is why I had left it on there myself and never said, hey, we should go ahead and take this off because it's done now. But I would very much like to keep this on the referral list because we never got an answer to that. And I know I'm not the only city council member who has cranes in their district, but I got a bunch of them. And I would very much like to have that answer and be able to tell the residents of my district, at least, that there is more that we are going to do in the future.
Okay. And I don't know, Rob, if you have an update or you have any information regarding what Councilmember Driscoll is.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a detailed update. We have made some progress, I believe, on mapping and notification. We'd be happy if you want to keep it on the referral list. We can come back and do an update.
And I don't have a problem keeping on the referral list either. You weren't there that meeting, and we remembered like it was dealt with at the state level. I think that's what the committee was thinking about. So with that being said, if there's an amendment to the motion, we can remove that item and keep it.
If I may.
Yes.
Yes, I would be quite satisfied with that. It's just a simple discussion. I think it's important that we all know what those new procedures are going to be. But I also want to note, we've got another item I've got to talk about too. I just want to ask everyone very respectfully that I think we should all be very careful about referral lists when there's a city council member whose item is on the list, removing it without having input from them. I was completely unable to be at the city council meetings last week.
And it's understood, and that's why we're having this discussion here, and I appreciate
Yes. But just for future and in general, I just wanted to say, hey, you know, I was very much unable to be here. And I watched the meetings later once they were posted, and I was quite surprised to see that with my absence, I had not one but two referral items that were removed without anyone waiting for my input. And so I would love for us to just be a little bit more mindful of that in the future when we're going through referral lists.
Sure.
Thank you.
So who made a motion?
Councilmember Vic Sanders.
Vic Sanders. Would you amend it to remove the first two parts and not the discussion on the crane safety?
Okay, so read it as worded that I'm approving. Were you? I mean, I'm willing to amend my motion, but I guess we need to clarify what the motion is.
The motion is going to be to remove the first two items listed, but not the discussion on crane safety.
Gotcha. Okay. I move to approve that.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, and certainly Councilmember Driscoll, I meant no disrespect. Both of them were mine. I think I brought up both, and solely because I thought the conversation was over with. And so there was no disrespect intent whatsoever. I want to make that very, very clear. It was efficiency only and thought the conversation was over, and only made the motion knowing we still had to discuss it here. So I just wanted to be very clear. Yeah, thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the votes.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item H1 as amended passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Okay, we move on to H2.
Respectfully requesting City Council approval to remove the following items from the BF&T referral list: a comprehensive update of all hurricane-related expenses, and a discussion regarding potential child care benefit for City of St. Petersburg employees. And I would make a motion, but I'll wait for Councilmember Driscoll.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Chair Hanowitz, we have a card.
Oh, yes.
Christy Bruner, please go to an open podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair and Council members. My name is Christy Bruner, 866 40th Avenue North. I'm here on my personal behalf today, and as well as the leader of a coalition of working moms across Tampa Bay. Several months ago, Councilmember Driscoll met with a group of our members to discuss her initial proposal for City of St. Petersburg child care benefits for employees. We deeply appreciated that conversation, and we were grateful for the presentation at the May BF&T committee. I'm here to ask you to consider not removing the agenda item from the referral list and to please continue the discussion. While this proposal will directly affect city staff, we see it as a much more than internal HR benefit. This is an opportunity for St. Petersburg to set the standard for employers across our region, to signal that childcare is an economic and societal issue, not a personal problem for families to solve alone. The data shared with Council underscores that urgency. The city currently insures roughly 270 children under the age of 3 and 380 children under the age of 5. Even a modest subsidy covering just 1/3 of eligible children at $500 per month would exceed $500,000 annually. That speaks to the scale of the challenge families face every day. At the same time we heard about this initiative, cost-effective approaches like Bright Horizons backup care, which could serve nearly 4,000 families for about $62,000 annually while reducing absenteeism and lost productivity. This is a smart business decision as much as it is a family-friendly policy. We also believe that the city has an opportunity to lead in how benefits are delivered. I've been in conversations with a company called MRSA, a unified platform that connects family with government benefits, from childcare to housing to food assistance, with automation, security, and scale. MRSA could help streamline access for city employees, reduce administrative burden, and ensure equitable uptake of benefits. This is exactly the kind of public-private innovation St. Petersburg is known for. We strongly support the next steps discussed by Council. That was included in that meeting: surveying employees, engaging labor unions, assessing provider availability, and exploring local partnerships. And we appreciate the recognition that access varies by district, and expanding local providers should be part of the conversation. Childcare is infrastructure, it is workforce development, it is gender equity, and it is economic development. By continuing this discussion, St. Petersburg can model what it means to be a family-friendly employer and a family-friendly city, setting a precedence for private sector and strengthening the entire regional workforce. Thank you for your leadership, and we appreciate you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. As I mentioned before, unfortunately, I was unable to be at the meeting. When we last discussed this in committee, it was decided that the administration would kind of take it from there, work on something, and they were supposed to bring back an update and, you know, maybe some potential ideas for us to consider in January. I have had January written next to childcare on my whiteboard since that day. And so I know that we were supposed to bring this back. If we were going to just send it out into Never Never Land, I would have argued much harder that day to keep going and to keep it in our hands. In the meeting, it was brought up that it was under the threshold for city council approval, but that has not stopped us from having discussions on many other things, including the grocery co-op funding that was requested not too long ago. So that shouldn't stop us. That threshold doesn't mean that anything under 100,000 we can't ask for. I also was hoping that Chris and the administration, the rest of the team, would be working on some multiple options, because the general new business item was to talk about a childcare benefit. What Chris and I brought forward for the committee meeting was, for the committee consideration, was one idea. We could go bigger. Maybe Chris was working on something that would go bigger. I know that one of our local nonprofit childcare champions in this city is interested in learning how they might be a partner with us. There's some place we can go with this. And so I respectfully request that we leave it on the referral list, and that we have the update from staff sooner than later, because I've still got January on my whiteboard. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this gives administration a good opportunity to kind of give an update in terms of what's happened with the item in HR. If you have any, Rob, I know I'm putting you on the spot.
I would have to check with Mr. Green and Mr. Guella. I know we did do an employee survey. You know, again, we're happy to keep it on the referral list and come back and discuss it.
Okay. So Councilmember Gertis, I think you were going to make a motion. You were going to wait till the discussion.
I'll move our approval to move the comprehensive update on hurricane-related expenses.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item H2 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
We move to H3.
Great. Thank you, Chair. I have ended up with 3 items in a row here, so I'll start with this one. This is an action item from the January 15th, 2026 Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee. I'm going to be requesting approval of a resolution regarding housing for households with income at or below 80% of the area median income, establishing that the creation of such housing is a priority of City Council when subsidizing affordable housing that is not publicly owned, requesting the City Administration allocate city resources in accordance with that priority, stating that requests from City Administration for city funding that deviate from that priority should explain the necessity for doing so and providing an effective date. I'll move approval and just say that I'm grateful to everyone who was in HLUC the other day in administration. We had a couple of resolutions. We settled on one that we felt comfortable with, and so I'm grateful for everyone for a thoughtful dialogue and continuing. So I've already moved approval. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Vice Chair. Have a motion, a second. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize I was not able to be at HLUT, but just wanted to bring this up because I think there's an important distinction. The majority of the conversation was around rentals, and there is a large home ownership project coming to District 1 that will have a blend. And the only way, and I'm supportive of this, but I just want to make it, because we don't get to talk very often, that the only way that project happens is if the blend, even though it will not have more the 80s than 120s, but it's home ownership. So I'm willing to support this because the conversation was around rental, and I believe that we've had this discussion. I've met with all of the groups. I think most of us have, but just because it's on the horizon, it's coming soon. I don't want that to get lost because home ownership is different from a funding perspective to get those units done compared to rentals. And so I'm all in on this, but as we get to that, I don't want this to get lumped into that because this is different. And so I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. Just quickly, I'll say, yeah, that was contemplated when this was written. Because
I saw the conversation, and thank you for all the conversation. I appreciate
funding mechanism, yeah, and we did still leave language in there so that administration could bring us whatever they'd like in the future as well. But thank you for that.
No, thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item H3 passes unanimously.
H4, Vice Chair.
All right, I will move on to H4 here. We have a few action items. They are appointments to the St. Petersburg Housing Authority. So the first is a resolution concerning the mayor's appointment of Christina Luciana to the office of Commissioner of the Housing Authority of the City of St. Petersburg to complete the unexpired term of Derek Keys ending April 3rd, 2027. This is a new appointment. We heard from the member. It was a nice conversation, and I'll move approval.
It's up to you, Vice Chair, but you can do them all together.
I was going to suggest.
Oh, okay, all right. We did not do that in the committee, and so I just assumed it was the same. So yes, I will continue on then. The next two are reappointments. So the first one is a resolution concerning the mayor's reappointment of James Dates to the office of Commissioner of Housing Authority of the City of St. Petersburg for a new 4-year term. And the final one is a resolution concerning the mayor's reappointment of Terry Lipsy Scott to the office of Commissioner of the Housing Authority of the City of St. Petersburg for a 3rd term, and I will move approval of all 3.
Second.
Thank you, Janine. We have a motion and a second for H4A, B, and C. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda items H4A, B, and C passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Thank you. We move on to H5, Vice Chair Floyd.
Last but not least, this is another action item from the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee. I'm respectfully requesting City Council approval to remove the following item from the referral list: a discussion regarding the prohibition of street murals and potential alternatives for public art and placemaking opportunities. And if anyone in the public is interested, this was done because we did have this discussion already. So I'll leave it there, and I'll hear from my colleagues before I move approval.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I did not go back and look to see how that other discussion ended, but weren't they supposed to come back and tell us what they were going to do?
I don't recall, and this was an item referred by Councilmember Gabbard.
Right.
And Councilmember Gabbard, I believe, made the motion.
So she was okay.
As well. She was the one
Okay.
who initiated this. And actually, oh, excuse me, I'm recalling in real time. It was moved, I believe, is the discussion that we had in HLUT about it being a discussion, not in HLUT anymore, but in a committee of the whole. For the future.
Right, okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
So
so
it's
that was the
moved.
reason we took it off from here, because we felt that if there was any discussion in the future, it would be in a cow.
Okay, great. And I do look forward to that because it's been a few months now since we've had that conversation. It's clear that some of us feel very passionately about this. And, for all of the talk and all of the determination, so far we've got bike racks. I was looking for more. So I'm really looking forward to this conversation, and I hope it happens sooner than later. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember. We continue to work on it, and we're having multiple discussions with the city attorney's office on what is possible, and we look forward to updating you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll
and a
move
second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Clerk, you'll please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item H5 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Thank you. Well, it looks like we are done with our agenda, and the next item is public hearings, which would start at 5:01. So at this point, we are in recess. Thank you, everyone. Calling the meeting back to order. First up, we have public hearings, J1 and J2. We have Joe Wah here, and we could take these items both together.
Move approval J1 and 2. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda items J1 and J2 pass unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Thank you, and thank you, Joe, for joining us.
You're here.
Here, Joe. Next up, we have J3. Clerk, can you please read the ordinance?
Proposed ordinance number 1177-V, an ordinance approving a vacation of a 10-foot wide dead-end alley abutting lots 1, 3, and 4, Chadwick's re-subdivision, generally located within the 700 block of Burlington Avenue North, setting forth conditions for the vacation to become effective and providing for an effective date. And we have no speakers for this item.
Move for approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present Council members have voted. Clerk, please tally and announce vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item J3 passes unanimously with Councilmembers Fix Sanders and Gabbard being absent.
Thank you. Next up, we have J4. Clerk, can you please read the ordinance?
Proposed ordinance number 630-H, an ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, amending City Code, Chapter 16, Land Development Regulations, to create a new subsection 16.50.055, Certified Recovery Residence, creating a definition and providing new specific development standards for certified recovery residents, amending Section 16.10.020.1, Parking and Zoning Matrix to add certified recovery residents and changing the permitting zoning categories for community residential homes, amending Section 16.70.040.1.8 related to reasonable accommodation requests, providing for severability and providing an effective date. And we have no speakers for this.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Then we want to see the presentation?
Got it last week, that's why.
Yep. Okay. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce vote.
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item J4 passes unanimously with Councilmember Gabbard being absent.
Thank you, Derek. Okay, now we move on to open forum. Clerk, do we have speakers?
We have 2 speakers, Madam Chair.
If you can please read the rules.
Okay.
You read them earlier.
Oh, he read the rules already.
He read the rules earlier,
Yep,
so he
yep.
doesn't have to.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
You don't have to read the rules if you read it.
Okay. William Kilgore and Melissa Gilbert, please go to an open podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hey everybody, William Kilgore with the St. Pete Tenants Union, reside 2550 28th Avenue North. Hello, here today to talk about the Morgan. We have some tenants we're going to speak at open forum. It's always tricky with the ones at the end here because we don't know how long everything was going to last. May have some folks out front later on if you want to come stop by and talk to us out here. So we're talking about, we've been meeting with these tenants, because of the issue with the water shutoffs at the building and this landlord, Lurin Real Estate Holdings, terrible landlord. Right now it's getting the foreclosures going through. They've actually had a default judgment because that they didn't even respond to the court case, so it's moving along quick. It's going to be probably going to auction. And the tenants have talked about wanting to see the city purchase that building, put it under city control, not allowing another corporate landlord to come along. They're all the same. I mean, Lurin's an egregious example, but the these corporate landlords, they're all the same. They just drive these properties into the ground. Think of it like infrastructure. Imagine if our seawalls, our roads, our sewer systems, all of that was all divided up between a handful of rich companies. We would have inconsistent infrastructure throughout the city. It wouldn't make sense. We'd have some neighborhoods would have great infrastructure. We'd have probably working class neighborhoods would have really crappy, unusable infrastructure. It's the same thing with housing. Why don't we look at housing like that? These buildings, like the Morgan's, about half a century old. And it's not the only one down there. The Osprey Point, 500 units, Lake Point at Vista, whatever. Can't remember the names off the top of my head. Lots of these older buildings. And they're getting driven into the ground by these corporate landlords. And this is going to be causing displacement, over the next 10 years, next 20 years, probably won't even take that long. There's a large number of working people who live in these areas. And I think the city has a responsibility to step in. That's what we have a public sector for, when the failures of the private sector are rearing their ugly head, and that's exactly what we have. In general, things of political climate, things seem like they're going down the tube. I don't want to be like, the sky is falling, but we need to see the writing on the wall. I mean, things are not going back. There's a sledgehammer being taken to federal funding, and I think the municipalities are really going to have a responsibility to step in and fill that void, by taking this housing into public ownership. At the very least, we need to be doing more to assist these tenants. I want to thank the city staff has been doing a great job with the very limited resources they have and everything like that. But yeah, thank you very much.
Well, good evening. My name's Melissa Gilbert, not a public speaker, so apologize. I've resided here for over 37 years. Have always considered St. Pete sort of like Tampa's little secret, a little town that had a lot of character to it, and with a splash of metro when we first started to spread out. And then thought we were going to be a green city, but apparently that's been sidelined, correct? Are we planning on being a green city in any manner?
Ma'am, you're
okay.
You're speaking to us. We can't respond to
okay. So anyway, this wasn't on my schedule today. I had plenty of other things to do. A couple weeks back, heard about the Hollander, where they're taking down all those buildings and back, and apparently that was affordable housing. Right around the time of COVID, there were the apartments that were across from Mirror Lake. My understanding is those people had about a month to make arrangements to get out. It took over 2 years before they even bulldozed the place, and now it's sitting there empty with a little fence around it. And so nobody could think outside the box to maybe make some kind of compromise where you're moving your service industry people out, people that help this city function, and even build character, such as when a high school student graduates or a college student graduates, they can get an apartment with their buddies, they can put down roots, and they can grow here. And that's not happening. I see all these high rises everywhere. And to me, you can go to Miami and see that. You know, St. Pete was like this quirky little nice town where people knew one another and got along. And then all of a sudden we had this influx of people, especially after COVID. And I kind of feel that we're running our character. So kind of keep that in mind when you're moving forward, because I used to really like St. Pete, and I think it's sad. Those are my thoughts, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
More speakers. The next one is in Zoom.
Jason S., once you enter the meeting space, unmute yourself, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Thank you. Jason Scott, 4636 Redfish Lane. This month, Duke Energy is charging customers the highest rates in Florida history. If you look at other investor-owned utilities like FPL, and especially publicly owned utilities, the rates are nowhere close. So I need all of you to reach out to our Public Utilities Department or the administration and find out why the RFP, which was approved way back in August, why it's not released yet. There is no reason an RFP should take this long, and everyone knows it. Additionally, I want to speak in support of the tenants at the Morgan. The city cannot allow the building to end up in the hands of another slumlord. Please listen to the tenants and do right by them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Patrick Graney. Please go to an open podium, state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Graney. I live at 7901 36th Avenue North. I am also here in regards to the Morgan. I know that the city doesn't have much to do with that, but out-of-state landlords are first the problem because they don't have to pay attention to the citizens of this city, which we do. So the city should take over the Morgan. The city needs to take care of its residents. The out-of-state landlords do not care about us. They care about profits. You already know that the rents in this city are insane. Nobody can afford it. I have coworkers, I have kids. Nobody can afford to move out. Everyone has to double up. Everyone has to share. And then when we have people that actually have places to live, it's not great. They can't even get water sometimes. This is insane. The government should, the city council, I'm requesting that you please take over the Morgan and help out any of these other properties where there are slumlords just basically milking people for their hard-earned dollars, and then the city just looks at them and goes, oh, sorry, I guess you got to live outside now. That's nuts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any more speakers?
No more speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay. Open forum's closed. We move to announcements. Any announcements? Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wanted to invite my fellow council members out this weekend to Lincoln Cemetery. We'll be hosting a cleanup. We'll be having a couple of Gulfport elected officials out there, so I'd love to see some St. Pete folks out there if you'd like to join us. So that'll be this Saturday from 8 to 11:30 at Lincoln Cemetery on 58th Street and 6th Ave. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Happy birthday, Madam Chair.
Oh.
Oh.
It was Cher's birthday on Tuesday. Yes. Yeah. So let's sing birthday.
Wait.
Oh, yeah. Was it? Did I? That's the only
Brian's-
one I have.
Brian's Saturday.
Well, I apologize in advance. Anybody else before I get?
I found out that Michael Flanagan's birthday was the day of my birthday. We share a birthday.
Yeah. All right. So Michael, Cher, and Brian. All right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to everybody.
Brian.
Happy birthday to you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for continuing the tradition. Okay, well, we have no more announcements. January 22nd, 2026 meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for joining us.
Sure.
You.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station and then I'm downtown in less than an hour and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine and then it verticalizes it. So it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thank you for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
Hi, I'm Jane and I work at Sunken Gardens and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras and a flock of flamingos, interact with them and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have 2 that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
Camp Ignite is a 3-day program where aspiring female youth between the ages of 13 and 18 are able to come to fire rescue and experience what it's like to be a firefighter.
The girls will be learning a lot of hands-on skills within the fire department. They'll learn about the importance of teamwork and mentorships and building lasting relationships.
18 Sparks, together we ignite!
We want to leave a lasting impression so that when it is time to figure out what their career is, they keep in mind that St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is here.
Last year, we provided opportunities for about 12 campers. This year, we were able to expand that capacity and actually double those numbers through continued partnership with Pinellas County Urban League, partnership with Parks and Rec, and our local union, Local 747.
This type of program is important for us in the community and the city. I want the girls to be enlightened about all of the opportunities that they have available to them here in our city, that the Urban League is there to support them in ways that they could not imagine, to make a selection that best fits what they want to do with their future.
Growing up, you don't see female firefighters as much as you see the males. So to see a female doing this is great for girls. So I think this is an excellent opportunity for young females to get involved and see what they can do.
It's very rewarding to see children get excited about our job. So being able to mentor those individuals in the right direction and stress the importance of physical fitness, nutrition, and establishing mentors is huge.
We want to make sure that we are getting the best. And this is an opportunity for them, if they do decide to become firefighters, they can be local heroes. And this is a great career. And we want to make sure that we continue down this path of ensuring that we provide the opportunities for them.
Camp Ignite is being a firefighter.
They're just giving us new experiences of what the firefighters actually do.
They're trying to inspire young girls to want to try and be firefighters. I think my favorite thing to do was probably saving the baby, and you have to like go through the smoke and crawl on your knees to try and find the baby. I think that was pretty fun. I really liked going up in the ladder truck because they took us like all the way up. It was like 100 feet. It was really fun.
My favorite thing was when we went in an ambulance, we got a thing on the radio that said there was an alligator attack. It was like cool to feel like the adrenaline and try to like save them.
It's inspiring to see females doing firefighting because like when they do it, it means that I can do it too, and so many other women can too.
They have taught us a lot, and they have brought different perspectives of being a female firefighter to us.
Girls feel like that they can't accomplish the same things as men just because of the standard. But really, there's like some really strong women out here, and it just inspires you to do what you think you can do.
I think they're all amazing women, and they do such a hard job. And I think it's very inspiring, and it really encourages like girls like me to really like want to join this force.
18 sparks, together we ignite. 18 sparks, together we ignite.
18 sparks, together we ignite. 18 sparks, together we ignite.
Hi, I'm Sarah De La Torre. I'm a firefighter paramedic with St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, and I'm here to talk to you today about being wise with your lithium-ion batteries before, during, and after the storm. So first of all, you want to make sure before the storm that your batteries are fully charged just in case we lose power. You want to make sure that you have good quality batteries, and you want to make sure that they're not damaged, that they're not swollen, leaking, or cracked. You want to make sure that anything with a lithium-ion battery, such as e-bikes, cars, even your power tools, that they're moved up and to higher ground, and preferably that they're out of your home and away from your property. A lot of times when the salt water mixes with these batteries, that's how fires begin, even up to 2 weeks after exposure to the water. Well, during a storm, this could result in a structure fire, and the fire department may not be able to get to you to put that fire out. So it's important to always get that to higher ground and away from your property. Have a plan for your electric operated devices or vehicles. In the event of a battery fire, water will not help, so don't use water. Make sure that you use either a Class B extinguisher or an ABC dry cam extinguisher. As a pro tip, make sure to follow @StPFL for all your up-to-date information before, during, and after a storm.
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county without worrying about traffic or my pace. It's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk, have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging of all of the runners, no matter your pace. Everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people, just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're going to go, how fast you're going to go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing, and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here, it's called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plants life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Good morning. I love to specialize.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about 1/3 of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome and healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trails give me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement, it's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
Today we're cutting the ribbon on a building, but what we're really celebrating is a major step forward in the city of St. Petersburg. Our first purpose-built, nationally accredited environmental compliance laboratory.
This has been years in the making. Our original water laboratory was in a repurposed metal building. It wasn't designed for the purpose of being a laboratory. You've got to think of humidity and air temperature. You've got to think of air control. You don't want to contaminate the samples. And so we have a brand new building that's been designed to be used as a laboratory, but it was also designed to withstand hurricanes. It operates through a storm, and that's really important, so we can get our systems back up and running.
It's so neat to see what they're doing. I mean, you're talking about drinking water, beach water, storm water, essentially any water that comes through the city, they're testing, because not only are they worried about what's coming in contact with us, they're worried about the environment too. I mean, it's just a massive project. It's a massive undertaking, and the work they're doing is just so important.
This lab provides analytical results to the Hillsborough Health Department, Pinellas County Health Department. We provide a regional benefit. We ensure that we're providing the results that are of the highest quality standard.
We take our water for granted. We take the fact that the water is safe to use for granted. So much work that goes into making sure that it is safe to use. And so that's why this is important to each and every one of us, because that water that we are using every morning has been tested to verify that it is safe for your use.
Our team is mission focused, and every day they come here as residents knowing what this water means to the community. This is the lifeblood of the community, and they are focused on ensuring that it is of the highest quality that is possible.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, Getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Collier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed most from, I mean, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I'd worked for dozens of them, but I'd never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
Hello, my name is Bob Turner. I'm the Assistant Director of Sanitation for the City of St. Petersburg, and I'm here to talk to you about a very important issue called hot loads. Historically, hot loads for us were centered around hot coals that folks had put into the garbage cans. Now the new culprit is rechargeable lithium batteries. These batteries actually combust when crushed. So as soon as they go into our garbage trucks and we compress the load, either the batteries themselves or the devices that contain these batteries are crushed, they ignite, and they set the load on fire. The important thing for our residents to know is that these types of batteries and the devices that these batteries are in can't be thrown away in the regular garbage. They need to be taken someplace where they can be recycled, where they don't cause a hazard to our trucks or our drivers. Best way to find out information about where you can take a particular device or a battery is to go to the Pinellas County Solid Waste webpage and use their Where Does It Go tool. It's a great resource. You can type in the item that contains the rechargeable battery or the battery itself, and they'll tell you what to do with it. It's important for our residents to please keep these items out of the trash so that we don't have trucks catch on fire and we don't risk our employees.
Hi, I'm Jeremiah with the City of St. Pete's Water Resources Department, and I'm here to talk to you about what you need to know when we issue a boil water notice. There's a few reasons the city may issue a precautionary boil water notice: due to a line break caused by pipe failure, or the roots of falling trees damaging our potable water pipes. These events could affect water pressure and could allow contamination to enter the system. That's why experts recommend storing at least 1 gallon of water per person per day for 3 days. Use this supply first for drinking, cooking, and hygiene. If you must use tap water, boil it for at least 1 minute, then cool before using. Another option is adding a 1/4 teaspoon of plain unscented bleach to disinfect 2 gallons of water. Showers are safe if you're careful not to swallow water or get in your eyes, nose, or mouth. Children and those with weakened immune systems should take extra precautions. A boil water notice typically lasts at least 72 hours. When it's lifted, run your taps, flush your fountains and ice makers, and replace filters. Knowing these things before making a decision on evacuation is important to consider as a storm approaches. To stay up to date on events as they unfold, visit stpete.org/hurricane and follow our social media channels for updates.
My name is Joel Hostler. I'm one of the owners here at 7C Music. My father and I opened this business in 2016. I'm a Florida native. My father moved back here, retired in 2015, started doing some guitar work. Quickly found out that he didn't want to do it all on his own, and so he called me later on that year and asked if we would want to move back to Florida from California, Southern California. We literally moved here in September of 2016, and we opened the doors of the shop in October of 2016. We were in a smaller shop, and then we were there for about 4 years. So 2016 to 2020, we signed a lease here in the Warehouse Arts District and opened this location here. Expanded quite a bit. Of course, we opened a coffee shop that my wife runs. Now we're here. It's 2025, a new year. It's been good. This place has become, I think, a hub for musicians. We have a lot of times guitar players will come in and somebody else comes in and they're in the room and they just start talking and get to know each other. Then they're having coffee the next week. There's a ton of bars and a ton of restaurants that have people playing music in the corner. We knew we wanted more of a listening room type of experience where people are able to listen and actually engage in the music. Between the coffee shop, the concerts, the guitar repair shop, and the sales, I think it's a really fun place for community, for people to come and hear music, get coffee, and even learn more about guitars and stuff too.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors, so we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders could be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit, it's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. We're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the City of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the City of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
District 6 encompasses downtown St. Petersburg and includes the Edge District, the Innovation District, and neighborhoods like Coquina Key. I'm Gina Driscoll, your council member for District 6. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. For over 10 years, the Shine Mural Fest has contributed an indelible mark all around our city, and many of those locations are spread throughout District 6. Another great event in this district is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race draws in big crowds, some of the best car racing in the world, and takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area, with a number of waterfront parks, from Straub Park to Lassing Park to Grandview Park with its popular boat ramp. These are just a few of the many parks you'll find in District 6. Many of these also have fantastic art installations. That's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You can see it on countless murals, in our museums, our galleries, and in our theaters. You'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is all about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
I'm Paul Laverne. I'm a library assistant 2 with the City of St. Petersburg Library System. My number one job is customer service. It's a different day every day. The tasks may stay the same, but the people that come in change your day. You talk to different people. You do story times for the kids. You see different kids. We're here for the public to use when they need us. It's a good community meeting area. The library has like quiet places in it, but it's not really deemed like a quiet place where everybody just comes in, everybody's silent. We have a kids section where they can get a little bit loud. You have your circulation desk where people are asking questions and coming in and coming out. So it's not exactly like the lady telling everybody to shush. The library's really not a slow place anymore. It's fast, it moves, information changes, how to get the information changes. It has progressed quite a bit in the library system. We have some Blu-rays plus our computer system, and people come in all the time to use the computers. We have hot spots that a lot of people borrow. We have museum passes where people can come in and check out a pass to our museums in the city. We do story times in every location, so we're in every community. These kids, when they can be introduced to reading and we can make it fun and enjoyable, that they won't stop reading also. I get kids that are now adults and they come in the library and they say, "Oh yeah, I remember you did story time for me when I was like 6 years old." So I mean, that kind of thing makes me feel good that I could impact somebody in a positive way. That's what is really cool. It feels really good. So many things I've been able to do that I don't know if I could have done those if I wasn't working the library system for the city. It's been a very fast 36 years. It's been great. I've loved every minute of it. It's been fantastic.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. Yeah. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression, and that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're gonna do this.
Food has always been a passion of mine. My passion from food comes from my grandfather. It was really just born out of the fact that I believe that he wanted to show us the world, and he did that through everyone's different cuisines. So like, we would have really elaborate holiday parties, and we would have like Thanksgivings would be all designated toward like a different country, and he wanted to introduce us to that country, and it was through their food. So one of the things, we had a Japanese spread. I was not vegan at that point, but just the art of the cuisine, I was able to like eat with my eyes, and it just made me fall in love with sushi. When I went vegan, I realized I couldn't have sushi anymore. So it kind of started with a cookbook, and I did a pop-up, and then we were sold out, and then I kind of just went from there. I just did pop-ups, markets, and festivals, and I started delivering sushi to people's houses, and it kind of just caught on. I thought to myself, it would be nice to have a place, like a home base for everyone to come to me, and then also, again, give vegans the experience of what sushi is. Being in St. Pete, I feel like everything is happening on Central. I feel like Central is where a lot of businesses want to be. On a normal day, we would go through 4 pots of rice, and that was like a great day. And now coming to the new space, like we're going through like 8, 9, 10 pots of rice in one night, which is like, for us, is crazy.
I was really blessed to grow up in a multi-generational family. So my mother and both of my grandmothers were very influential in my life. They were women who were very family-oriented. That commitment extended to the larger community, and that created a very secure and safe environment for me to grow up in.
Most of us growing up in the 80s were latchkey kids. When I started going home after school, Alone was the very first Oprah Winfrey show. And I really looked up to Oprah in the way she was able to talk to people and learn about lives that were things that maybe I didn't see in my own community. Back in small town Louisiana, opened up a whole new world to me.
My childhood was full of family, so my role models were my immediate and extended family members. And while many of them are no longer physically here with us, I still have all of their teachings, the lessons, the love for family, the hard work ethic, laughter and talking that applies to my life now, that I hope my daughters will carry into their lives and hopefully eventually their families.
My mother is definitely the strongest role model in my life. She was the instrumental person in getting us out of Cuba. She taught me the importance of being independent, being resilient, and also as a working mom, she taught me that you could balance a career, family, and God.
I am very hopeful about the future of women leaders in St. Pete. It's very promising.
Already we have women in management positions and in leadership positions.
We have women in some of the places that we've been wanting to be for decades.
There's lots of women in every single role in the city, whether it's police officers, firefighters, and leadership.
The one thing that I love about the female leadership that's in place is that they are making a path for other women to follow.
But we also have a lot of work to do because I think we can diversify that pool of women still.
You have to have people of all walks of life. Everyone brings something different to the table, and it's important to hear all of those perspectives in order to find something that works best for everyone. After all, we're representing a very diverse, very large city now.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor women in your life.
This month and every month.
Hey, Bubba. Hey, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? You ready for breakfast?
My name
name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds.
Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old.
I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
My name is Michael Kottman, and this is Twin Brooks Golf Course. I oversee all of the facilities here that maintain the golf course and try to get it in pristine condition. It's a 9-hole golf course. We have a practice facility in the back, which is 3 practice holes. It's a really unique facility because it's in the middle of the city. It's really a benefit to the city because what we do here is we provide a place for play that's more reasonable than any of the other golf courses in the area. We have guys that come out here that are 80 years old. For them, this is an exercise. It's a chance to get out of the house and to do something. And for the kids, it's an opportunity to get off of the streets and to learn the game. My day begins around 5 o'clock. Make the assignments for everybody, make sure everybody's got the tools and protections that they need. So we set up the golf course, get that done, and then we'll do all of our other stuff. We'll mow fairways, we'll mow rough, we'll trim trees, we'll do hedges, and any other thing that pops up. So it becomes pretty daunting at times, but we manage to get it done, one bite at a time. So every day is a different adventure. When I got on this particular property, we didn't have fairways, we didn't have moguls, we didn't have mounds. Now we have a primary place to play where it looks like an 18-hole manicured golf course, even though it's 9 holes. There's a satisfaction that you get when the transformation process, to see it go from what it was to your vision, is so fulfilling.
When we talk about the Indian mounds, and Rui, you may think of it this way too, I think of that big sign out on Park Street that says, Panfilo de Narvaez landed here.
Everyone assumes that they landed somewhere on the Pinellas Peninsula when you can't really say exactly where. There were probably Indian mounds that covered the city from the Coffee Pot area all the way around the peninsula, up the west side of the city to to where Seminole is today, because there's still traces and evidence of them.
So there are a couple that remain here and there, but what happened to the rest of them? How come we don't see them in more spots around town?
When the automobile arrived in Florida and into St. Petersburg, imagine having an automobile with a tire that's that wide trying to drive up down Central Avenue and around downtown, getting stuck a lot in the sand. So a lot of those Indian mounds were used by city leaders. They used it to actually pave the streets of downtown St. Pete.
That's what became of history in that regard, huh?
Exactly.
Wow.
So every time Central Avenue and 3rd Street, when you cross Central Avenue, you say hello to some of the Indians that may still be there. Who knows?
Who knows?
Welcome to Clam Bayou Marine Education Center. This is a place where you can get your feet wet, your mind's engaged, and your heart happy.
This is a marine education center, and we use it for field trips like the one that you're going to have today.
We're here observing an education program, a partnership with USF St. Pete that gives students in our community the opportunity to learn about our environment, to learn about oceanography, and have really a hands-on experience that many of them have never had before.
Ready? Yeah, let's go!
We're going to be measuring surface temperature, we're going to be measuring fish, looking at plankton, really just seeing all the things that the nature has for us.
What do you see? What do you notice? A shell. A shell. Okay. A crab. A crab.
We teach science the way we do our science. They're very authentic ways of doing things and measuring the cloud cover or the surface temperature. Students are learning to do that from their classroom setting, and then to be the experts by the time they visit Clam Bayou, where they take the same data in a natural, less developed setting and share that data with NASA. And that NASA data is then used by scientists all over the world. So the idea is to begin with teachers. Teachers first become comfortable and become the students, if you will, for a week, a couple weeks before school starts.
We want the teachers to feel comfortable with the things that they are learning so that they can go back to their classroom and equip their students in a way that is hands-on and engaging and that brings a love and curiosity for the environmental stewardship that we have right here at the Clam Bayou.
Partnerships are extremely important when it comes to reaching our youth. We're like the torso, right? Like we have the resources, but we aren't necessarily the arms and the legs. We can distribute the resources and through partnership to the arms and the legs. So that might be our local colleges or our local nonprofits, our businesses. Through the use of their arms, we move things around, and through the use of their legs, we move forward.
I see it moving. Oh yeah, look, there's a cup of pie.
We were over at the mangroves, and one of my students who never talks in class, I mean, he's just the most quiet kid. He's like shouting out the answer to what detritus is. And I was like, oh my gosh, he's speaking. So I'm like really glad that he got that moment to, you know, be heard and have a voice.
We asked a young man, what do you want to do? He says, I want to be a marine biologist. And that is exactly what we want to see. Kids thinking about their future, finding paths that they can make to be successful, and making sure that we facilitate that progress for them.
I hope that they all leave with some sort of curiosity. They leave with a question. Maybe we didn't answer everything for them, and they have to go on their own and inquire about it. Because no matter what you do in life, having that quizzical nature is necessary and will help you throughout both the lulls and the highs.
Clan Bio was really fun. First, we went to go learn about plankton, then we went into the water. It was really cool. We caught all sorts of fish, 22 fish to be exact.
Can I hold down? Aw,
We just learned about mangroves, how they like absorb, and they have like some have salt on the back and that you can eat, but you can't eat the front because there's no salt on it. And they also can protect buildings, how like if a tornado or hurricanes come, it can protect the buildings.
We looked at microscopes to find plankton, and we got to draw the plankton that we saw. There was like these different organisms. It was clear. It was see-through.
I would tell them it's a whole bunch of fishing, a whole bunch of water. I would tell you there's people that will help you. You get to learn a lot of stuff. That's what I would really tell them.
So Bobby, how has St. Pete's history influenced you as a creative, as an artist?
Well, two things. When we still lived in the one-bedroom apartment, my mother was going off to work. She worked as a domestic. She was taking the bus, and she was leaving out the door, and then she turned around and she said, you know, Bobby, she called me Bobby. She said, and she put her hand on my face and said, we must stay in our place. And I didn't even think I understood what she meant. I've later come to understand, she said, he's an inquisitive, investigative child, and he might get into situations he is not equipped to handle. Mm. Growing up in Southern California, it wasn't as quite precious as it was in the South, but my parents are both from the South, and all of my plays, virtually 90% of them, are set in the South, even before I ever set foot in the Southern United States. And I think history informs your granddaddy, your grandmother, your auntie, your uncle, and it informs your parents. And even if they are not from the South. So one of the things that having a creative life, Live Arts Peninsula Foundation, who presented Web City, I was doing Uncle Ben's, a home cooking Negro narrative at American Stage, and they came up to me after one of the performances and said, "We'd like you to write a musical about the Manhattan Casino." In writing that, Bill Leffington and myself interviewed dozens of people, and I learned a lot about the city by interviewing people. Was started by Elder Jordan, and there are many stories in the Naked City, and these are 6 of them. And it just started me and dovetailed with me already being interested in history and finding out the particular history of this community.
Today was a ribbon cutting for the Barack Obama Main Library in the city of St. Petersburg. I think it's a fitting tribute to President Obama and his commitment to education and knowledge, and it was really well received. I'm told over 1,000 folks came out here today, and just the joy and the energy from folks really reflected what St. Pete is about.
I could not be more excited. This is not just my district, this is my neighborhood. A big reason we chose this area was because we're so close to the library. My wife and I are avid readers. I'm really excited to be able to walk to such an amazing resource. It'll be full of programming.
I want the community, both our residents and our visitors, to wear the hinges out in this facility. This facility is so much more than just books. We've got 3D printers, we have engravers, we really have something for everyone at this facility.
You can tell there was a lot of attention paid to the small details, and that's what really makes a big difference. From the artwork that's on the wall to the flooring, just little things that when they all come together create magic, and I think that's what you see here.
After 5 years of having the facility closed, it is so exciting to be able to open this facility. I've had the privilege of walking through it numerous times, and to know that everybody that was in front of me was going to get to see it for the first time this morning, Christmas morning is the only way I can describe it.
The same moment I looked at the lake and the back doors of this library, a smile came over to my face and a calmness came over my soul. And I imagined generations to come finding a safe, unbelievably beautiful place to learn, to explore, and to grow. And in that moment, I felt the weight and joy of what this library represents to all of us here in the city of St. Petersburg, and a place of hope for our future. Thank you, and congratulations.
This is the municipal gateway to education. You can come here to learn to read, you can learn to socialize, you can get on a computer if you don't have something like that at home. It's really just an asset that shows high quality public goods can be delivered by your local government, and that's what we're doing here.
This library clearly has been designed not only for the way people are using libraries today, which is very different, but you can tell there was a lot of thought into planning for the future and how libraries will continue to evolve.
We're going to have the next leaders of our city and nation for generations start here at the main library, just like I did and many others did. So this is one of the best investments we can make in our city. Come down, get your library card, and build your journey to success right here.
St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide, coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control, where and when a tropical system will make landfall. But here's what we can control, being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for, before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning. What to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free. You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take five. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say basic. Emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include a battery-powered or hand-cranked radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics, cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula, and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca.
Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any down-powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stpeprepares.com. And our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
District 7 is central to the city and includes the Deuces Live Main Street, the South St. Petersburg CRA, and a majority of the Skyway Marina District. I'm Corey Givens Jr., your council member for District 7. We're standing in front of the Carter G. Woodson African American Museum of Florida, a cultural institution here in St. Pete, named after African American historian and civil rights activist Carter G. Woodson. The museum is located just off 22nd Street South, next to Jordan Park. And fun fact, plays a special role in my family's history. It's where my grandparents got married over 50 years ago. 22nd Street is a corridor rich with cultural history and includes the historic Manhattan Casino. Originally known as the Jordan Dance Hall, the Manhattan Casino opened in 1931 and played host to legendary performers like James Brown, Louis Armstrong, Ray Charles, and many more. And the arts still thrive in District 7, almost 100 years later, from recognizable murals spread throughout the district to institutions like the Marian Center for Clay, where you can browse their wide selection of local artists' work or take a class to participate yourself. As far as rec centers go, I'd like to think that Childs Park is one of the best around. Serving as a central meeting point for Childs Park neighborhood, the center also hosts a swimming pool, a gym, and lots of playing field and open green space. You can take in a round of golf or a bucket of balls on the very friendly Twin Brooks Golf Course, a city-owned 3-par golf course in the middle of the city. District 7 is a thriving artistic hub. It distinguishes itself as a center for art, history, and community gatherings with a wide range of cultural events. This charming district has a lot to offer, whether you're interested in art history or just exploring the small local businesses.
All right, thank you so much. And welcome to Skyway Lofts, formerly 65 units, now 131 affordable housing units for our city's hardest working families. My name's Scott McDonald, a principal with Blue Sky Communities, and I want to welcome everyone here today. I'd like to start off by recognizing the dignitaries that are with us. Mayor Kenneth Welch. Council Chair Lizette Hanowitz. Councilman Mike Harding. And County Commissioner Renee Flowers. Is there anyone I missed? Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to invite our Vice President of Asset Management, Brad Bartlett, up, who's a veteran of the Army National Guard, to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Brad, thank you so much. The Skyway Loft sits in the Skyway Marina District, and I want to take a second and talk a little bit about the district before we get going. I think this area represents what can happen when state and county and city and local interest groups come together to really revitalize an area. Over the last 5 years since we first put a shovel in the ground across the street at Skyway Lofts, the changes have been incredible. Thousands of units, improved transportation, commercial, like Zaxby's, a Starbucks, and a Sprouts Market. It's extremely exciting what's happened here. But I think what I'm most excited about is with all this growth, through the hard work of many people in this room, we've been able to preserve affordability in the Skyway Marina District, and that's something we should all be proud of. And that's growth that's hopefully going to continue to happen, but the affordability will not be pushed out. The land under all three of these buildings will be affordable in perpetuity, and that's extremely exciting. The team that came together to make Skyway Lofts occur is truly a public-private partnership, all the way from the federal level down to the city level, and there's a lot of people in this room without whom that could not have happened, and I want to thank them. St. Pete was really at the forefront of setting aside ARPA dollars to go towards affordable housing, almost $50 million, in fact. And Blue Sky was fortunate enough to be entrusted with 2 awards. The first was for Bear Creek Commons that we opened last year, and here at Skyway Lofts Phase 2. I want to take a second and just thank the City of St. Pete and the staff, Rob Gertis, Amy Foster, Mark Van Loo, Avery Sliker, I think I saw, and the whole staff. The administration of federal funds and state funds that they take care of is a huge responsibility, and getting those dollars out the door to make sure that they go to work for the citizens of St. Petersburg. So I want to thank them so much for everything they do. And with that, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Mayor Ken Welch.
Thank you, Scott. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? What a fantastic day, and I'm so honored to be here as we prepare to cut the ribbon on 66 additional new affordable homes right here in St. Petersburg. Now, as Scott said, it wasn't that long ago when we cut the ribbon for Skyway Lofts 1, and although I live in the neighborhood, I literally live 3 stop signs away. And although I lost my shortcut to Dunkin' Donuts, I was upset about that. But we were so excited to partner with Blue Sky and all the other partners to make this a reality. And as we finished Skyway Lofts 1, we looked out at what was then a vacant lot, or used to be a Ponderosa here back in the day, right, Commissioner? But we looked at this and we said, can we? And the answer is yes, we can, and yes, we did. Today we celebrate the completion of Skyway Lofts 2. And this is an important moment for our city. As Scott said, it reflects the power of partnership and vision and intentional focus on the critical issue of truly affordable housing. As part of our city's Housing Opportunities for All program, the City of St. Petersburg is proud to invest $6.5 million to help turn this vision into a reality, and as Scott said, in perpetuity. I want to thank our council for your strong partnership. Thank you, Scott, for recognizing the best housing team in the business and our St. Pete housing staff. Y'all stand up. I want to identify you. Doctor, get up. I know you hate it. Where's Amy? Well, since you didn't stand, I have to call you out, Administrator Foster, as well. They just do such innovative work, and they're always focused on the goal. These 66 homes will serve residents, and you've got some information in your handouts. For residents earning between 22% and 80% of area median income. That is folks making $6.50 an hour up to $22 an hour. So that is real affordable housing right here in the midst of all this market rate development that we're seeing and proud to have. That means working families, seniors, and individuals who are essential to the strength and vibrancy of our community. Skyway Lofts 2 was thoughtfully designed to meet real needs. These homes are both beautiful and functional. That's why I love working with Blue Sky. These homes are supported by amenities that truly enhance the quality of life: an outdoor play area, a library and computer space, a fitness center, and bike parking. And the fact that this community is already at full occupancy shows how critical investments like this are and will continue to be. Across our city and county, we're seeing impactful housing projects take shape, and one thing they all have in common is partnership, and I want to end on this. Skyway Lofts 2 is no exception. I want to thank Blue Sky Communities, the Pinellas County Housing Finance Authority, TD Bank, the Pinellas County Commission, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, Raymond James Affordable Housing, and everyone who played a role in bringing this almost $25 million development to life. And so today we celebrate real progress, and tomorrow we will keep moving forward. And to the Skyway Lofts 2 residents, welcome to your new home. We are St. Pete. God bless you.
Mayor, thank you so much for being here and being at Phase 1 as well. So
I notice you still have all your hair and no gray hair. I need your help.
if you look closely, there's a couple gray hairs that come in with every one of these projects. Before we move on to our next speaker, I want to take a second and acknowledge some of the private funders in the room that the mayor just mentioned. One of Blue Sky's core values is stewardship of public dollars, and we hold that near and dear to our hearts. And one of the ways that we do that is to leverage the public dollars that go into these communities with as many private ones as possible to extend how far those dollars go. Raymond James Affordable Housing Investments was responsible for purchasing the low-income housing tax credits that funded this property. Raymond James, obviously based here in St. Petersburg, they actually are officed in the same complex we are, and they are one of our most valued relationships. I was totaling it up, and we have now invested over $500 million together in affordable housing across the state of Florida. So, thank you. TD Bank was the investor through Raymond James, and they also provided the construction loan for Skyway Lofts 2. And Raymond James Bank, another local institution, will provide the permanent loan that will remain with the property for the next 15 years. So thank you very much. Next up, we have newly elected Chair Hanowitz. And before I bring her up, I just want to thank her for the time she spent with me and the interest that she has shown in learning more about affordable housing so we can make a difference in this city.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is such a wonderful day today. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership. And I must also thank my colleagues who are also the reason why you're here, because it doesn't just take one vote to make this happen. It takes a majority, and this was unanimous. And that is a testament to the work that Blue Sky Communities does in our community. The ribbon cutting, by the way, that was mentioned earlier, was one of my first ones as a city council member for Sky Lofts. And this is one of the first ones I have as a city council chair. So it's especially meaningful to me. And I can't believe how lucky we are to have Blue Sky Communities in our community doing this meaningful work. It is a full circle moment and a reminder that progress happens in phases. And today's ribbon cutting marks a very special phase, one that brings people home. And as been mentioned before, we have 60 new affordable homes that adds a total of 131 affordable units in the Skyway Marina District, which has changed drastically since I first came to the first ribbon cutting. Just like was mentioned, these homes are reserved for households earning less than 80% or less of the area median income and will remain affordable for perpetuity. And I have to emphasize that, perpetuity. It means forever, a very long time. That permanence matters because public dollars are best invested in solutions that are built to last. So I'm very proud that the city of St. Petersburg stewarded $6.5 million of ARPA funds, alongside with Pinellas County's $3.4 million in investment to bolster significant private and nonprofit financing of this $22.9 million project. Because when public, private, and nonprofit partners align around shared goals, we can actually deliver real outcomes. I want to thank Blue Sky Communities, the Pinellas County Commission, Pinellas County Housing Financing Authority, TD Bank, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and Raymond James for your partnership and dedication in bringing this project to life. We may be celebrating a building, but at the end of the day, this is about people, and it's about ensuring that individuals and families can afford to live in what they call their community, and this city, St. Petersburg. It's about creating stable housing to support stable lives. So congratulations to everyone that made this project a reality, and to the St. Petersburg residents who are going to call this their home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to take a second and talk a little bit about the team that came together to make this community a reality. Teamwork is another core value at Blue Sky, and that means not only our team within Blue Sky, but also the external partners that we work with. So the ones that came together for this property was civil engineer High Point Engineering. The architect was Place Architecture and Tim Clemens from St. Petersburg. General contractor Park and Eliezer. Landscape architect Dark Moss. And our sister company Carteret Property Management, who will really keep these buildings community assets for hopefully as long as Blue Sky owns them. And we have the utmost confidence that they will, because they have on every building that they've done that with in the city of St. Petersburg, and we're so thankful to call them our partners. And last but not least, I want to take a second and recognize the Blue Sky team. There's about 20 of us, and every single one of them has a hand in every project that we do, and it's truly an honor of mine to work beside you every day to create assets such as this. Before I introduce our last speaker, I just want to talk about Pinellas County a little bit further. As both the mayor and Chair Hanowitz stated, they invested $3.4 million of penny funds in Skyway Lofts 2. That came in the form of $1.4 million for vertical costs and construction costs here, and $2 million for the purchase of the land underneath this building. And I want to take a second and thank the staff at Pinellas County, Bruce Bussey, Stephanie Raymond, and Sherry Harris that administered those vertical funds, and Catherine Driver with the Pinellas County HFA, who administered the funds to purchase the land here. And with that, I would like to introduce Commissioner Renee Flowers.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not going to recap some of the things that was said. They stole my thunder by sharing how much money we gave. You know, I could spend $1, can't I? But about 4 years ago, we were just across the street celebrating the number of units that were going to open over there so that residents would have a safe, clean, and affordable place to live, to call home. And today we have an opportunity to put into the fold 66 more units. And while we know that that does not put a significant dent in the needs of our community, we know that we are well on our way to make sure that we are working extremely hard to put a roof over the heads of those who not only want one, but deserve. I am so grateful for the Advantage Housing Pack that the city of St. Petersburg and other municipalities are a part of, along with the county. Instead of fighting over projects and fighting over land, we've come together and pooled our resources. And that's why just not long ago, you guys were up in Ridgecrest, dedicating units for our senior population, who are also finding it very difficult to find a place to live and remain in our community. One of the other concerns that we've had is allowing individuals to stay in the heart of where they grew up at. Projects such as this for individuals earning $16,000 a year. Wrap your head around that. $16,000 a year does not adequately take care of a family during these economic times. That's 22% of area medium household income that a person will be paying to live here in these particular units and the units that are to come. That is huge. I don't know if you've been able to grasp the significance of that. We're talking about people who are on Social Security. We're talking about families who receive SNAP benefits, temporary assistance to needy families, and are still working a 40-hour-a-week job just to make ends meet. I am forever and eternally grateful for the residents of Pinellas County who thought it not robbery years ago to vote for the Penny for Pinellas. We are doing exactly what we said we would do with your tax dollars. And that's important, especially in a time when individuals are looking for elected officials to keep their word, to be honest and to be true to the residents who voted for them and put them in office. And I believe the partnership between the county and the city is strong. I am forever grateful for the city council members, as well as the mayor, all of the staff. I have to throw in a name, though he's not here, and that's Tom Almonte, who is over the housing department with the county. They knew that coming in, housing was my heart and soul. It has been for a long time, having grown up in Jordan Park and knowing what it is like to have people look down on you because you need a little help and a little support to be able to make your ends meet and have a place to live. So I don't want to forget him and the staff that's here from the county. Again, on behalf of myself, on behalf of Dave Eggers, who is our chair, and Commissioner Chris Latvala, our vice chair, Barry Burton, the administrator, and the remainder of my colleagues. Thank you all so very much. And I have to say, it is an honor for us to be able to be a part of Blue Sky Communities.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I want to thank you for highlighting something very important and kind of bringing it full circle to how we started talking about this project in this district. You know, Forward Pinellas and the city of St. Petersburg both worked hard to make sure that this district came to reality, and the county was willing to step up here and put dollars into the city, and they continue to do that. And a lot of places that we work around the state, you don't see that kind of collaboration, and that's something that's incredibly important and valuable here, and I don't take for granted. So thank you very much. That pretty much concludes our presentation for today. I want to thank all the speakers and everyone in attendance for helping us celebrate today. And before you depart, we will be cutting the ribbon out front, so I'd like to ask all of the speakers and dignitaries to join me out front. We have refreshments in the club room, and then we'll be gathering by the elevator to in case anybody wants to tour a unit. So thank you very much, and travel safe.
It's hard to imagine a time before sunken gardens existed in St. Petersburg. You would have to go back more than a century to see the land as it once was, a sinkhole. In 1911, George Turner Sr. and his wife Eula purchased 4.1 acres of land 1 mile north of the emerging city center. Due to the sinkhole on site, The land sat 15 feet below street level. But George, a plumber by trade, had an idea. He devised his own terracotta tile system, effectively draining the sinkhole, leaving behind a rich, mucky soil. Perfect conditions for his favorite hobby, gardening. Living a good life with lots of luck in the Florida real estate world, the Turners were doing well. However, after a series of hurricanes and freezes in the area, and the downturn of the real estate business in 1926, the Turners were soon left with just the garden. And to make ends meet, they opened a fruit and vegetable stand. Soon, neighbors began to stroll through George's tropical garden, enjoying an array of plants from around the world. In 1934, Mr. Turner began charging 15 cents to enter his subtropical paradise of royal palms, banana trees, coffee plants, and more. It's hard to imagine the old sinkhole site would become a natural paradise. For 3 generations, the Turners ran Sunken Gardens for almost a century, building a world-renowned attraction complete with beauty contests, celebrities, models, flamingos, and other exotic animals. A lot can happen in 100 years. Freezes, economic downturns, and a breed of new amusement parks opening close by. So, in 1989, the Turner grandsons put Sunken Gardens up for sale. And 10 years later, the residents of St. Petersburg voted for a one-time tax increase so the city itself could purchase the gardens. This tropical oasis still stands as one of Florida's oldest and last remaining roadside attractions. Thanks to generations of the Turner family's dedication, a community grassroots effort, and a bit of luck.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
We are here at a groundbreaking that's going to provide over 40 units for our residents to be able to provide shelter and a safe place for their families. We're adding to the housing stock. We're actually trying to uphold the commitment that the mayor has set for the city of St. Petersburg to provide more affordable housing units, and this is one of the great steps toward that accomplishment.
It's the second project with Habitat for Home Ownership and Multifamily here in the city of St. Petersburg, and it's at the southern end of the Deuces. So I think it's important, as we see that transformation happening in the Deuces and in South St. Pete, that we have a project that folks that live here can afford, that 80% AMI and less, some as low as 30%, will be able to get into home ownership through the Great Habitat program right here on the Deuces.
Projects like this are important to the city because when you are creating housing and the opportunity to own the housing at 0% down with 0% interest, that is a tool in the financial universe that we call the unicorn. It doesn't exist. And so when we're able to create this with partners like Habitat for Humanity, you got to celebrate it and you got to let people know. This moment represents more than just the start of construction. It's the beginning of new opportunities, stronger communities, and brighter futures. St. Petersburg is a city that thrives on diversity, resilience, and community spirit. Pelican Place will reflect those values. It will be a neighborhood where children can play safely, where families can grow, and where neighbors support one another.
Everything that we see being built will not be unaffordable. We will have an affordable base, and that's what the Housing Opportunities for All is focused on. This will remain a priority for our administration, and we know how important it is, and we're dedicated to it. Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Burg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner tour.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah,
I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
The pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
Hi, I'm Mike Perry from the Stormwater Pavement Traffic Ops Department. I'm the Senior Stormwater Operations Manager, and I'm here to talk about floodwaters. First and foremost, here's what the city does to get ready for wet weather events. Our department sends out street sweepers in low-lying areas to get rid of debris on the streets. We also have special crews that do stormwater inspections to make sure our stormwater systems and their conveyances are clear, including our pipes and our ditches. We do have our sandbag operations mobilized citywide, and where we can, we also pump down lakes to provide storage in the community to get ready for any extreme weather. Should you encounter any floodwaters, do not walk through that area or try and drive through that area for safety reasons. You are the eyes and ears of the community, but please do let us know either through calling the service center or using C-Click Fix on your phone so that we can prioritize that work.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air. Sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED. So we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting. Safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. You get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's gonna be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because, my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do. And I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved. But I know that I gotta try it. And I know that we can do it.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue Northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to